features an length of 16 corners, it invites overtaking at every opportunity, making it both a rider favourite and a fan favourite. It's time to strap in as we prepare to go lights out for an unforgettable 16 laps of drama in our opening race of the day. It's now time for Junior GP Race 1. Well, looking back just a few weeks ago, we were racing in Aragon, and well, it was a great start for Uriarte at the start of the race, but straight away it was under pressure before not too long, with Simoncelli looking to hit the front at the early stages. Things soon took abrupt end for Rioth as he crashed out high side and bringing an end to his race. Simoncelli would have his moment once again at the front, run off the track before, well, the Italian snatched victory, and it was victory in race 1. Then race 2 came along. Uriarte had his sights set on redemption as Marco Morelli got involved in the mix in the early stages, fighting with Joel Esteban and both of the Australia Galicia riders. It wouldn't be long before Brian Uriarte's charge began, fighting his way through the podium. Through Esteban he went, and then, well, back in his usual place at the front of the field. It was a last lap scrap and the Spaniard took victory. It was another 25 points for the 51 in Aragon, and well, can he do it again in Misano? Let's find out. Well, we're here on the Adriatic coast, and my name is Lewis Ray. Joining me today and bringing you through all the action that we have to watch is Jack Amy. And well, Jack, we're set for an exciting 6 races here today. There's plenty of action on the circuit, and starting proceedings here today, it's Junior GP Race 1, a double bill for the riders here today.
Yeah, hi Lewis, hi everyone. As you said, a double bill for Junior GP, and we do have really good conditions to go racing. It's perfectly sunny, not a cloud in the sky, not too hot. As a Scottish and an Englishman, I think we're both quite happy about that. But yeah, perfect conditions to go racing. As you say, it's starting with Junior GP and Brian Uriarte on pole position. Yeah,
Uriarte starts on pole, and of course championship leader at the moment. And you mentioned the conditions. Well, 25 degrees Celsius, which, well, I will say it's not cold for the least, but track temp just below 32 degrees as things stand. The riders are on the grid at the moment. It's their final chance to get settled. It's their final chance to have that conversation with the team, because it's a stacked front row of the grid. I mean, Uriarte from Marco Morelli, a front row of the grid appearance for him, and then Jesus Rioth in 3rd position. So a very, very packed front grid, full of talent.
It is, yeah, as you say, Uriarte, Morelli, Rios on the front row. All 3 you would think will be fighting it out for victory. And don't forget Rico Simoncelli from P4 as well. He will definitely be in the mix.
Yeah, right now the riders on their sight and lap, and it's going to be a quick little eye around the circuit, just seeing how things are. Of course, no morning warm-up in the Junior GP class. All we've had so far today, track action-wise, was a quick track inspection this morning, and then the ETC last chance race, but more on that later on, because, well, the riders are now starting to appear in the grid. Rico Simoncelli already in his grid slot, and we do have a little bit of housekeeping to bring you here this morning, and that's because Joel Esteban will be starting from the back of the grid. We'll be starting in P31, and alongside him at the very, very back of the grid is also going to be Singapong, because he got given a penalty yesterday for back of the grid and one long lap to serve during this first race of the day. So a few moments, it seems, in qualifying. A few riders may have been going a bit slower than what they should have, but let's have a look at it now.
I did the best lap in my life. I think it was everything perfect. We've been working very hard to improve this lap, and yeah, finally we got it, but tomorrow is the race, and I think it will be a very big group. I know I got a bit of advantage between the rivals, but yeah, it's only a qualifying, and tomorrow we have the race, so let's see. We have a nice pace. It was a perfect lap, and yeah, no mistakes. That is very important. I'm learning about this, and yeah, I feel confident for tomorrow, so let's see.
Well, that was yesterday. That was on Saturday, and, well, as Brian said, the best lap of his life. And, well, can he make it the best race of his life here today? Of course, the first of the 25 points are up for grabs, and I'm sure he would love to turn a 4th pole position into a 5th race win of the year.
And he's got a very good chance to do so. We know how quick Uriarte is. As you say, he's looking for a 5th race win of the season. One last time out race to Aragon. So looking to make it 2 in a row after starting the year with 3 consecutive wins.
Yeah, he started the year so strong, and then, of course, he had that crash at Magny-Cours in the wet conditions. Really, really tricky for him. If I remember right, it was a crash at turn 4 at Magny-Cours. And then, of course, Aragon came along, a P8 finish, still some solid points on the board. But joining them on the front row, Marco Morelli now. 3rd place last time out at Aragon. Podium finish, his first podium of the year. He sits P6 in the championship. It's another opportunity for him, and, well, Morelli, he's got a lot of experience and he has some good pedigree behind him. So I think he's going to be aiming for a podium, if not a little bit higher up than that, for a win.
He will, yeah. Morelli will be searching for that first race win of the year. The number 97, as you say, goes from P2. Very quick throughout the weekend so far.
Yeah, and so has Jesus Rios. Now, the Spaniard starts from 3rd position. He rounds out our front row of the grid. It's been a little bit of an up and down season so far. 2 DNFs from the year, plus, of course, a P18 finish. No points scored in France, but 2 podiums so far this season. A third podium could be coming his way, judging by the pace that he had in qualifying. But, of course, it's all going to be on the race pace.
It is, yeah, as you say, up and down results-wise when it comes to racing, but on the grid in qualifying, he's been very consistent. A worst of P4 and 3 consecutive front row starts now for Rios.
Well, speaking about podium finishers, Rico Salmela in 2025, he's really played the bridesmaid role, if you will, this season. He's not got a win yet, but he's finished off the podium in just 1 race so far this year. Plenty of 3rd place is his name, and just 1 second. He's going to be desperate for that first victory. I mean, how long does he have to wait?
Hopefully for him, not too much longer, but as you said, or as we said just now, consistency from Rios. Salmela has been consistent in qualifying and races. He just needs to get that 1 step further to take a win this year.
And Veda Pratama as well, also having a great weekend so far. One of our most popular riders here in the Junior GP paddock, and certainly has plenty of fan support around the circuit and as well on social media.
He does, yeah, and a season's best qualifying for Pratama in P5.
Yeah, season best qualifying, and plenty of fans around this Misano World Circuit watching on here today. Of course, MotoGP was here just 1 week ago, but the action doesn't stop on the Adriatic coast, as now it's time for Junior GP to take the centre stage. 2nd row of the grid, sticking with the FIM, and another great qualifying for David Gonzalez. No podium so far for his name. Set P9 in the championship. He's another rider which has had a few tough races so far this year, but overall he's been consistently within that top 10.
He has, yeah. 2 P6 finishes, 2 P7 finishes to go with a couple of non-point scoring outings. We'll be hoping he can go with that lead group and potentially put himself in that podium fight.
Yeah, and if he can put himself in that podium fight, well, we know what Misano's like for a race, and it's an all-out duel from start to finish. And there's plenty of tricky points on this circuit. There's plenty of points on the circuit where it's so easy to get caught out. So you see Casey O'Gorman, another rider, looking for that first win of the year. Of course, the Irishman has had a great last couple of rounds, and you really have to say momentum's starting to build.
Momentum is building for the number 67 O'Gorman with 3 consecutive P2 finishes. We'll be hoping he can get back on the rostrum in race 1 today.
Yeah, plenty of P2s so far this year, and apart from the crash at Estoril, it's been a great season for Casey, and, well, he's on a Honda, he's teammates with Rico Salmela. I'm sure they're sharing plenty of data and helping each other throughout these race weekends.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got 2 quick riders in your team, or 3 in some cases, then everyone benefits from that, to make sure that everyone is scoring the best results possible.
And, well, we have one of our Brits on our screen, Sullivan Mountsie. Now, Sullivan, P8, a cracking qualifying for him. I mean, a good ride so far, and showing that he's really suiting this Misano circuit.
He is, yeah. It's the season's best qualifying for him. His best was previously 9th at Jerez, so he's up 1 place from that. Again, we'll be hoping he can go with the lead group, but getting in the first top 10 will be a good result for the number 4.
Well, the 3-minute board is now out, meaning we're just moments away from getting going. But you can see another one of our Australia Galicia riders, Dodo Boggio. He's going to be looking for a good result here in Italy, of course. A home round always gives that extra push, that extra building that extra momentum really heading into the weekend and confidence.
It does, and it's probably a circuit he's done thousands of laps at throughout his career. P9 on the grid is his best of the season, and position-wise in races, he took his season's best last time out with 11th. Will be aiming for a first top 10 this time out.
Yeah, he certainly will, as the grid starts to clear. And, well, the cars start making their way off, the teams start making their way back into pit lane, and the tension certainly starts to rise. We have a little look at Zem Matani on the grid, sitting comfortably in P10, and once again, we'll stick with the theme whenever we're back on the fourth row of the grid, that is absolutely packed with talent, and that's not to mention obviously the likes of the back of the grid where we have Esteban. It's really building to be a good race, and we could see a real good group fight, unlike what we've seen, for example, in the wet races earlier on in the year where things tend to get a little bit more bunched out. This looks like it's going to be an all-out dogfight. It
does, yes. Misano is a circuit where you can break away, but it's tricky. There are plenty of places where you can utilise the slipstream to stay with the group. Obviously, out of turn 10 through Cavone into 12 and 13, slipstream is vital, down the main straight, and also from turn 6 down to turn 8.
And well, we just had a quick look at Leonardo Zani. And well, Zani, of course, winner at Aragon. He got his first win of the season. And he's going to be looking to take number 2 here today. Alongside him, though, on that row is going to be Evan Belford. Now, we spoke to him yesterday in the paddock. Well, I was just taking a little breather. And he did say he's looking for a podium here today. Perhaps not the qualifying he was looking for. But now, all talking does stop, and it's time to turn our attention to the grid. For the opening race of the day here in Misano, it's Junior GP Race 1. Brian Uriarte starts on pole position for Marco Morelli and Jesus Rios on the front row of the grid, with Rico Salmela, Pratama and Gonzalez on row 2. Casey O'Gorman, Sullivan Mountain, Dojo Boggio starts from our third row of the grid. Meanwhile, on row 4, Zem Matani heads that alongside race winner last time out, Leonardo Zani, with Evan Belford in P12. Nicholas starts P13 alongside Pugliese and Hakim Danish. Famara, Billon and Farkas starts P16, 17 and 18. Ramestoffer, Michelion and Agostinelli starts from row 7, with Fabrizio, Monoyani and Van Tricht on row 8, while Lucas Brown, Tietze and Uchimi starts from row 9. Meanwhile, right now for our final couple of rows of the grid, it's going to be Serba, Schrammrock and Rousseau, as Esteban and Singapong round out our grid. Of course, back of the grid penalties for them too, and plenty of work to do here in race 1 as we head out on our warm-up lap.
Yeah, plenty of work to do for, as you say, Esteban and Singapong. Esteban, we know throughout this season, has had good race pace, and he has often battled his way through, not from the back of the grid, but from qualifying positions where, obviously, qualifying this year hasn't been his strength.
Yeah, qualifying exactly has been tricky this year. It's really one thing having to bite the screen and get one lap in as we have a quick look at championship standings. 17 points separating them at the top. But as you said, it's one thing biting the screen for one lap. It's another thing stringing together an entire race, because, well, this is a lengthy race, 16 laps in distance.
It is, yeah, and there's plenty of overtaking opportunities at Misano. You have turn 1, especially on the opening lap, and turn 4 can be a bit of a pinch point. And then turn 8, La Quercia, is a key overtaking hotspot. And then it's to run from turn 10 through Cavone at turn 11, one of the most iconic corners in motorsport, before you start scrubbing off the speed through 12, 13, and then turn 14, Curva del Carro, an overtaking hotspot as well. And if you are feeling brave, turn 16 can be, but it's a very, very risky move.
Yeah, you basically have to be completely alongside them in the braking zone at turn 16 if you want to make it work. But Carroll Corner, as you said, turn 14, where we're heading to now, it is such a good overtaking opportunity. It's a real good place for a nice block pass on that final lap.
It is, yeah. As you say, riders will be scrubbing speed off from turn 12 through 13. You can line up through 13 into turn 14 to make that move. And as it's a block pass, you can't halt your opponent's momentum to claim a position.
Well, Brian Uriarte has done it so well so far this year. He knows how to play the field in Junior GP. He knows what he needs to do to be able to win in this class. We're moments away from lights out. 17 points, of course, separating them at the top of the championship. How is that all going to change here this morning? We're nearly ready. The final riders just slotting into position. The green flag waves at the back, and then the red lights will come on for the start here in Misano. The revs rise, the red lights are on, and we go racing for race 1 of Junior GP, and there's a great start from Brian Uriarte. Marco Morelli looking up the inside on the run to turn 1. Who's going to be the bravest? So they tip it in to the right, and then of course the flip-flop to the left at turn 2. All safe so far. Uriarte does take the lead. The top 3 staying as was. Of course, Rico Salmela, a good start there from him actually, up from P4 on the grid. From the second row into P3, a big moment there in the front from Uriarte. Keeps on 2 wheels though, so he's not to be too worried about that, as there is some contact further back. Somehow everyone staying on as we tip it in towards the back straight, out of turn 6 now and on the power.
This is a good opportunity for Morelli. He's got the slipstream from Uriarte, who lost momentum after that moment under braking, but it looks like the number 51 will just hold on from his rival.
Through turn 8, plenty of different racing lines to take on the exit here. On the power once more, then the tricky turn 9 and turn 10. It's so easy to lose the front here. A lot of pressure on that front tyre. Everyone through in the top 5 nice and safely. And then, of course, we start building the speed faster and faster towards Corvone, towards turn 11. One of the quickest corners on the calendar. And Brian Uriarte trying everything he can to break that slipstream. He tips it into the right now. Marco Morelli looking up the inside and looking for an attack. Joel Esteban already inside the points. A cracking start from the 78.
Yeah, Esteban straight up into P14 on the opening lap so far. Just at the front, it looks like Morelli was defending hard from Salmela into turn 14. And Pratama is right in that battle as well. He's all over the back of the Finnish rider.
Veda Pratama and Casey O'Gorman running on the green there. They're not going to want to do that too many times during this race. Of course, you're allowed on the blue, but not on the green on the exit of the curbs, as we do have a rider down. It looks to be in the final sector. We do have Nicholas dropping down our timing screens at the moment, but the battle will continue on at the front, and Brian Uriarte does continue his charge. A clean first lap, and that's really what you need to do here at Misano. Get away and get in a rhythm as soon as possible.
It is, yeah, get away. Try and build a gap if you can. As we mentioned, it's so difficult, especially on the opening lap, to build that gap. But Uriarte held on to P1 from Morelli and Salmela, and as we said, Pratama P4, and O'Gorman has just moved up into 5th ahead of Jesus Rios.
Nicholas getting a little bit of help there from the marshals. We have a look. I do think it'll be a high side as well. We see there a massive high side, losing the rear, regrips, and off the track he goes. And that's going to be the end to his race 1. Hopefully he can get everything sorted for race 2 and be okay. As Marco Morelli now looks for a move at the front of the field. The top 4 beginning to break away as Brian Uriarte does go wide, and that is going to be the 97 who takes the lead. But of course now Uriarte is going to have the slipstream if he doesn't get attacked by Salmela through turn 11. Now he does look up the inside. Can he make a move? It's very, very tight. Veda Pratama as well looking up the inside of the 27. He gets that move made before they even arrive at turn 13.
Yeah, Uriarte had a bit of a moment just coming through turns 9 and 10, which allowed Morelli to claim the lead, and Morelli just able to hold on through Cavone, but it's now a big 4-rider group at the front. They have broken away from O'Gorman in P5.
Yeah, they continue to battle away at the front of this field. 15 laps remain, soon to be 14 laps to go, and this race will tick down very, very quickly. They come over the line now, and it's going to be 1.5 tenths fastest lap as well, changing hands between Morelli and Pratama. I expect that to go down as this race continues. Plenty of battles as well. Evan Belford now inside the top 10. He is looking in the podium hunt this weekend, but Pratama, a best new race lap. A great lap for him as another move at the front. Brian Uriarte up the inside, a change of lead once more. Now Marco Morelli back into second. Another opportunity to try and gather some data and see where he can be quicker.
He can. He's also got a good run out of turn 6. Turn 7 is just a flat-out kink in motorcycle racing. He will look at turn 8 on the inside. Can he get ahead under braking? No, Uriarte holds position.
Yeah, looking at Quercia corner, and he didn't get that one stuck. Of course, so easy to run wide in the braking zone here. You're asking so much from the brake, especially on these Junior GP bikes, where it's all about the corner speed. As Marco Morelli, another look up the inside, slightly tighter line through turns 9 and 10. No running wide this time, though, from Brian Uriarte, so he does continue to lead, but now it's all on the slipstream once more as we come towards Corvone.
It is, and last lap we saw 4 riders basically side by side through Corvone, this time all in a line. Uriarte holding position, Salmela all over the back of Morelli as Pratama just holds position at the moment, looking to see where he can make that move. Uriarte defending position through turn 14 to keep P1.
Now, as we're continuing this great fight, Joel Esteban now up into P11, so a great start there for him. He's free off the well, battling away in P7. But this race, once again, we see a few riders running on the green.
Yeah, a few riders running on the green. It looked like someone came down at turn 14. We're just waiting to see on timing, because yes, Casey O'Gorman went down at turn 14. He has rejoined the race.
Yeah, so Casey, not what he would have wanted this morning. The 67 now dropping down the time of the order. He's going to be going back to the drawing board later on as his teammate continues to battle at the front of the field. Rico Salmela continuing to look for a way past into second position. Gonzalez setting the fastest lap of the race. A new best race lap. Once again, the pace is so hot this morning. We're edging towards 26 degrees air Celsius. And it's all still in the AM. Now, Esteban, inside the top 10 he goes. One rider who's just entered the points, actually, is Leonardo Zani. Now, he's dropped down the order from his P11 start as his teammate runs in P6. So plenty of work to do for Zani. He's going to be looking to enter that top 10 by the end of this race, you would think. We still have 13 laps remaining in this one. Morelli taking that tighter line. A slight moment as well from Salmela in third. Is that going to affect his drive heading on to the back straight? Will this help Pratama try and get a little bit more slipstream?
It looks like it. Pratama was all over the back of Salmela through turn 10. It looks like the Finnish rider has got enough through Kavone to keep P3 at the moment, but it will come down to turn 14. Pratama having a look, actually, at turn 12. That is a big move from the Indonesian rider. Yeah,
big move. And now Rico Salmela back through he goes. And well, before we even arrived at turn 14, that move was already done and dusted. But it looks like a red flag has been shown, and that will be a stoppage to race 1 here in Junior GP. So the red flag bringing a stop to proceedings here on lap 4. And instead of going round, the riders will make their way back into the pit lane as we see the cause for the red flag on what looks to be the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, well, obviously it's Eric Miklion involved, the number 21, just receiving some medical attention, so we hope he is okay as riders come back into pit lane.
Yeah, of course, we send our best wishes there to Eric as the field make their way back into the pit lane. And well, we're only on lap 4, meaning that once we can get word of the restart, of course, the medics and the marshals have their job to do track side. It does mean that the riders are going to have to almost get back into focus again. This is almost a chance for them to have a break, have a rest, or have a reset, especially if it wasn't the start they had hoped for.
Yeah, it is a chance to have a reset as we obviously wait for any further information. A chance to debrief with teams, explain how the bike was feeling, discuss what can be changed. It will be important for the riders just to have that little debrief, maybe talk to teammates as well, see how they were feeling throughout those first 4 laps.
Yeah, and of course, when we do get restarted, of course, it's going to be a whole new start procedure for them, meaning that it's almost going to be like a sprint race in the finish up. Of course, 16 laps in distance was originally due to be run. We've done 4 laps so far, and then of course the time machines will eventually be updated once we understand the situation, once we have a new distance. But at the moment, the field's in their pit boxes, having a little drink of water, having a little rest before we get going. There's Kevin Farkas chilling in his box, still got the helmet on, of course. Some riders might opt to take the helmet off, have a little breather totally, or just keep your helmet on and keep in the zone.
Exactly, it'll be rider preference whether you want to take your helmet off, get a bit of fresh air, talk to your team, or keep the helmet on, keep in the zone.
Yeah, and well, plenty of support here today at Misano. Plenty of fans watching on trackside. It's something we've seen all year long. Of course, everyone loves a little bit of Junior GP action to spice up their weekend. And well, the Junior GP Classic was set to go first on the schedule here today. Of course, 50 points up for grabs, 2 races this weekend. So another challenge for them, with them having to have another opportunity later on after this first race is finished. Of course, they'll have another chance to maybe make a few tweaks with their setup, because it's one thing doing laps on your own or maybe with 4 or 5 riders in a free practice session. It's a whole other situation when everyone is pushing 150% out in a race.
Exactly, yeah. Race 2 will obviously be another chance to have things more refined. We just see Giulio Pugilis in the box, the home hero, obviously hoping for a good result this weekend.
Yeah, having a little chat at the moment with some of his engineers, so perhaps just a few little changes that he would like to make before the restart. But his teammate Joel Esteban did start from the back of the grid, and he fought his way through the order. When the red flag came out, P8. So a really, really solid start there for him. And this restart, once we obviously get more information on it, is really going to play into his hands.
It is, yeah. As more than 3 laps were completed, my understanding is that it will be grid positions based on last timekeeping point, which would put Esteban in the 3rd row. Obviously, we wait for that to be confirmed for any potential restart.
Yeah, and well, pit lane still busy at the moment. It was even busier this morning, of course, because we had our pit walk, something we have every single round, and it gives the fans an opportunity to get up and close with these machines and up close with these riders as well. Plenty of signatures being handed out, plenty of selfies as well, and it's always good to see such good fan engagement here at Junior GP. Of course, this being round 5 of the season. Next round we will be heading to Barcelona before we head to Valencia for our final round. But Joel Esteban, he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment in his box, but you can tell it's been warm out there on the track.
It is very warm out there. It might only be 25, 26 degrees Celsius air temperature, track temperature closer to 34 now, but it feels very, very warm. And obviously riding bikes in these conditions will be hard work.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work for everyone out there, and for the mechanics right now who are getting an extra workout on track in the pit boxes. But that track temp, it's just going to rise as the day goes on. We're expecting around 27, 28 degrees Celsius here this afternoon, as a little bit of dust gets put down on the curb, and the medics are continuing to do their job. But good news to hear that rider conscious and talking to the medics trackside.
Yeah, and obviously he will go to the medical centre for a checkup, but it is very good to see that he is conscious, and obviously we are sending our best wishes, to the number 21.
Yeah, and well, now I don't think we should be too far away from at least understanding how this restart is going to look as the fans wait on too. Plenty of them, I think, they came here just 1 week ago for the MotoGP San Marino Grand Prix, and have come back the weekend after for some Junior GP action. And really, I can't think of many circuits that are better in the world than here at Misano.
No, it's an incredible circuit. It's iconic throughout motorsport, especially bike racing, of course, but even car racing has had some phenomenal outings here. And it's in a prime location. It's 10 minutes from the beach. So if you wanted to make it a holiday, you can. We've just had from Race Direction, we will have a quick procedure. Pit lane open, still not confirmed, but it will be a 7-lap restarted race.
Yeah, so a 7-lap race, quick start procedure, meaning that unlike before when we had all the teams, the umbrellas, everything on the grid, we're not going to have that this time around. It's just going to be a simple go to the grid, check that you're in the right position, you'll have one team member there waiting for you, and then after that you'll head out on the warm-up lap and we will get going. But you can see the marshals sweeping the curbs, and well, of course, here we have the now well-known Misano curbs, and that's to stop the riders, or to at least try and prevent the riders from exceeding track limits. And that's, with the wider you go in the curb, the more rough it gets, meaning that it's more difficult and you basically lose time because there's less grip out there.
Exactly, and that's part of the reason why you see a lot of blue painted areas off track limits now. If you go on the blue, it's not a track limit offence. There are still some corners that have some green. The exit of turn 16, for example, there is a bit of green paint. You cannot run on that. You'll get a track limits warning, or if it's the last lap, you will be ordered to drop one, or you'll be dropped one position in the results. Yeah,
as we see Lucas Brown just a few moments ago chilling in his box, and well, he'll be looking for a good result here today. Of course, racing in the Red Bull Rookies this year as well. And well, I think it's fair to say one rider who's had a great year, both in Junior GP so far and in the Red Bull Rookies, was Brian Uriarte just 1 week ago.
Yeah, obviously he was crowned Red Bull Rookies champion for this season at Misano when it was on the bill with MotoGP, and he comes back to the same circuit, pole here this weekend, fighting at the front. It seems like a good circuit for him. Yeah, definitely, and some happy memories, happy recent memories as well for Brian. But, well, we're still waiting on the pit lane open time as we see some of the fans watching on trackside and just checking exactly what's going on while they're watching around the circuit, because there's some real good vantage points here at Misano, some great grandstands, some great bankings as well that you can sit on and even have a nice wee
picnic while you're watching on trackside.
Plenty of places to watch from. As we've highlighted the overtaking opportunities, which obviously are prime to watch from, but there are some iconic corners as well, which maybe you don't see as much overtaking, but you see riders pushing at the limit. Cavone is not a traditional overtaking spot, although we have seen a move there today. But you watch riders pushing through there. We saw it in Moto2 last week with Manuel Gonzalez sliding his way through turn 11, an iconic shot.
Yeah, exactly, and who knows, we could see that later on here today in the Moto2 European Championship. But, well, it's not a passing place normally, but anything can happen in the Junior GP and the European Talent Cup class especially, and there is confirmation. New race distance of 7 laps. We're still just waiting on a pit lane open time, as are the riders, and then, of course, they will be ready to go, and I'm sure a lot of them actually will be ready to go because they know once they get this time, it's not going to be too long. They're only going to have a couple minutes notice or 5 minutes notice or so before it opens usually. Exactly,
it will be very short notice, and then pit lane will be open for 1 minute usually, straight round to the grid. As you said, one mechanic just to check everything's working okay, warm-up lap, racing. It is a very quick start procedure.
Yeah, and well, we're looking at turn 8 at the moment, a corner which has decided so many races and impacted so many championships, both here in the Junior GP paddock and in the World Superbike paddock, and even in the Grand Prix paddock as well. We've seen even race decided last week. But, well, as we're looking at, you can see some of the stunning art as well that are surround the runoff areas here at Misano. And, yeah, what better way to watch the race and then up on some of the vantage points. There's plenty of viewing opportunities as well at the top of the pit lane, which is perfect to see because you see all the riders in a few moments time get ready and the big hustle and bustle and rush down in pit exit.
Exactly, yeah, you'll see the rush, as you said, to get out onto track, out of the pits. We are still waiting for that pit lane open time to be confirmed, but as we said, it will be a quick start procedure with a 7-lap race distance.
Yeah, 7 laps, a full-on sprint, and well, heading into this weekend, we had just under 20 nationalities that will be taking part this weekend. Evan Belford, smile on his face, and I'm sure he's looking forward to this restart. He was feeling very confident heading into this weekend, and actually, of course, he took part in the Moto3 World Championship last weekend in San Marino, and he did crash out. But it was his debut, and he was there to fight within the pack, showing how competitive Junior GP is. And most interestingly, when we spoke to him, he did say that he could pretty much copy and paste the setup he used from last week as a starting point for this weekend, and it instantly worked.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously, conditions will be slightly different, depending obviously on temperature, if it rained during the week, for example. But he'll have a very, very good reference to start the weekend with, and then it's just refining rather than trying to find the best setup. It was just small tweaks he would have needed to make.
Yeah, some small tweaks, and it makes your weekend a lot easier than what it might have been if he didn't take part. But of course, a couple of winners so far this year, 3 winners so far in 2025, and Junior GP always springing the surprise. And of course, after this first race of the day for Junior GP, we then will start turning our attention to the ETC before it's time for Moto2, and then of course Junior GP back out later on this afternoon. So this second race is well, it's going to be completely different from this one, providing no stoppages. So, meaning almost we've got a sprint race as race 1 now, and then race 2 later on. We're going to hopefully have the full 16 laps in distance. So, no matter what we see in this restart, it could be a completely different story this afternoon.
It could be, yeah. As you said, we'll be hoping for a 16-lap race this afternoon, down to 7 laps after the red flag stoppage. Here, we just saw Vader Pratama on screen. He made big progress up into the podium places. Will or should start from the front row. I believe he was running in P3 when the red flag was thrown, maybe P4. He'll be hoping to make another good start to see if he can be P2 or even P1 on lap 1.
Yeah, Pratama, super impressive on that start, of course, the number 9. Continuing to have a good year, but pit lane will be open in just over 5 minutes time at 11:25, and on pole position it's going to be Brian Uriarte from Marco Morelli and Rico Salmela in 3rd position. Pratama, Gonzalez and Rioth will be starting from row 2, and Joel Esteban, he'll be starting from P10. So a little look at the timing screens, of course, that'll be taken at the last completed lap for all the riders. So Pratama crossing the line in P4 as Singapong is on screen, and well, Singapong, he did have to start from the back of the grid, and now he's starting from P26. So slightly higher up the order and slightly less of a drama for him as we get confirmation of that quick start procedure and the pit lane opening time.
Yeah, so Singapong, he said, did make some progress in the opening 4 laps, perhaps not as much as he would have liked, but will go from row 9 rather than row 11. So he has moved up the order. And as you mentioned, Joel Esteban, we mentioned it at the start of the program, his race pace this year has been phenomenal. Starting from row 4 rather than the back of the grid, expect him to be in contention in that lead group sooner rather than later, even over a 7-lap distance.
Yeah, super impressive stuff. As just over 4 minutes till pit lane opens. We'll have to keep a good eye this time around on Casey O'Gorman after that slight error in the first start. He starts from P24 on the grid for this one, and perhaps a rider like Casey is the exact person that someone like Singapong or Lucas Brown or even Achime is going to be looking at following on this second start of the race because they know he's going to move forward.
O'Gorman is a good reference for all the riders behind him. He will be hoping he can move forward quickly. We know he is starting out of position for this one after his crash at turn 14 in the original start. He basically needs to copy Esteban from the first 4 laps and move up into the points as soon as possible. If he can do it on the opening lap and then just gradually over the next 6 build up into a top 10, it will be a good comeback for the Irishman.
A very happy Zem Matani there in the pit box. As well, the marshal's just putting down the grid positions just to tell the teams and the riders exactly where they need to go for this restart. I'm sure they'll be looking at the timing screens themselves just to have a little glance and try and remember that for later on. But at the moment, the crowd just waiting as we are here in the commentary box. But track temperature continuing to rise, over 34 degrees now. And with bikes circulating around the circuit all day long, it's going to continue getting hotter and hotter. And I'm sure some of these riders are going to be hoping that it doesn't enter the greasy phase of the track surface and when it starts to get really tricky out there, especially on the front end.
Exactly. Yesterday we saw throughout the practice and qualifying sessions that track temperatures did reach 50 degrees Celsius. We're some way away from that now, but the sun is beating down on the circuit and will do all day. And as you say, couple that with the bikes going around virtually all day. Track temperature is going to probably get close to or even exceed that because it does feel warmer today than it did yesterday.
Yeah, as we see Serpa sitting inside the box, nice and happy yet again, and trying to keep everything cool, calm and collected, I think it's fair to say. While a few team members, team managers have a little chat in pit lane. It's always a busy pit lane down here in Misano. Of course, it's plenty of riders home round, meaning there's a few extra paddock passes that usually get brung.
Yeah, an Italian rider will always bring friends and family to the home round. Anyone will bring friends and family to a home round, in fairness, but Misano always has plenty of people attending, whether it's guests of teams and riders, people in the stands as we're seeing now. 2 minutes until pit lane opens, or just under 2 minutes at this point until pit lane opens, and then riders will be heading back on track.
Yeah, they will, and they'll be heading out towards the grid. And now, with less than 2 minutes to go, is the point where they're fully focused yet again. Maybe a last chat with their engineer about what the plan is for the start, because although it's Junior GP, and although it can be pretty chaotic on the first lap, every rider does go into the first lap with some sort of a plan.
Every rider will have a plan, as you say, but having a plan and then using that plan are 2 very different things. Uriarte had almost the perfect start on the first race. He stayed in P1. He built enough of a gap that he was able to defend from Morelli and Salmella in the early stages, and then until he made a mistake at turns 9-10 was leading the race.
Well, we're less than 1 minute until pit lane opens. The crowd still watching on, and they'll be here all day long. You can hear the starter motors beginning to fire. Of course, there's no starter motors like a conventional motorcycle on these Junior GP machines. Spin the rear wheel and essentially bump start it while it's standing still, and then they can get going from pit lane. You can see some of the teams now making their way out and getting the bike started before we get going. That is going to be the AGR team. Of course, one of their riders being Moliani as they head out of pit lane now. The bikes are fired and we're nearly ready to get going for the restart of Junior GP Race 1 here at Misano. Brian Uriarte's bike still in the pit box as things stand. Of course, he is going to have a little bit of time before pit lane shuts as he comes out now. Visor down. Well, that is someone who means business. That is someone who's ready to take yet another win in 2025. Can he do it is a different thing. But Brian Uriarte, your championship leader, 17 points. He leads by. We're going to be not too far away. We're going to be 7 laps of racing away from finding out how that's going to look after race 1.
It was interesting to see the contrast. Everyone rushing out of their box to get on track, and then Uriarte just taking his time a little bit, maybe a bit more relaxed, knowing from the first 4 laps he had the pace to stay at the front. Just a bit of a contrast there from basically everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely agree with that. And what we've seen in the first start was that, of course, the 51, he was able to stay at the front, while second, third, and fourth, Pratama, Salmela, and of course, Morelli was battling away behind them, and all that done was slowed up themselves and allowed Brian Uriarte to continue to edge away, apart from that slight mistake we did see at turn 10. But again, it's the opening laps, you're super fired up, there's a lot of adrenaline, and he only made it once. As soon as he made that mistake, the next couple laps after that, he was perfect.
And he also made sure to respond from that mistake straight away by moving back into P1 at the earliest opportunity. So he knew that it didn't cost him too much in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, he will be hoping he doesn't do it again, because he won't want to be dropping down to P2, P3, because we saw in the first race, it was a 4-rider group fighting for victory. As you mentioned, Morelli, Salmela, Pratama behind him were scrapping out, just giving Uriarte an advantage, even if his lap times weren't massively faster. He was able to just eke out the gap as they were battling behind him.
Now, David Gonzalez, he starts from row 2. He's going to start from P5 in this restart. He set some very, very quick times on that first start of race 1. And now he's heading from the second row. He's going to try and get away with his front group this time around and try and make it at least a 5-bike battle.
If the number 11 can post the same lap times as he was doing in the first start, he'll be there. He will 100% be there. Gonzalez will be looking just... He won't have to fight to build that gap this time now, because he is right there. If he can do it on the opening lap as well, maybe get in the mix, maybe he can jump up 1 or 2 positions, he'll be fighting for a podium.
Yeah, he's going to be fighting for a podium if everything works out. Brian Uriarte, hoping that everything works out this time around. One final word, one final good luck from his mechanics, and now we're ready to go. The tension is rising here in Italy, the tension is rising here in Misano. Well, the Adriatic coast is about to see some drama. It's going to be, of course, a quick warm-up lap before we do get going. The green flag lap does start now. And what better way to start it than, well, Brian Uriarte getting his tyres up to temperature, everyone getting their tyres up to temperature, their brakes up to temperature, and their mind back up to speed and in the zone once more. Yeah,
the warm-up lap just to evaluate conditions. As I said, track temperature has risen since they were out on track not that long ago. It's now 34.8 degrees, so we're really close to that 35-degree mark. So just evaluating conditions, seeing how the bike feels. They can't make any changes now, of course, but you can adapt your riding style to get the best out of it.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be Uriarte on pole once again, but Rico Salmela now starting from the front row of the grid. Of course, he started from row 2 on the first start of things. Now it's another opportunity for him to try and get the whole shot on the run to turn 1 and try and brake just slightly deeper, even if he has to push 1 or 2 people wide. It's going to be a good opportunity for him to break any momentum for building in the opening laps.
It is. Turn 1, if he can get another good launch in game positions, he will be able to potentially challenge Uriarte into turn 1. If not, turn 4 we know is a pinch point, especially on the opening laps. That will be crucial if Salmela is able to get a good launch.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this one plays out. The riders at the moment just making their way out of turn 10 towards Curvone, where we've seen some moves being made at the first start of things. It's one of the fastest corners that we have on the calendar, and on these machines, it's basically flat out. It's as fast as you dare, but the hardest part is when you're leaned over to the right-hand side of the bike, it's knowing where the end of the track is and not exceeding track limits, because it's so easy to go in the green through there.
It is so easy to run just a little bit wide, but if you run wide and touch the green on that final lap, you will be forced to drop 1 position in the result. Obviously, you will get track limits warnings if you're doing it on the first 6 laps in this case, so vital to not go on the green.
Well, Brian Uriarte now in the P1 spot. He is ready to rock and roll here in the restart of Junior GP Race 1. Marco Morelli looking ready to duel out on track. Rico Samela starting in P3 on the 27. What can he do on board the Honda? Two Hondas on the front row. Of course, Brian Uriarte starting his way on board the KTM. The green flag waves at the back. We're ready to race once more here in Junior GP Race 1. The red lights are on. And the red lights are off, and we go racing for the restart. It's a good start for Brian Uriarte, a great start for Rico Salmela, who looks for a move at turn 1. He can't get that one made though. The Doctor's Dangle all the way into turn 1. Marco Morelli round the outside, on the inside now, but Rico Salmela toughing it out towards turn 3. And the 27, he does hold on to it. Second position now from P3 on the grid. Joel Esteban trying to pick up some positions further down the order. He's already ahead of his teammate Sullivan Mountsie. So Mountsie dropping back a few positions there on the start of things, but can he follow his teammate through the field? As Brian Uriarte leads the way from Rico Salmela, Marco Morelli in third position. A couple riders running very, very wide on the exit of turn 6.
Running very wide on the exit of turn 6 indeed, on the blue, so it won't be an issue. Morelli looking up the inside back into P2 at turn 8, but Salmela, can he hold it around the outside? He can't. Morelli takes position, and that is David Gonzalez as well, ahead of the Finnish rider. The number 27 was forced wide, now responding into turn 10.
Now Rico Salmela looking to reclaim third position. He has made that one work. Can he get some slipstream now though this time around? Veda Pratama following him through. The 54 just behind Jesus Rioff in P6. Now we come through Cavrone for the first time of asking who's going to be in the slipstream, who's going to be looking for a move down towards turn 13 and 14 now. And what a move we see there from Gonzalez, making his way for the field. A little bit of contact maybe there, but a big, big moment nevertheless. And that's going to force Pratama now to drop behind Rioff and now lose yet another position. This is going to be a short and snappy race. We come towards to make it 6 laps to go in just 1 corner's time.
Yeah, plenty of riders on the green on that opening lap there. We see Gonzalez and Salmela. Well, Gonzalez was very wide there through the final corner. Jesus Rios is all over the back of the number 11. Morelli challenging Uriarte into turn 1, not able to make the move as Gonzalez heads into P3.
Now Pratama up the inside, setting up Jesus Rioff, and now all the way he loses a position, potentially going to lose another position now to the likes of Joel Esteban and Evan Belford behind Sullivan Mountsie. Just at the back of this group, you have a big, big group forming at the head of things. So far, 5, 6, 7 riders. Rico Salmela is down. Rico Salmela has crashed out of race 1. On lap 2 of this restart, the 27 has hit the deck and now running to pick up his bike. The battle will continue at the head of things. Brian Uriarte does continue to lead the way. Now for Marco Morelli. Of course, Rico Salmela second in the championship. A massive points blow this time out.
Costly points blow for the number 27. It looks like he is potentially trying to rejoin the race. I was just about to say, the scrapping behind Uriarte and Morelli was allowing those two to break away. And there is a bit of a gap between the top 2 and Gonzalez, who's about half a second back. We just see what happens here. Just look like maybe potentially on the curb, the bike a bit unsettled, and Salmela crashing out.
Yeah, the bike gave him a few warnings, I think it's fair to say, but at turns 3 and turns 4, it's so tricky. Turns 4 and 5 actually, it's so tricky to save anything because you're constantly on that side of the tyre. As we see the live championship standings, 42 points Salmela is now back, and well, Casey O'Gorman, if he has a good ride, of course now already inside the points, P12 as things stand, potentially Casey O'Gorman could overtake the likes of Salmela depending on how well he does in this race, certainly by the end of the day.
Yeah, O'Gorman, will look to keep moving up the order. I'd say up to 12th already, up to 11th actually. He's just got ahead of Puglisi to move into P11. Uriarte defending from Morelli. Gonzalez has closed that gap up actually. He was a 10th quicker than Morelli on that last lap and 2 tenths quicker than Uriarte. So Gonzalez is not out of this, but he has dropped Pratama in P4. Yeah,
Pratama now has dropped back, and Jesus Rioff just behind him with Joel Esteban also going to be looking for a way through. Joel Esteban made so much time up in the first couple of laps, especially on the first start of things, but this is where it begins to get tricky. You get towards the riders you usually are battling with, as Marco Morelli has a look up the inside. He thinks better of it this time around at turn 8, but Esteban, this is where it gets tricky because he's going against people he's been racing with all season long.
Not just that, but the pace at the front is very similar. The top 3, we're just seeing, Pratama up the inside of Jesus Rios at turns 9 and 10. He's wide. Rios has the chance to cut back onto the run into Cavani, and it looks like he is back ahead of the number 9.
Yeah, he's back through as things stand. Pratama demoted 1 position, down to P5 at the moment. He has some slipstream. Is he going to look for a response, or is it going to be Joe Esteban on the attack? We're not going to have to wait too much longer to find out. They head into the braking zone now towards the likes of turn 14. Brian Uriarte, another moment there on the front, nothing to worry about just yet. Turn 15 now. Plenty of races have been decided here. It's so easy to lose the front. And then heavy on the brakes once more into Misano corner, turn 16, the final turn. Casey O'Gorman off the track once again, the background onto the green. And that's going to be another strike to his tally. He's not going to want to do that too many more times.
No, he really is not going to. He is, well, he's just in the top 10 now. Looks like he's just lost out to Muninyane for P9. At the front, Uriarte still defending from Morelli. He's not able to break away from Morelli or Gonzalez behind. It is very much a freeway fight for the win. They are more than a second clear of Rios in P4.
6-wheeler at the head of things. 4 laps now remain. And Brian Uriarte, it's going to be interesting to see or know by the end of the race if he's been told that Rico Samela has crashed out. Of course, it's his main rival so far this season. How much does he dare to risk, or did the team just let him get on with things? Because right now he's pushing to the absolute limit. Over the line, 89 thousandths of a second he led by over Marco Morelli. And Marco Morelli, of course, he's raced in even Grand Prix World Championship as a wildcard or replacement rider. Now he's beginning to show his experience as he looks up the inside towards turn 9. Thinks better of it and slots back in before they even arrive at turn 10.
Slotting in behind him, just keeping P2, but keeping the slipstream on the run into Caverna. Uriarte going very defensive on that run into turn 11. It was interesting seeing the 2 different lines the pair have taken all race, and in the first race as well, through turns 9 and 10. Morelli generally taking a slightly tighter line than the number 51.
Now I do see Boggio dropping down the timing screen, so hopefully nothing wrong with him, as we do see actually turn 10 crash. So number 47 becoming our first victim of turn 10 so far this weekend, and there is Dodo Boggio in the gravel. You can just see the long lap penalty on the outside of the circuit, but so easy to do, so easy to lose the front through there, and you can't blame him on this short race. It's maximum attack, and will we see attack this time around with this lap from Marco Morelli for the lead?
He was having a look at turn 1 but couldn't make the move. Just looking at the lap times, virtually the same between Uriarte and Morelli. Gonzalez around a tenth slower this time, so the top 2 looking to break away, although it looks like Uriarte on that short run into turn 4 was making his own break. Yeah, he's very quick in that first sector alone. I think that's fair to say. It's going to be interesting to see what the sector times are. But now exiting turn 6 on the power once more. Jesus Rios just ahead of Veda Pratama. Casey O'Gorman only up into P9 as things stand, just behind Sullivan Mountsie. Up the inside though goes Veda Pratama. Up the inside he goes to number 9. Makes the move work. Will it be a response from Rios? Yes, it will. But will he run wide? Can he carry all the corner speed that is needed towards turn 9? They'll go side by side yet again. The 54 does look up the inside of Pratama, but thinks better of it, and he'll just slot him behind because 3 laps remaining. Not too much to stress about. That is actually O'Gorman further back, just ahead of Sullivan Mountsie. But it's a 6-wheeler at the front. It's a 6-wheeler in the battle for P4 as well. What more can you ask for in Junior GP Race 1? Deliver him once more. It's been an incredible race so far. We're looking at the battle for P4. Pratama leading Rios and John Esteban. We mentioned earlier, Esteban not able to make that progress from P6. He's there, but the pace is so similar at the front between the top 3 and P4 to P6 running their own race. Pratama's just, well, on the last lap was in the 142s, whereas everyone else was in the 141s. So maybe holding up the riders behind him at this point.
Yeah, exactly. But it's going to be tricky to get past them. You didn't mention how tricky some of the corners are here at Misano to get through. Some of them you have to follow behind and just try to get a better drive into a better overtaking opportunity, like we seen last time around at turn 8. But Jesus Rios not able to do it this time around. Plenty of moves being made further down the order. Uriarte fastest lap of the race, the new best race lap as well. So clear that Uriarte's pushing on, but Marco Morelli able to keep tabs on him. Perhaps Gonzalez has dropped back a little bit, but certainly the 97, he's looking strong, and the battle is not over yet.
It's not. Gonzalez was 2 tenths slower than Uriarte on that lap, so it looks like he potentially doesn't have enough to go with him. Morelli was a tenth slower, but he's still all over the back of the number 51. The fight for the win is not over yet with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. Marco Morelli looking initially on the outside, then on the tighter line. Just trying to get a better drive out of turn 10. Use all the slipstream that is possible as we now build up speed towards Corvone. We're on the penultimate lap of things. Next time around, it will be the final lap of the race. Marco Morelli building for a move here. Can he make it work? The 97 using all the slipstream, tucking in absolutely everything he could on that back straight. But he slots in behind and keeps his powder dry as we prepare for the final lap. It's going to be fireworks because Marco Morelli, he's not going to finish this race without at least one chance of victory.
He's not. He will look for any opportunity he can. Just to note, Gonzalez has, in that third sector, just closed the gap up a little bit. He's lost it through that final sector. Morelli was on the blue there on the exit of turn 16. Not a problem as long as he didn't touch the green. Doesn't have a look at turn 1, so that's one opportunity going. But Morelli faster than Uriarte on that lap by a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the race. Another new best race lap. This is a hot pace at the front of the field. Where is the move going to come? Marco Morelli, he's not going to finish second lying down. He's going to look for any opportunity through. Junior GP, we can see champions are born here. Now Marco Morelli is going to prove what he can do on this final lap. The 97 in the slipstream. Will he pull out heading towards turn 8? Heavy on the brakes. We go now, and he does look up the inside. Releases the brake, but has to think better of it. Brian Uriarte had a big look behind. He knows how close Marco is as towards turn 9 and 10, and then building up speed once more.
This run through turn, Morelli, is he going to? No, he can't quite get it done. Uriarte was very wide, even for his standards, through turn 10. Now it's all about the run through turn 11, 12, and 13 to set up a move into 14. Morelli is close, but is he close enough into Curva del Carlo to make that move?
David Gonzalez still sitting there in third position. If anything happens in this final sector, he's going to be here to pick up the pieces. Brian Uriarte leads the way, just a few more corners to go. Gonzalez down the inside he goes at turn 14. He thinks better of it though. Is that going to mess up Marco Morelli's momentum? We'll wait for the field to appear, and Brian Uriarte does lead the way still. Heading into final corner, it's going to be a drag race to the line. You would think Brian Uriarte holds on to it. The 51 to the line we go now, and who's it going to be? It looks like it's Marco Morelli. Marco Morelli has picked it at the line. 75 thousandths of a second. Brian Uriarte in P2. And well, David Gonzalez in third. Everything changes on the exit of that final corner. So impressive from Morelli. He timed that perfectly. He just waited until the final corner. And well, everything was on the run to the line. Brian Uriarte will be kicking himself for that one, but I don't think he's going to be terribly upset once he finds out that he still has increased his points margin over the likes of Rico Salmela in this one, especially after Salmela crashing out. Casey O'Gorman as well, just going through there. He crossed the line down in 9th. Not really able to make up too many positions there on that last lap. But the podium has been confirmed. Brian Uriarte will finish this one in 2nd place. So a good race for Brian. He sat at the front all the way, and that just gave Marco Morelli a little bit of time just to be able to calculate where he can be quicker. David Gonzalez, P8 in the standings, 54 points to his name, so that has placed him just ahead of the likes of Jesus Rios and stuff. Now, as he heads towards Parc Fermé, where the celebrations will begin, and of course, our race winner, Brian Uriarte, will have a quick chat with Jack down there, or of course, actually, Marco Morelli will have a quick chat with Jack down there. Sadly, we won't get to hear from Brian just yet to hear his thoughts after a dramatic 2nd place finish. But you can see how elated Marco Morelli is for this win. He's raced in a whole host of championships over the years. He's even done some wildcards in the RNG British Talent Cup, rocking up as a wildcard at Thruxton a few years back and dominating proceedings there. And now in Junior GP, he adds to his collection of trophies. He does add another P1 to the 97's cabinet back at home. They head into pit lane now, where the celebrations will begin. And one thing's guaranteed, the whole MLAV racing squad will be there, ready to celebrate with him. Of course, all riders will have to be weighed as they come into Parc Fermé, just checking everyone is within the regulations of the minimum bike and rider combined weight. But what a show it's been for the fans down there in Parc Fermé. The celebrations, the hugs to begin as he makes his way over to the scales to get weighed. 79 points now to his name in the championship, catapults him to P5 in the standings. It was his first podium of the season last time out at Aragon, and now it's his first win. What better way to do it than here at Misano? Good sportsmanship as well between the two of them. A nice little handshake being exchanged as the officials just check everything is all good to go. And well, yeah, you can see it there on Marco Morelli's face. But of course, this happens with all our top 3 finishers. Just checking that everything's okay, and then he'll sign that everything is correct, and then we can well and truly get going once again. But this is the run to the line, and this is Marco Morelli catapulting out the final corner, building more momentum. He had a tighter line on the exit, but he was able to carry a bit more corner speed, and through he went. I don't think Brian Uriarte could believe it once he seen the 97 ahead of him at that finish line. Celebrations began before he even arrived at turn 1. A punch to the air. As well, you can see it there from Brian's team. It is what it is. There's nothing more he could have done at this one. Celebrating with the team, you can see Macaulay just over to the left there. He's done a great job with MLAV Racing over the past couple of years in Junior GP, and now getting the step up as well to the Grand Prix World Championship. So doing a good job down there with things, continuing to develop riders and bring them through the ranks as well. Of course, Marco Morelli, he was known as Mr. No Plan B when he was pretty much left without a ride, and he just had Red Bull rookies to try and show himself, try and show the talent that he had. I think it's fair to say he's well and truly done it. Evan Belford, massive hugs down in Parc Fermé, so happy for his teammate. And I think Evan, he'll be happy with his ride too. P7 for him, and overall a good point scoring morning for MLAV Racing. David Gonzalez, a podium for him, as we said. He sat there comfortably all the way. He did have a little look at the inside of Marco Morelli on that final lap. As you can see, where they'll be celebrating very, very soon on the podium. Already waiting for things to begin. And you can hear the cheers are continuing to rage on there. So the Argentine rider is P1 here this morning. Can he make it 2 wins from 2 races this afternoon? We're not going to have to wait too long to find out and to answer that question, however.
Okay. I don't have headset, so can you tell me when? I don't have headset, so can you tell me when?
Marco Morelli down there in Parc Fermé, having a quick chat with Jack.
Marco, what a race. You and Brian and David pushing each other all the way. Just talk us through that final lap where you took P1.
Yeah, it was a sensational race. As always, Brian was pushing a lot. He's the top reference rider here, I think, and yeah, he's the championship leader. He was very strong. From the beginning we pushed, but then they stopped the race. So I was thinking maybe it was going to be a bigger group, but as before, Brian pushed away, and we only stayed David and me. And it was super difficult to pass him, no? Because the KTM have a bit more of acceleration, so I was arriving to the braking points a bit with a bit gap. But in the end, in the last corner, he tried to defend a lot, and I just prepared the corner and had a good speed on the exit. And this is what I did, and I'm super happy. Finally, the first victory of the team, first victory of me in Junior GP, so I only can say thank you for all the people.
Marco, congratulations.
Thank you.
A sensational race, a sensational ride for Marco Morelli. And let's look how he done it. So Marco Morelli did get a good start to things. Brian Uriarte leading the way. There was moves made on the first couple laps. Rico Salmela remaining in P3. A high side though, further down the order. That brought an end to his race day. And then there was a red flag that brought a stoppage to the race after a crash for the number 21. Of course, he was treated trackside by the medics. It was a quick clean-up operation before the restart got underway. Now, Brian Uriarte did lead the field once more. An even better start for Rico Salmela this time around. He looked up the inside at turn 1, couldn't get it done, so he slotted into second position. Marco Morelli quickly responded, putting himself into second place, shoving Salmela wide as Salmela dropped another position to David Gonzalez. You've seen the crash there for the 27. That was an end to his morning, and that was some points lost. Brian Uriarte continued to lead the field. Marco Morelli was assessing the situation, trying to understand where he could make the pass, trying to understand where he could make the move. Jesus Rioth and Pratama had their fight. This was for P4, with Joel Esteban sitting in behind. Dojo Boggio crashed out at turn 10, bringing an end to his morning for the Italian. No points scored in race 1. While Pratama continued to look for a move to be made. This was towards turn 8. He was able to make it work this time around, with Joel Esteban still trying to find a way through, still trying to find a chunk in their armour. But then on the final lap, it was Uriarte who led the way into the final corner and out of the final corner, but on the run to the line. Marco Morelli continued to build things. And well, that's how it was decided. An incredible launch at the final corner, and P1 to his name. Marco Morelli, your race 1 winner here in Junior GP Misano. As the podium celebrations aren't too far away now, and you can just see some of the MLAV team up on the podium celebrating as the team member before David Gonzalez heads out on to the podium. Happy times for him, to say the least. Brian Uriarte still happy with P2. Well, of course, we're going back to the drawing board in search of his 5th win of the year. Marco Morelli, though, your race winner. And well, he's delighted with that one. It means so much to him. And I'm sure with the Argentina national anthem just about to ring out in a few moments' time here in Misano, it's going to make things even more special. But first, the trophies. And you can see, pointing to the rest of the team down there in pit lane. Gonzalez now, he'll point that in the air. He's happy with that one. And well, that's another trophy to his cabinet. Marco Morelli as well, he'll get his trophy now. And I'm sure he'll be running out of room back at home for what he needs to store all these trophies that he's picking up so far this year. Both, of course, in Junior GP and in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. The future is bright, as is the future for your winner. Marco Morelli in race 1 lifts up the trophy here in Misano. As well, we hear the national anthem ring out. So that was your podium, and now this is where the celebration well and truly begins. Of course, Some Prosecco for Morelli, for Gonzalez and Brian Iriarte. It is just going to be some sparkling water for them. It's of course not quite age to enjoy Prosecco just yet here at Junior GP. But of course the photos now will be taken and they'll be posted of course on social media later on, which I'm sure will end up in the MLAV Racing PR. But look at your final results here in Misano. Marco Morelli is your winner, from Brian Iriarte and David Gonzalez in third. That is your podium, with Veda Pratama and Joel Esteban rounding out top 5. Jesus Rios, Evan Belford and Zen Matani took up the top 8 spots, while Casey O'Gorman, after battling back following an early error, came home in P9. Pugliese finished and rounded out the top 10 with Moloyani in P11. Salvamenzi took 12th with Leo Ramostoffer in P13. Lance Vermara took up 14th, while Hakim Dinesh rounded out our point scorers here, just ahead of Leonardo Zani. So Zani, he'll be going back to the drawing board later on. Singapong up to P19 after his back of the grid earlier on this morning. Not quite points yet for him. Lucas Brown rounding out the top 25 here in Misano. But a big shift in that race. You can see some of our DNFs as well. Dodo Boggio being the most recent. Rico Salmela, Nicholas and Micheleon were all DNFs in race 1. They'll be looking for a better result later this afternoon as Junior GP heads out for race 2. And a quick look at the championship standings now, because things have well and truly shifted as Brian Iriarte extends his hold on the championship to 37 points. Rico Samela, his crash is going to pay dividends this year, with Casey O'Gorman sitting P3. Joel Esteban, Marco Morelli now up into P5 as well, both of them picking up a place as Leonardo Zani drops to 6th following no points scored. Zen Matani up into P10 in the championship standings. Pugliese just dropping back to 11th. Veda Pratama, some good points scored here this morning as well. He sits P12. Evan Belford up to P14 too. Sullivan Mountsie scoring 15 points so far this year. He's up into 17th position in the championship. Singapore, he still sits P20, but Moloyani is closely behind. Lucas Brown and Kevin Farkas take up your final championship spots. It's Brian Iriarte who extends his championship advantage here this morning, but he was not able to take the win. That goes the way to Marco Morelli here this morning. Marco Morelli wins race 1 here at Misano. The European Talent Cup is ready and raring to go for another action-packed weekend here at Misano with 2 races and 50 points up for grabs. The ETC riders always put on a show with last lap battles becoming common in the championship, which couldn't be any closer. Fernando Barrosa and Alex Longarella lead into this weekend tied on points, with every point proven to be pivotal in this title race. Make sure you don't miss anything as the field prepares to race in this 4.23-kilometre circuit, which is known for putting champions in the shop window. Located near the circuit, near the city of Rimini, the Misano World Circuit mark with Simoncelli. It's always a rider favourite circuit, and after what we saw at Aragon, we're in store for another cracker, this time on the Adriatic coast. Well, looking back at Misano just a few weeks ago, it was all action at Aragon for the European Talent Cup. With just one race to settle the scores, tension was high, and as the lights went out, there was a huge group of riders that began to form at the front, with Alvaro Lucas and Fernando Barrosa getting involved in the fight. Carlos Cano soon took control of things. He'd fight his way through the field after sitting outside the podium positions in the early laps. Fernando Barrosa launching down the inside of Lucas, dropping him back 1 position. Cano, though, hit the front nice and early on as the fights continued, with everything building towards another last lap showdown in classic European Talent Cup fashion. It went down to the final lap and soon went down to the final corner. Fernando Barrosa would have some hairy moments, but everything would be decided in a nice clean result. Everyone stayed on board in the closing laps. Barrosa, though, would get the perfect launch at the final corner and winning at Motorland once again. The 69 took victory. But now we're here in Misano. We're here for round 5 of the European Talent Cup season. 2 races on the schedule here today, and we've already had some European Talent Cup action. My name's Lewis Ray. I'm bringing you through all the action this weekend. It's going to be myself and Jack Amy. And well, Jack, we've seen some interesting action this morning. They've already had a last chance race, which we'll get into pretty soon. But from what we've seen from that action, once again, looking to be very, very close in the European Talent Cup.
It will be very close in ETC this week, and particularly in this race. 15 laps coming up at Misano. It's a circuit with plenty of overtaking opportunities anyway. But I would also like to talk about qualifying yesterday. Fernando Barrosa looked like he had pole in the bag. He had a huge margin to the riders behind. He went out in Group A. He set the reference. Carlos Cano, until his last lap, was nowhere near Barrosa's time, and he pulled it out of the bag to claim pole here at Misano. It was, even before the racing had started, it was an incredible fight for P1.
Yeah, the 72 Art Box racing team really know how to spot a talent, and while Carlos Cano, well, he's proved himself already in the European Talent Cup, of course, running the #1 plate this season. But Carlos Cano starting on pole position alongside Fernando Barrosa, and of course Borelli will join the front row. We'll bring you through the entire grid a little bit closer to the time, but the championship is tied at the top as we have a look at yesterday.
I do a perfect work this weekend with the team, and yes, I do a perfect lap, amazing lap, and well, I'm ready for tomorrow for these 2 races, and I do my best tomorrow.
Cano starts from pole. He's going to aim to do his best here today, and well, you would definitely think so. Cano sits P4 in the championship as things stand, a little bit off the leaders at the front, 28 points away from the championship lead. But the championship lead, Fernando Barrosa and Alex Longarella. Now, we'll get into Longarella because he's starting not where he normally would, but in terms of points, 0 points separating them, tied at the top here in the European Talent Cup, plus Alvaro Lucas just 8 points behind. 8 points separating the top three. What a race we're in for here today.
We are in for a barnstorming race. Longarella will have to move forward from P23 on the grid if he's not going to lose out too much to his rivals. It's a good chance for Cano to put himself right in contention as well at this late stage of the season, because if he can take a big points gain on Longarella, he'll be right there after this race and potentially after race 2 as well.
Yeah, it will be, and well, it's all going to be on what points they can pick up here today. You can see how focused they are on the grid. That, of course, being Fernando Bajosa. Now, he starts P2, first in the championship as things stand, is the number 16. 3 wins to his name so far this season, 1 at Estoril, 1 at Magny-Cours, and 1 at Aragon. So, well, he's clearly shown that he can be fast at plenty of different circuits, and he'll be looking to add Misano to his collection here today.
It was his best qualifying result of the season. He'd only been off the front row once. That was at Jerez, and that was the only circuit he didn't take victory at. But he'll be hoping he can convert that into a 4th win of the season and take advantage of Longarella being well down the order.
And well, Christian Borelli, how impressive is this? P14 in the championship, 1 podium so far in 2025 to his name. That, of course, coming at Magny-Cours, where it was slightly different conditions to today, I think it's fair to say. But Christian Borelli, so impressive on the front row in dry conditions and in front of his home crowd.
He has taken a big step in recent rounds. 5th on the grid at Magny-Cours. He was 11th in his qualifying 2 group at Aragon, but was disqualified. Back of the grid start for slow sectors. Front row on home soil. We'll be looking for that 2nd podium of the season.
Now, you mentioned some back of the starters as we look at Lorenzo Pertelli on the screen. Now, there's plenty of housekeeping, as is starting fashion in the ETC. But looking at this race, we have a few back of the grid penalties. That being the number 23 of Galan, Tineth, the number 77, Osorio on the number 94, Perez on the number 12. Well, Perez and Ruz will start at the back of the grid as the replacement riders, or the reserve riders, if you will, after winning the last chance race earlier on. But in terms of penalties, Galan, Tineth and Osorio all getting penalised in qualifying, and, well, Tineth as well, given 1 long lap penalty to go through. So 3 penalties, and obviously we have our 2 riders from the last chance race.
Yeah, lots of work to do for Galan, Tinez and Osorio. For Tinez, he has the extra long lap because it was his 2nd offence of the season. The first also came this weekend. So he's had 2 penalties this weekend, so he's got that extra long lap to go with it. For Galan and Osorio, it's just a back of the grid start. No long lap to go with it, so they'll be hoping they can make quick progress over the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, exactly, and it's something we've seen over the past couple of years as we see Karpushin on the grid. But the Stuarts clamping down on slow sectors and clamping down on slow riding, especially during qualifying sessions, well, it is a real positive, to be honest, because it does mean riders get on with things and do their own running, and that's pretty much what Carlos Cano was doing yesterday. A couple of benchmarkers occasionally in qualifying, some nice references in front of him, with the likes of Karpushin actually being one of them yesterday. But nonetheless, he still isn't a rider that you would normally see looking for a tow and getting penalised for it.
No, he likes to go on his own or within a very small group of riders. It's okay going in a group, you get the benefit of slipstream, of course, but then if there's an issue in that group, you might get held up by someone going slightly wide or deciding that the lap's not good enough and rolling off. So it is trying to find the compromise between having a lot of slipstream and not being held up by a big group. And Cano tends to go to the opposite end of the scale. He doesn't want a huge slipstream because he knows he's got the pace to go on his own for the majority of the time.
And well, Alvaro Lucas, P7 on the grid, 3rd row of the grid, for P3 in the championship. What can he do from there, of course? He's took a win so far this season, took a couple more podiums. You have to say he's in good form heading into Misano.
Very consistent throughout the season. 4th is his worst finish on 3 occasions. He did have a retirement in race 2 at Jerez. We'll be hoping to get back on the podium, of course, but he is consistent, and especially with Longarella being further back, he doesn't necessarily need a podium finish, although he will want to make sure he doesn't lose too much to Bajosa.
Mario Landa we're looking at as things stand. He goes alongside in P8. Ramadipa as well. We should hopefully see in a few moments' time on that third row. A nice competitive field here, and once again, the European Talent Cup oversubscribed. It's something we see time and time again. Only 30 riders on this grid. Only 30 riders can take the start in this grid, as the 3-minute board is up in the air, meaning the field, well, the mechanics will start making their way off the grid, and the field can start getting focused as we have a look at Ramadipa. 1 win and 2 podiums so far this year.
Speaking of looking focused, the Indonesian rider looks very focused on the grid there. Eyes just looking ahead of him, making sure he knows what's in his head, what his plan is. Obviously, executing a plan completely different from having a plan, because you don't know what other riders are going to do. But he looked very focused.
Yeah, he does, and well, you just know in his head, all he's thinking about is that race start. There's nothing else to think about. There's nothing else worth thinking about at this stage. Matteo Gabarini now on the grid, just sorting out his gloves before he gets going. Make sure he's nice and comfortable. The team as well look ready to rock and roll for this one. He starts from the 4th row of the grid, and he'll be hoping to move forward from there, but there is some big names further down the order, as we mentioned, with Longarella in P23. He's got a lot of work to do, but he's going to have to just get his elbows out on these first couple of laps if he wants to continue to fight for this championship and at least getting the points nice and early on.
He is, yeah. He'll have to make moves pretty much every overtaking opportunity. Turn 1, obviously the key one at the start of the race. Turn 4 is a pinch point. You can make up ground there. It's also, because it's a pinch point, risky. You can get involved in someone else's accident, for example. After that, La Quercia, turn 8. Throughout the whole race, we will see plenty of passes there. And then after that, turns 9 and 10, you can make the move. Then it's about the run through turn 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Savino as well, nice and focused on the grid. No podiums yet to his name, but he does start on the edge of that 4th row. We're bringing you through the entire grid in just a few moments' time as the field continue to get ready. Well, the 1-minute board is up, and Carlos Cano will be preparing to start from pole position. Fernando Bajosa and Borelli start from the front row. Bertelli, Gutierrez, and Karpushin take up row 2, with Lucas Mariolanda and Ramadipa rounding off our front 3 rows. Gabarini rounds out the top 10 alongside Ticini and Savino on row 4, while Borg, Da Costa, and Mikey Lou Sanchez rounds out our top 15 on row 5. Almeida, Dakagan, and Rodriguez takes up the front couple of rows, while Nativi Garcia rounds out our top 20. San Juan in P21 with Rodriguez. Alex Longarella in P23. Tamburini rounding out row 8. Miroslav Boxberger and Veroli taking up P27, while Galantinez and Osorio round out our top 30. Jack, we're nearly ready to go. We're heading out on our green flag lap now. But what race we're in store for? A nice long race for the ETC riders. 15 laps coming up.
15 laps, and it's going to be non-stop action. Elbows will be out everywhere. As we mentioned, plenty of overtaking opportunities at this circuit in any class, but especially in ETC where the field is so close and so competitive.
Yeah, it's one of the closest classes that we have all year long. And well, if you don't believe us, just look at the championship standings. We're on the warm-up lap at the moment, and you can see the championship standings coming up right on cue. Bajosa from Longarella tied at the top of the standings. Lucas in 8 points behind in P3, and Carlos Cano. This is another opportunity to try and claw back some points here today, especially if the likes of Longarella has a bad race.
Exactly. Cano has a good chance to gain on Longarella. He does have a chance to gain on Bajosa as well. That will obviously be tougher because we know Bajosa is starting from second alongside him. Longarella has to fight through the field, but the championship will probably close up between the top 4 at the end of this race.
Yeah, you would expect so, and just a few more races remain this season. We're really in the crunch time, the crunch point of the year, and where things start to get serious. And the point of the year where you start to think about championship points. You start to think about if it's worth doing a last corner move and potentially risking a crash, or if you just accept 20 points.
A safe second is better than going for a P1 and crashing out. 20 points invaluably better than 0, especially at this stage of the season where there's not a lot of time to recover. We have 4 races left, including this one, before we end the 2025 season, and with 8 points between the top 3, 23 points between the top 4, you can't afford to risk those 5 points because the loss is more than the gain.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about risk versus reward here in the European Talent Cup. It's their final doubleheader, if you will. It's their final weekend where they'll have 2 races in one weekend at Catalonia and at Valencia. It's just going to be one sole race for the class. Carlos Cano rolls into pole position. 25 points to battle for. There's actually some waving there at the back of the grid for the number 55. So hopefully no issues here for him, as it looks like actually he's going to be removed from the grid. So the 55, Michael Sanchez, having some issues there. The bike's getting brought back into the pit lane. So drama here at the start of the European Talent Cup. It looks like we are now ready to go. Carlos Cano goes racing from pole. 25 points up for grabs. 100 points left in 2025. How will this play out? We go racing. It's lights out for race 1 of ETC. A good start there from the number 69 of Bahosa. A bad start for Carlos Cano. Where's he going to slot into on the run to turn 1? P4 is the answer. P5 even. He looks to attack though. But round the outside, that looks to be number 14 trying to make a move there at turn 3. He gets that one made, he makes it stick as we wait to see what the likes of Alex Longarello can do from further back down the order. But it's Fernando Bahosa who leads the way, leads the field on this opening lap. A nice clean start from the ETC.
Yes,
riders.
absolutely. And Bahosa, the perfect start for the number 69. He's built up a bit of a gap to Borelli. Borelli got off the line really well as well, heading into turn 1. Bahosa just able to claim P1 ahead of the home hero. But it looks like the number 7 on the inside into turn 8, under braking, claiming the lead of the race at this very early stage.
Well, he cemented that move there on the opening lap. Christian Borelli, he started from the front row. He started alongside Bahosa on the grid, but now he's ahead of him. Now the 69's looking at his number 7's tailpipe. Longarella already inside the points on this opening lap. It's very, very important to see what he's going to do. Carlos Cano continuing to struggle on this opening lap of things, continuing to struggle on lap 1. Hopefully he can settle into things and collect some crucial points, perhaps get back into this podium fight. Now Gutierrez, the number 14, watches this fight ahead of him and watches this fight with Bahosa for first place. This Joan at the front as 69 goes down the inside at turn 14. He's made that one work. He is going to run wide though. Christian Borelli looks to find the way through as he hits turn 50. He's on the outside. That is move made. That is a response for Fernando Bahosa.
It's been an incredible opening lap for the number 69, reclaiming P1 that at turn 14. We did mention it earlier. It looked like someone ran very wide at the back of the shot there. We mentioned it earlier, turn 14 is a crucial overtaking spot. And we've also got notification. Tinez can take his long lap penalty to go with his back of the grid start. He moved up to 25th on that opening lap.
Yeah, he's moved up to 25th, but he's going to lose around 3 seconds going through that long lap. Of course, the long lap penalty here at Misano, it's located over at turn 10. Gutierrez looking up the inside, and he makes that one work at turn 4. Through he goes. And, well, that is job done. Now through turn 5 towards turn 6 and back on the power. Turn 7, it's not much of a corner on these machines. It's flat out. It's just a kink in the straight before the heavy braking zone of turn 8 as he looks up the inside. Borelli back through. So Borelli second, Carlos Cano up into 4th and beginning to lurk for a podium position.
Cano has closed the gap up into the top 3. He's right on the back of Borelli. Actually, just a few tenths separating the top 4 or 5 riders at this point. Borelli on the inside. Cano is also, oh, that was close heading through turn 10, as I think that was Gutierrez running slightly wide. Borelli up into P2 with Cano now in the podium places.
Yeah, Gutierrez just slightly wide, but that's slightly wide. He's dropped him all the way down to P5, potentially P6, as almost on the inside of the curb there, actually, trying to overtake him. Looks to be one of the riders as, well, Alvaro Lucas gets involved further back. Cano now drops another position after just getting through on the 67. He responds straight away. Through at turn 14 he goes. Now, Carlos Cano up into P3 once again, up into the podium places, and this is where his work can really begin. This is where his work can start. The 67, though, of Pratelli. What a great launch for him. The number 4 also involved in the fight, as he runs wide off the circuit at the final corner.
Tassini making ground up on that opening lap, running into, he's just dropped down to P6 after running slightly wide. Still Bahosa at the front. Longarella 13th with the fastest lap of the race so far. he was around 4 tenths quicker than Barbosa on that last lap. He's starting to close them in, only 2.2 seconds away from P1.
Yeah, so Longarella clearly sorted things out from qualifying yesterday, and you can see there the number 45, fastest lap of the race, a new best race lap as well. But Longarella, he's going to be making his way through the order. Some moves also being made. Ramadipa up into P9, Alvaro Lucas in 4th. But is a move now going to be made towards turn 8 now? Into the braking zone they'll head. It'll be further back down the order. He has made that one work, actually. You can just see him in the back of the shot. Alvaro Lucas under some pressure as well. You can run wide on the exit of turn 8 if you really want to. It just depends if you're actually going to be able to make some time and carry the corner speed you need.
We just see Lucas making the move there to head into, I think that's P5, sorry. No, sorry, it is P4. He is up into the top 4. Yeah, turn 8, you can run wide. You can take different lines and not lose time to your rivals, which makes it a crucial corner. We see a battle for the lead. It's Borelli now ahead of Barbosa through turn 11.
Christian Borelli, how was he able to do that? I mean, round the outside, that Curvone, simply impressive stuff. Lucas, once again though, on the green in the background. These ETC riders really need to be careful about track limits.
They do. Going on the green will give you a track limits warning. You can't go on too much. Borelli very close to the green there, and he maybe slightly touched it. You can go on the blue. That is not deemed a track limits offence. And obviously if you run on the green on the final lap, you will be demoted 1 place.
Yeah, he'll be demoted 1 position as Carlos Cano tries to demote the riders in front 1 position, but he can't make that work. Fastest lap of the race going his way so far, 1:45.225 this time for Carlos Cano. New best race lap once again. We'll see this being the theme across the day. It's just over 24 degrees air temp. Track temp though rising near 38. Carlos Cano down the inside. He goes into 2nd position and ahead of Fernando Barbosa. The attack really starts now as he looks to hunt down Christian Borelli in P1. Can he line up a move at turn 8? Let's wait and find out.
It looks like he got a good run. Barbosa fighting back right on the inside curve through turn 7. 3 abreast heading into the braking zone. Cano on the outside takes P1. Barbosa 2nd with Borelli in 3rd.
Yeah, Carlos Cano, great move there. Some great racecraft as well. He knew exactly where he needed to be out on the circuit. He could sweep round the outside. Christian Borelli, though, looking for an attack over at turn 9 and turn 10. He can't make that one work, though. Is that going to affect his drive? Heading on to the back straight. We're going to have to wait and find out. Alvaro Lucas lurking as well. And alongside, of course, Pertelli on the 67. But 3 wide nearly at Curvone is exactly what we want to see. It's close racing out on track. Carlos Cano doing his best to defend out here on the circuit. Fernando Barbosa looking up the inside, and he will slot into 2nd position. So up 1 position after all that drama down the back straight.
Incredible fighting through the back straight and Curvone. We just see Longarella up to P11. The gap to P1 is still around 2.2 seconds, so he's not actually gaining on the leaders at this stage. 2 riders going very wide onto the green at turn 15 there as Cano crosses the line to lead onto lap 5.
Yeah, Cano comes across the line. Will it be a new fastest lap of the race? It was certainly a quick lap nonetheless. But you can see the 45 in this group. The 45 of Alex Longarella is in this fight. It's not over just yet, just behind Gutierrez, who a few laps ago was fighting for a podium position. It's classic ETC action, where one lap you're battling for a podium, next lap you're outside of the top 10.
Absolutely, Gutierrez has dropped down the order so far. But just note on Longarella, we see massive moment there from the rider as he drops down the order. That looks to be Ramadipa. So Ramadipa outside the top 10 he'll go, and that's going to affect his drive even more. A massive moment, and then to set up the bike and run it off the circuit at turns 4 and 5. Yeah, that'll put him under pressure from the riders behind. I just wanted to go back to Longarella when I said the gap was stable at 2.2. He gained 6 tenths after I said that. It's now 1.6. He's very much in this lead group.
Yeah, and well, he's definitely in this lead group, and he's definitely on the attack. Even he's looking up the inside over at turns 9 and 10. As we get on the power once more, we build up momentum, we build up some speed towards Curvone. Who's it going to be leading this way? Who's it going to be leading at the line to make it 10 laps remaining? The laps tick down thick and fast here as we have a little look at this moment for Ramadipa. Tips in. And the bike did give him a little warning before the rear came round and then tried to high side him, but somehow he stayed on. An incredible save from the number 32.
He did very well to keep that on 2 wheels heading into turn 5. Cano still leading at the front, but there's not much to choose between our top 5, who just seem to have a bit of a breakaway ahead of Karpushin.
Now heading on to the start-finish straight, heading on to lap 6 to make it 10 laps remaining here in the European Talent Cup. The number 1 continues to lead the field through. Fernando Bajosa up the inside. He looks, can the 69 make it work? No, he cannot. We've seen a couple of moves so far here today. We're able just to stick it around the outside over at turn 2, and suddenly you have the inside line for turn 3. It's exactly what we love about the Misano World Circuit. The flip-flops, the changes of direction, and moves, and real dive bomb opportunities.
Absolutely, everything lends itself to good racing here. We just see the graphic for Longarella. Started 25, now P8, 1.5 seconds away from P1. Actually, he's just moved into P7 ahead of Gutierrez. So Longarella, don't count him out for a podium position here.
Yeah, he's really got a little bit of ground to do. He has to get through car pushing, but then after that, it's all going to be on pushing on the pace to try and catch to this front group of riders. 5 riders in this front group. A good lap for Alvaro Lucas last time around. He was a couple times quicker actually from car pushing, but similar times to what Longarella was doing. So with Longarella's pace, he should be able to at least match them, if not begin to catch them, if he can get through on car pushing in a few laps time. Bajosa now at the front of the field. 3 wide going into Carvone, and while things settle down, and it is going to be Pertelli who now takes the lead, and Carlos Cano drops back to second. Fernando Bajosa down to fourth actually, potentially P5 if Alvaro Lucas has his way. Down the inside once again, the 69 comes through, and that is job done. That's back into the podium positions. Corners changing, absolutely everything. Positions changing at every opportunity.
Always the case in ETC, but especially at Misano. An incredible race between the top 5. They have pulled out a gap at the front. Longarella ahead of car pushing. He was half a second quicker than the number 17 last time out. We just wait to see what the lap time was. This time he was 3 times quicker than Carl Pushin, and he was half a second slower than Pertelli at the front, despite their battling.
Yeah, Pertelli setting the fast lap of the race. That wasn't necessarily an average lap for Longarella, because he was still 2/10 quicker than Cano and Bajosa, who were fighting away. And well, Pertelli, he was able to take advantage of that slipstream, and he'll have to do that again this time around, because he's dropped all the way back down to 3rd in just 1 corner, turn 4. Deciding things here in the European Talent Cup. Carlos Cano hits the front yet again, and well, Fernando Bajosa in the slipstream yet again. Towards turn 8 we go. Will there be a dive bomb? Will there be a cheeky look up the inside? Christian Borelli looking for a move to be made up into P2 now. So it's Cano from Borelli, and Fernando Bajosa setting in 3rd with Alvaro Lucas in P4.
Just settling down, but it's going to ignite again, heading into turn 9. Borelli on the inside of Cano at turn 10 to take lead, but he is wide. Can Cano cut back? He can. Cano into P1, Bajosa up to P2. Borelli was briefly P1, now 3rd, but on a good run heading into Cavone.
No chance to catch our breath here in the European Town Cup. 3 wide going into Carvone. Who's going to come out on top? This is the battle for 2nd as things stand. Before the attack, Cano, it was Alvaro Lucas who was bravest. He was on the inside line going through Carvone. He was able to pip off both of them. And now he'll set sights on his old sparring rival, Cano. There is Alex Longarella. Mikey Lou Sanchez, though, has had a crash further down the order. A big shame for him. So he's all the way back down to P30 of the running order. But Carlos Cano leading the way, and there is Mikey Lou Sanchez jumping across the tyre wall back to safety. So great to see.
Great to see he's okay. Obviously, he had the issue on the grid where he was taken into pit lane, and now a crash. So a very disappointing race for the American. See at the front, Carlos Cano, P1. Bajosa at the inside of turn 2, a very unusual place to make the move, looking for P2. Holds it through turn 3, but the run to turn 4 is a very short run, but it could be crucial here. Lucas on the inside, Bajosa holds position.
Savino as well, now entering the pit lane. So some issues for him out on circuit. Hopefully he can get it sorted for later on, because there is your live championship classifications. 10 points. It's going to be that Fernando Bajosa leads if things stay as was here in Misano and the checker flag waves in just 8 laps time. But Carlos Cano, he's doing a great job at defending here. I think he's trying to work out not only where he can be quick, but where he can defend and make it impossible for any last lap moves to be made on him as well. Fernando Bajosa looks up the inside, but no room in the end this time around as well. More moves get made, and that looks like Pertelli looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Pertelli was looking through turns 9 and 10. You can make a move there, but there are 2 different lines. You can take a tighter one or a wider one. They're not necessarily slower than each other. It's just a preference you have. 4 wide heading into Cavone.
Cano leading Lucas as it stands, but that will change heading into turn 14. Longarella looks to be closing up. 1.1 now to Cano out in front.
Yeah, continuing to put on the pace. A 145.4 last time around. The TV also crashing out of this one, and Fernando Barrosa does drop back one position, and there is number 9 through the long laps. That's turn 10 that he's crashed. Let's see how this happened. As well, the TV into the braking zone he does go, and just fold in the front. Held on to it for a long time. His leg actually getting trapped under the bike briefly. That'll be why he was limping away from that one. But he was on 2 feet unassisted, so good to see him up on his feet. Hopefully he can get sorted later on. And Fernando Barrosa, once again, pulling off that move at turn 2. It's something we've only seen Grand Prix stars be able to do, and being able to pull off such an impressive move, and definitely a move that's possible on these smaller ETC machines. But Alvaro Lucas looking up the inside, and that's because Bertelli is in third. A track limits warning as well for your number 45 of Longarella, and that's what happens when you come from so far back.
It is, and he'll have to be very careful through the second half of the race not to exceed track limits anymore. But he's now within a second of the lead. It's a 7-rider group for P1, covered by just over a second. Karpushin running in 7th as Cano leads through turn 8.
Track temperature near 38 degrees Celsius. These riders, it's no issue for them. Fernando Barrosa looks up the inside yet again, but he isn't going to get that one done. He's better off just sitting waiting and using the slipstream and just aiming to get a good drive out of turn 10. So that's what he's going to do now on the number 69. And you can see Bertelli looking to get his teeth into second position. He has made that one work already before we even arrive at Curvone. And well, the fans around this Misano World Circuit will be loving this action. As well, Alvaro Lucas tries to get involved. Bertelli standing his ground, but nobody able yet to make an indent on Cano's lead as Barrosa responds yet again. They don't want to fight too much, because this could allow the number 1 to begin just to edge away and eke out a little gap.
Cano seems to have enough of a gap where he's not vulnerable into the heavy braking zones or the long slipstream areas of this circuit, but he can't pull a gap yet. But if the squabbling behind him continues, he will start to edge away. Actually, it looks like Barrosa has started to pull away a little bit from Bertelli across the line. And is he close enough to make a move into turn 1? Not quite. Very close to the back of Cano there.
And Longarella trying the classic Fernando Barrosa move at turn 2. Is unable to make that one work though, so he slots back into P4 just ahead of Alvaro Lucas. But it's fair to say, even though Longarella started P23, he's well and truly in the mix, and he's not out of contention for this race win with 6 laps remaining. But Fernando Barrosa, this is the closest he's been in many laps. In fact, this is the closest anyone has been to the rear of Carlos Cano. Can he make it work at turn 8? Because it looks like Longarella is going to slot into the podium positions at turn 8. He goes down the inside of Bertelli, and it does look like he'll make that one stick. But Barrosa trying to line up and move and trying to get as close as possible. And the 45 has got through. So into the podium positions goes Longarella with 6 laps remaining. It's Bertelli who fights back.
Bertelli fighting back through turn 10 to demote Longarella back into P4. But as you say, he's not out of this. Just 2 tenths separating the top 4 as it stands. Just note on lap times as well. Barrosa with a 1:45.6 last time around. He was 3 tenths quicker than Cano and Bertelli. Longarella, though, a 1:45.4.
It's a game of high-speed chess, and you can see 3 wide, heavy into the braking zone as well. Somehow, no contact being made. And after all that, it's going to be Bertelli in the lead, Barrosa in second, and well, Carlos Cano, he's back down to P4. So Carlos Cano, after we were just talking about him not getting overtaken, suddenly he's behind Alex Longarella after that lap of action. 5 laps now remains, a high-speed game of chess at the head of this field. And what's going to happen is Longarella looks up the inside of Fernando Barrosa on the run to turn 1. Can Barrosa complete his legendary turn 2 move? This time, though, on Longarella. No, he cannot is the answer, and Carlos Cano had to slot back into 4th as well.
Yeah, Longarella just slightly ahead. Cano looked like had a bit of a moment coming through turn 3. Held it together on the inside, defending into turn 4. Squirrely again under braking. He just about again keeps it upright, running in P4, but he is pushing very hard to get back into the podium places.
Yeah, he's pushed as hard as he can, a slide on the front and then the rear coming through turn 3. But Carlos Cano, no real dramas as of yet. Of course, tyre wear has become a factor in these ETC races, as down the inside goes Fernando Barrosa. Through back into the lead and continuing to change positions is this top 6 or 7 riders. Another big moment for Ramadipa further down the order. Some contact made. Somehow the 32 stays on it seems like no matter what he does, he's able to stay on 2 wheels. Another big moment now from Bahosa as Carlos Cano also runs wide through that complex. And now coming towards Curvone. Who's it going to be coming out on top? Pertelli leads the field through. Carlos Cano back into second. Bahosa's redeemed himself back into P3 as well. And will Karpushin, the number 70, also involved in this fight.
Karpushin, yeah, it looked like Karpushin had lost out a few laps ago, but he's right back in the mix here. Currently in P5. Cano into P1 through turn 14, but nothing to choose between the top 7 or 8 riders at this stage of the race.
It's the ETC shuffle. We're about to go and make it 4 laps remaining. A big moment. Some riders running onto the green yet again. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some track limit warnings coming up on our screens. As things stand, though, it would be the 69 leading by 6 points as well. Carlos Cano using a lot of the curb there as another move comes at turn 2 from Fernando Bahosa. He's trying to get that championship margin even higher ahead of race 2. And I think if anything, he's trying to stop Carlos Cano from escaping at the front.
That seems to be his main aim. We did see Borelli run very wide in turn 15. He has a track limits warning. He's running in this lead group, so keep an eye on that. If he runs onto the green, a penalty could be incoming for the Italian. The run into turn 8, Fernando Bahosa right on the back of Carlos Cano, number 69 and the number 1, side by side, under braking. Carlos Cano holds it around the outside to keep P1 for now.
Brave stuff from Carlos Cano, and now, well, he's going to be leading the field into turn 9 and then tipping it into turn 10. They get the bike set up perfectly. Longarella on the inside of Alvaro Lucas, but Alvaro Lucas trying to use all the corner speed he can on that Aspar machine, but he is going to lose out on that position. Karpushin as well, just behind them in this fight. But Bahosa in the slipstream once more. It looks like a move could be made this time, though, for Christian Borelli on the number 7, as Bahosa does have a little peek at the inside for turn 11, but thinks better of it and thinks that perhaps there's going to be a better opportunity very wide there from Alvaro Lucas on the entry to turn 14.
Yeah, it looked like Lucas ran onto the green 2 or 3 times on that lap, so potentially something to keep an eye on through there. And Ramadipa as well on the exit of turn 15 running wide. Lucas currently P6 as Cano leads across line, but Bahosa right there again. He will be looking for that famous turn 2 move to take the lead. He doesn't make the move at turn 1, but very close behind. We just wait to see what happens at turn 2 as we see Longarella run slightly wide. Cano holds lead out of turn 3.
Yeah, Longarella losing 1 or 2 positions there. He's at risk now of losing another place to Alvaro Lucas as they head into the braking zone at turn 4, and he has. So just running wide at turn 1, that affects your line going into turn 2, which affects your speed going through turn 3, and then suddenly by the time you've arrived at turn 4, you've lost a couple tenths of a second.
It's very easy to lose a lot of time in that first sector because one corner flows into another. We look at turn 8, it's Cano versus Bahosa again. No move from the number 69 this time, opting to slot in behind his rival for now.
It's fireworks here in Misano. It's exactly what we expected to happen. The front 2 edging away from the rest of the field, but no moves being made, sitting in line inside the top 2. Meanwhile, this podium battle continuing to heat up. 4 riders, potentially even more, because Longarella has the pace. And still, number 32 of Ramadipa involved in this one. But it's Bahosa who looks up the inside at Curvone, side by side, all the way through turn 11. And Carlos Cano, crucially, onto the green. And that is going to be a big moment if he keeps doing that. As well, now looking for a moment, it's wide once more for Alvaro Lucas. He keeps on the black stuff, though. He doesn't go on the green this time around as we come towards penultimate laps. A few more corners before we come to complete and head on to lap 14.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas was on the green once again, so I suspect at least a warning is coming his way very soon as we head on to lap 14 of 15. Bahosa looks like he's got a bit of an advantage over Cano compared to when it was the other way around on the run into turn 1 last time. And Cano dives up the inside at turn 1. Is he going to run slightly wide? He is, but he holds it through turn 2. He blocks Bahosa's traditional move. Turn 3, side by side, Cano with the inside line, keeping P1 as Bahosa has a huge moment on the exit.
Yeah, Bahosa losing the rear briefly there. That could invite Borelli. It did briefly, but he thought better of it, did the Italian, trying to find a better way to make a move work. But this is where all talking stops This is where all trying to get a good plan for the final couple of laps stop, and it's all just full-on attack here in ETC. Looking up the inside, it's going to be Bahosa, but will he make the move work? Will he release the brake? It's going to be Kano sweeping from the outside yet again. Time and time again, the number one is able to make that work, and the number one is able to hold on to position. Alvaro Lucas, though, briefly into third. Losing now out to Pertelli, but Pertelli now looking up the inside of Bahosa into second position. Will he make that one work? Will he slot into the slipstream of Kano? No, he won't just yet. And towards Cavoni we go yet again.
The lap before, we mentioned about Carlos Cano and Fernando Bahosa putting out a gap. That's gone. That has gone on this lap. A couple of riders running out, including Alvaro Lucas again on the green. So he'll definitely be getting something from the stewards at some point. Pertelli and Cano side by side into turn 14. Cano takes the lead under braking before at Curva del Carro. Can he hold it through the final couple of corners of this lap and then the final lap?
Saddle up, it's time for last lap here in the European Talent Cup. It's going to be Carlos Cano who leads the field onto the final lap. But like we've seen so far today here at Misano, it's not decided until the checker flag. It's not decided until out of the final corner. Pertelli, unless to look up the inside. Can Bahosa do anything? Or is it going to be Lucas doing the move? No, it will not. They stay in line as things stand. And just dropping back looks to be the number 4. So Tassini looks to be out of this one. The top 5, anyone can well and truly win this. Bahosa up the inside, he goes at turn 4. He doesn't run too wide, and now he tries to chase Carlos Cano, who's built an advantage on his final lap.
Cano has taken full advantage of the squabbling behind him to build up enough of a gap to at least not have to defend into turn 8. The run from turn 10, that gap will close massively heading into turn 16. We see turn 14, sorry. Alvaro Lucas making the move into P3. It did look like he was going to try for P2, but settles it into P3, although the different lines converging on the exit of La Quercia.
Everything settling down, it seems, within the battle for P1, but the battle for second and third, well and truly fired up. Alvaro Lucas still looking for a way through, as well Alex Longarella. He's got himself now battling with Ramadipa for P8 out on circuit, so not what he'd be hoping for at all. But Pertelli, a great run out the final corner using the slipstream. What can the 67 do? He's going to be looking for a move. He's going to be looking for an opportunity towards turns 13 and turns 14. And well, Alvaro Lucas sitting there lurking in third, looking up the inside now of Bahosa. Bahosa looking for the opportunity for it. Looks like Carlos Cano has been impeccable on this last lap. Just one more corner separates the number 1 from victory in ETC Race 1. Carlos Cano exits the final corner. It is going to be victory in Race 1 here at Misano. Second position goes the way of Pertelli. So Pertelli, after starting from P4, slots into second with Fernando Bahosa in third. Alvaro Lucas and Carpuchin round out your top 5, but a great ride for Carlos Cano. No errors on that final lap, and a wave to the fans, a wave to the marshals. P1, say the 72 Artbox Racing team. It's been a great morning so far for them. Thumbs up as well from the number 70 of Carpuchin as we have a look at our championship standings. Bahosa leads Longarella, 8 points separate them in the championship. Alvaro Lucas sits in third. And Carlos Cano, well, now 14 points behind. He's now reduced that. And, well, P4 in the championship isn't looking too far away. He knows how important that is for the championship. He knows that was a big result. 110 points to his name in the championship so far in 2025. And a massive wheelie to begin his celebrations. Of course, we cannot forget Aragon, where Carlos Cano took a P6. Took a P6 over the line. Actually, it was the second place. It was P6 at Magny-Cours after crashing out, of course. So it's been a tough couple of rounds. He's not stood on the top step since our opening weekend at Estoril in Portugal. But the Italian flag waving in Italy for the Italian rider Lorenzo Pertelli. What a race it was for the 67. And well, we're better to do it than in front of your fans, in front of your family, and in front of your team at home here at Misano as Fernando Bahosa comes into pit lane. P3, a solid race here for him. I don't think he's been too disappointed with that.
still leading the championship, of course, as, well, he now makes his way into Parc Fermé, where the celebrations will begin for ETC Race 1. So, looking nice and calm, I think it's fair to say. You'll go and get Wade, and then the talk will start with the team. Of course, Wade with his full kit on, his levers still on, his gloves, his helmet. As your race winner slots into the P1 spot. Carlos Cano stands up, and the celebrations will begin in just a few moments' time. A hug, a handshake, and he'll go and get checked. Just make sure everything is correct to his weight. And then, of course, the debrief will begin. Have a little look at this one. Carlos Cano, you can just see how much that front end was moving about. And, well, he got it stopped, and that's the main thing over at turn 14, and didn't run wide. That allowed Carlos Cano to head into the final corner with a nice, comfortable advantage and storm his way towards the checker flag. Race 1 victory went the way of the number 1. Pertelli followed behind. It's going to be quick celebrations, you would say, for Pertelli, because his eyes, I think, are going to be set maybe one step further up on the podium, but you can see how much it means for his team. Stand-up celebrations for a stand-up ride. What a race we just had. You can see now in Parc Fermé, they can begin the celebrations well and truly. Team boss down there as well, absolutely elated to say the very least. Brian Uriarte as well, a nice little handshake. Of course, Uriarte and Carlos Cano both will be back in action with ETC and Junior GP, both having 2 races this weekend. Just speaking about that ride, speaking about how tricky it was out on circuit, and luckily we'll get to hear from Carlos Cano in just a few moments' time once he has his helmet taken off and he can speak to Jack down in pit lane. But a nice quick drink for him. Just getting his fluids back in after what has been a very, very hot race. The 45 and the 46, a 3-second penalty for track limits. So that is going to be Alvaro Lucas who gets that penalty, and of course Alex Longarella. So back down to P8 and P10 for them. More on that soon, because, well, we are just a few moments away as the photos for social media get taken to hear from your race winner, from Carlos Cano. Number 1 in the team's eyes, but I'm sure he'll want to convert that into an official P1 later on. Of course, we'll hear from them in Parc Fermé, and then they'll head up on their podiums for the celebrations to well and truly begin before it's back to the debriefs for race 2 this afternoon. But the fans have been well and truly treated here at Misano. To some incredible action so far here today. Hopefully that continues for them. I'm sure it will here on the Adriatic coast. But standing into positions, we see confirmation for those 3-second track limit penalties. Standing in position is your race winner. So we'll hear from Carlos Cano down in Parc Fermé. He's speaking to Jack after an impressive race 1.
Carlos, what a race that was. 15 laps of non-stop action. Just talk us through it from your point of view.
Yes, I am very happy for this second win here. And well, I don't show my words to describe this race because I'm working very hard with my team this weekend. And the last lap, I do my best. I try to go only, but very difficult. And yeah. Now I have another race. I try to do the same, and well, I am very happy. I thank people who support me, my team, my family, my trains. Yes, crazy.
Carlos, congratulations. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, a look back at what went on there. Carlos Cano was your winner, but how did he do it? Well, this is how. Fernando Bajosa led the early laps with some moves being made further down the order, with well, Borelli getting involved in the mix. So number 7 briefly hit the front before Bahosa responded. A big moment there for the number 4 team as he ran a little bit wide, but he soon composed himself yet again. Carlos Cano dropped back down to P4, eventually working his way back into the podium positions. It wasn't the start maybe we did hope for, but he soon composed himself out on the circuit. Alvaro Lucas began to make his way towards the podium positions, but there was a few opportunities that he went on to the green. This would eventually build up. He would later receive a 3-second time penalty, as would Longarella. But moves were being made at every single opportunity. Carlos Cano eventually hit the front, looking dominant in P1. It was very difficult to find a way through. He knew exactly what he had to do. Ramadipa, a massive moment at turn 4, somehow staying on. He would later have contact at turn 8, still remaining on the machine. We did have a crash though further down the order on the exit of turn 6. Luckily, the rider would be okay. The fighting would continue, and this crash as well for Nativi, number 9. That would be the end to his race 1, with moves continuing to be made from Longarella, battling from outside of the top 20. But, well, the track limits would prove to pave his race, and it's something we will be speaking about all the way through the rest of the season. You can see Alvaro Lucas on exceeding track limits there in the background. But Carlos Cano, he lined up a move and he made it work, passing the number 67 of Borelli, dropping him back as he charged to the line ahead and to claim P1. He closes in the championship fight with Pertelli finishing just behind, standing on the podium yet again. And now it's time for the podium celebrations to begin here at Misano. Team member, of course, first up for the 72 Art Box Racing team. Fernando Bahosa now out onto the podium, of course, just some fizzy water for the riders, but still an opportunity to enjoy, and well, it shouldn't make the leather smell, unlike champagne. Now, second position, an incredible ride yet again, as we said, at home. But P1 does go the way of Carlos Cano. So Carlos Cano takes P1. And we're not too far from hearing the national anthem ring out once more of Spain. First though, the trophies. Handed by the Vice President of the FIM Europe. With 72 Art Box Racing, a great day so far for them. Fernando Bahosa next up, he'll add that one to his collection in 2025. Bahosa, of course, still leads the championship. 3 wins so far to his name. Lorenzo Pritelli waves the trophy in success as well. The P1 trophy now is handed out to Carlos Cano, up in the air, and the celebrations begin. This is a win that means so much for Carlos and for Lorenzo, of course. Fernando Bahosa, I'm sure he'll still enjoy the celebrations here with his rivals on the track, but his friends off it. A great field that we have this year in the ATC. Have a little drink as well, because that one was a hot race. Some hot action on the track, and well, we still have it all to enjoy in race 2 later this afternoon. Still more ATC action to come your way here at Misano, so make sure you stay tuned. Now, a look at the results after that one, because, well, where do we start? Carlos Cano is your winner. Just over a 10th and a half ahead of Lorenzo Pritelli, with Fernando Bahosa and Car pushing. Rounded out your top 4. Ramadipa takes P5 with Tassini and Alvaro Lucas taking P6 and 7. Lucas, of course, being given that 3-second time penalty, as did Alex Longarella. Track limits gave them 3-second time penalties. P10 for him ahead of Eduardo Gutierrez and Travis Borg, with Galan Osorio and Di Veroli rounding out our top 15. Dakagan just missing out on points here, with Izan Rodriguez rounding out our top 20 ahead of Iker Rodriguez in P21. Evan Boxberger, after fighting in the last chance race, he was up to P23 here in Misano. He'll be looking to make some inroads later on in race 2. However, we did lose a couple of riders out of race 1, with Miroslav Nativi and Savino all crashing out, as did Mikey Luz Sanchez, who was the first of our followers. So disappointing for the American, but still another opportunity later on in race 2. Now the championship standings, how things look ahead of race 2 here in Italy. Fernando Bajosa leads the way. 10 points is the advantage over Alex Longarella. Carlos Cano up inside the top 3 in the championship ahead of Alvaro Lucas, with Ramadipa rounding out our top 5. 15 points though separating your top 4 in this incredible ETC title fight. Crateville is your top 10 in the championship. Of course, not racing this weekend. He's got NTC duties to attend to over in Acid, with Christian Borelli all the way up to P11 in standings, picking up 3 championship places after an incredible ride, fighting in the front all the way through. Gineth losing a little bit of ground as Lorenzo Pertelli makes his presence known and is becoming to be a rider to beat here in ETC. The Italian in front of his home crowd, P19 championship, of course, his first points of the year, and no wonder what a ride it was. Evan Boxberger now drops to P26 in the standings. Still though, loads to look forward to this afternoon. ETC race 2 coming up. Still a chance for championship points to change, and still a chance for the likes of Longarella, Lucas, or even Pertelli. Can he stand on the top step later on? We're not going to have to wait too long to find out. So make sure you join us then, because what an afternoon of racing we're having, and what an ETC race one it was. Carlos Cano is your winner, P1 for the number 1. We are moments away from the beginning of the Moto2 European Championship race, with the nearly 30 rider field preparing to make their sole appearance of the day. A single race this weekend makes the points even more important, with Unai Radre searching for his first victory since Jerez. It's an ever-changing battle on this ever-changing circuit, with the Misano World Circuit being located just outside the beautiful city of Rimini, where 17 laps of Moto2 European action now awaits. You don't want to miss a second of the action today, so make sure you clear your schedules, as we're just moments away from going lights out in one of our most physically demanding classes, and with 16 corners to navigate, it's sure to be another race to go into the history books. Moto2 has arrived. Well, looking back at Aragon now, it was a great race, with Alberto Sura making an incredible start from pole position with Pavlik and Fernandez in chase. Fernandez also was making his way up the field, the 54, soon into second position. Radre made his presence known once again, making a little bit of contact at turn 2 as it was able out action. Fernandez took victory, leading the way into the exciting race 2. In race 2, it was Alberto Sura once again made an incredible launch from pole position. However, Pavlik was hungry this time around, searching for a good result at Aragon and looking away to enter the podium as the fight was glued together at the front. The championship leader Radre soon entered P1. Hunting for another win in 2025, it was draw-dropping action. Everywhere you looked as Pavlik stormed to the flag, victorious in Moto2's final appearance of the day. In a day you'll never forget. Here we are though, we're here in Misano, we're here in Italy for round 5 of the season. Just one race for the Moto2 European Championship. My name is Lewis Ray, and joining me for this weekend's action, and joining me for the Moto2 European Championship is Jack Amy. And well, Jack, nearly 30 riders are going to be taking part. We had plenty of drama yesterday, we'll get into just a moment's time. But what a race. This is set to be 28 riders going to do battle here at Misano.
Exactly, Lewis. 17 laps await the 28 riders as they fight for victory. And as you mentioned, we did have drama even before we got racing underway yesterday with qualifying. But it is going to be an incredible Moto2 European Championship race here at Misano. It might only be one race, but it will have the same action as always in this championship.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 17 laps coming up, and here is your pole sitter. Now, Unai Radre starting from P1. He wasn't the fastest rider yesterday, but he still gets pole. And that's due to the number 4, Eric Fernandez. Now, he was given a 6th place grid penalty for some slow riding yesterday.
He was, yeah. Fernandez claimed his first, or he thought he claimed his first Moto2 European Championship pole yesterday. He was very happy when we spoke to him earlier, or just after he claimed that. And then at the end of the day, it came through that he had the 6th place grid penalty. So the number 4 will start from P7, which promotes Unai Radre into pole.
Yeah, a real shake-up on the front couple of rows of the grid, but Unai Radre pole position. Not something that's unexpected. He's been very, very consistent this year, to say the least, and I'm sure he'll want to clinch yet another victory because, well, at Aragon, he wasn't exactly able to do it. Just podiums last time out, but still involved in the front fight.
2 podiums at Aragon. Hasn't won since Jerez, as you mentioned earlier on. Magny-Cours is the only round where he wasn't on the podium. He still managed a P4 finish in race 1. We'll be hoping to be on the top step after this race.
Yeah, be looking to go back into P1, go back into the top spot of the box. But Unai Radre, 2 wins so far this season. Super interesting year that we're having in the Moto2 European Championship. 14 points separate Unai Radre and Alberto Fernandez. And of course, Fernandez, he starts on the front row as well after a great qualifying, and a little twist as he races this weekend, of course, with the team Chatty on the Bosso Oscuro.
He does. He has moved teams to number 54. Paid off for him in qualifying. Took his best result of the year with, well, it was P3 on the timesheets, which was his joint best. Will start from P2, which is best. 2 podiums at Aragon. We'll be hoping that streak continues.
Yeah, I'll be hoping that streak definitely continues heading into this race and heading into this round. Of course, Francesco Mongiardo as well. He'll be taking up the final spot on the front row. Originally qualified for row 2, but obviously Eric Fernandez's penalty that he received at the end of Saturday does promote him onto that front row. And well, Mongiardo, he's looking cool, calm and collected, and certainly got some funky sunglasses on.
Needed in this bright sunshine here at Misano, that's for sure. A bit of frustration yesterday for Mongiardo after, again, what he thought was P4 on the grid. Promoted to the front row, so hopefully a bit calmer, a bit happier with that. But yeah, a bit of frustration that he had to deal with yesterday evening.
Yeah, looking nice and cheery on the grid as things stand. One rider, though, is looking nice and focused. Alberto Sura. Now, Alberto Sura, where do we start? Not only by his qualifying performance, not only by how competitive he was at Aragon, but just how busy he's been here in the Moto2 European Championship and plenty of other championships. I mean, not only was he racing a few weeks ago, but he was also racing at Misano just last week in the Moto2 World Championship.
He might be the busiest rider in the world at the moment. He was obviously at Aragon for the Junior GP Moto2, did very well there. He then went straight to Magny-Cours, a circuit that he said he doesn't like, and got a podium on debut. Did crash out of race 2, but was very quick throughout the weekend. Then he was at Misano last week in Moto2 World Championship. And then, obviously, this weekend he's competing here. And next weekend, he is back in World Supersport at Motorland Aragon. So a very, very hectic schedule for the Italian.
No rest at all, to say the very least. Of course, Unai Radre as well was racing here last weekend in the Moto2 World Championship. Plenty of riders actually getting some extra track time this weekend, although tricky for them stepping into the World Championship, but still some extra track time as we seen Xabi Zuratuza a few moments ago, and now Harrison Voigt, who of course will start on that second row of the grid. He's looking nice and calm, and certainly he's looking happy with a row 2 start. A tricky Aragon last time out, but Harrison Voigt, he's going to be looking to go from row 2 and picking up a few more places on the start.
A very tricky Aragon for the Australian. It did not start in race 1, 10th in race 2. So actually a best result of the season in Moto2 European Championship for the rider from Queensland, Australia. We'll be hoping for a bit more. And we see here Eric Fernandez, who was fastest in qualifying 2 yesterday, but starting from P7.
Yeah, so irresponsible riding is the reason for the penalty, the official line for the penalty. But yeah, Harrison Voigt, as you said, Dean did not start after, of course, the red flag that we had at Aragon because, well, he was involved in that high side, heading on to the back straight. But all looks okay with him, and he's going to be looking to continue his momentum into Misano and try to pick up a few more places. You can see Gambias actually just behind Voigt on the grid. But a busy grid here at Misano. You can just see the amount of people on there. You can barely move with all the equipment, all the teams, and some of the fans as well being able to get nice and close with the riders.
Yeah, there was a pit walk earlier for the fans here in attendance, getting up and close with the riders, getting autographs. Very fan-friendly event this morning, and we've been treated to some phenomenal racing so far. We're just looking at Alessandro Morossi starting from P8, the middle of the 3rd row.
Yeah, Morossi, a great qualifying for him. We're bringing you through the front 3 rows. I believe we'll see Gambias in just a few moments' time. Of course, racing for the Australia Galicia team this season, the Moto2 Championship. And there he is, nice and calm, and looking ready to race. Now, 94, 1 podium so far this year, and proving how strong he can be, certainly in tricky conditions, but here today, completely dry, and a whole new challenge at hand.
A top 10 for the Uruguayan, the first of the season in qualifying, is making progress every round, getting adapted to the bike. As I say, it is his first top 10 in qualifying, starts from P9. We'll be hoping for a top 10 finish, perhaps a podium, unlikely given the very dry conditions we have compared to when he got one at Magny-Cours, but we'll be looking for a strong result.
Another rider looking for a strong result, Milan Pavelic, starting from P10. Now, the number 44, he's been so great to watch this year, been so consistent, really. But this is the first sort of hiccup, if you will. But I'm sure Pavelic is going to be back on form in terms of race pace.
Winner last time out in race 2 at Aragon, but yeah, qualifying didn't go the way of the Polish rider. We'll be hoping he can fight his way forwards.
And he starts alongside Adrian Cruces in P11. 22 points to his name so far this season. But looking nice and happy, looking relaxed. I think that's the main thing on this grid. He starts from row 4, of course. And some big names alongside him. We did mention Pavelic, who's became a front runner pretty much all the way throughout this season. And, well, it would be almost rude not to mention the rider starting next to him, starting from P12, Xavi Artigas. Now, a very, very experienced rider in multiple classes, some Grand Prix experience as well. You would expect the number 43, as we see him chilling on the grid, but we would expect him to see him work his way through the order on the MMR machine.
You would expect Artigas to make his way forward. First appearance of the season in this championship, had a couple of World Supersport outings earlier in the year. Always a busy rider, always looking to get on a bike as much as he can. So good to see him out here at Misano this weekend, and yeah, he'll be hoping he can move forward from P12.
Yeah, it seems like every single class he enters is just somehow instantly competitive as Artigas, but well, definitely some points on your debut in the Moto2 European Championship would be a nice bonus, as would for Oscar Gutierrez. Now, Oscar, of course, he's became a well-known figure in the Moto2 Championship and, well, continuing to make his name for himself in the Moto2 class. And Oscar, he's going to be going from P13 on the grid. A little bit of work to do for the number 99, but we know how well he is in a dogfight.
We do. As you said, he's making a name for himself in Moto2. He's had some Moto2 appearances as well. A very, very combative rider. Will definitely be looking to move forward from that P13 grid slot.
Lorenzo Fallon as well, another rider of plenty of experience who'd come here in the past to the Grand Prix World Championship, but the French rider looking pretty focused, to say the very least. I mean, number 5, starting from P14 on the grid, 5th row. Challenging to do, but with some fast riders ahead of you, with the likes of Gutierrez alongside Artigas, Cruces even, and of course Pavlitz, there still is a chance to work your way forward here.
Good riders to follow in, especially in race trim.
So, looking focused on pole. Unai Aradri, your championship leader, goes from P1, and we're moments away from going racing here in Misano. So it's time to bring you through your grid. Unai Aradri starts from pole position with Alberto Ferrandez and Mangiardo starting on the front row of the grid. Alberto Sura, Zurutuza and Harrison Voigt take up row 2, with Fernandez, Morozio and Yambias on row 3. Pavlitz, Cruces and Artigas take up row 4, and as we said, Gutierrez starting from P13 alongside Lorenzo Fallon, and Ruiz in row 5, rounding out our top 15 as Rossi Moore, Josh Watley and Gimbert take up the top 18 spots. Jimenez, Lolly and Kursavan take up row 7, with Palomera starting ahead of Mario Mayor and Ruda in P24. Ludena, Alcubaese starting ahead of the number 51, with Eisenkolb taking up your final slot. So 28 riders starting this one. Urstegi as well starting P27 on the 51. So an important race coming up, just one appearance for the Moto2 European Championship here this weekend. Everything's building towards these 25 points. One race just means the result matters that bit more.
It does, and at this late stage of the season as well, only 3 races remaining after this one. So it is crucial now. You can't afford to lose points to your rivals if you're in that title fight.
Yeah, they're not going to lose any points, that's for sure, especially now that we're entering the late point of the season. Alberto Ferrandez, whatever happens, it's fair to say, no matter what team he's been on or been with this year, he's able to be fast. He's shown how talented he well and truly is out on circuit, and a real rider that's able to adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been adapting basically throughout the season, almost adding an extra challenge for himself, and it's paying off for him. He's doing really well, race winner, consistently at the front of the grid in qualifying, and he'll be hoping for more of the same this weekend as with his new team.
Yeah, maybe just likes giving himself that extra bit of challenge, a little bit more drama to spice up the weekend. But whatever the case, we are just coming near the end of this warm-up lap. The riders making their way out of turn 10, where we'll see the championship standings. As we said, Aradri leading Ferrandez by 14 points. Pavlitz and Sura round out your top 4 in the standings. They're close together as well, just 3 points separate Pavlitz and Sura in the battle for P3 this year. And well, no matter where you look in Moto2, you're definitely going to see a battle. A nice range of lap times as well, meaning even for the final couple of points, we're expecting a real good scrap.
There will be battles throughout this field for P1, for P5, name a position, there'll be a fight for it. Obviously, riders will be hoping they are in those point scoring positions or higher while they're fighting. But yeah, this is going to be 17 laps of non-stop action.
Yeah, and well, Unai Aradre, not only is he going to be hoping he's inside the points, he's going to be hoping he's at least in the podium, it's fair to say, if not in that P1 position for most of this race. Keep in mind though, Eric Fernandez did set the fastest lap in qualifying. He starts from P7 following the grid penalty. Watch for him coming through the order. The number 4 does actually just take up his slot now. And then the green flag will hopefully wave at the back, all things being well. The 72 also slotting into position. But now it's time to go racing. The sole race of the day for the Moto2 European Championship. It is going to be lights on. And it's lights off, and now we get going. It's a great start from Fernandez from second position. He is ahead of Unai Aradre, who could get swallowed up at the start of things at turn 1. He slots into 4th position. Alberto Sura on the attack, looking to enter 2nd place. Eric Fernandez as well, getting his elbows out. That was a big crash at turn 2. As, well, everyone trying to scramble and get out of the way. And, well, now the riders will be looking for avoiding action. The race will continue for the moment at the head of the field. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do have a red flag. It just depends how quick everything can be cleaned up. Luckily, everyone on their feet. But Fernandez battling away. Eric Fernandez looking up the inside of Fernandez of the 54, who continues to lead the way. So Fernandez and Fernandez at the front of this field. The real tongue twisters for us up here in the commentary box. Josh Watley involved. Unai Aradre also involved in that opening crash. A massive moment on the front for Eric Fernandez. He drops back down to 3rd. Will it be 4th? But your championship leader, he had that high side exit in turn 2. And well, luckily, looks like everyone walking away from that one, because that was seriously scary. Eisenklopp, Aradre, Morozio, Artigas, as well as Josh Watley, all involved in that opening corner melee. As well, Aradre definitely going to be points lost. Up the inside though, Alberto Sura, he takes P1 yet again. Will it be a fight back for Fernandez? Yes, it will. He can't make it stick though, so the 54 slotting back into position, almost running on the green, if not touching the green. But Jack, what a start that was. Drama, and well, there's too much to talk about at the moment because our championship leader is out.
Yeah, Aradre out of this race after that big high side. The main thing is we've got notification on our screen that riders are okay after that. Obviously, we are continuing. We're just going through the site of that crash now, so no issue. As Sura leads Fernandez and Fernandez at the head of the field. They've got about a second in hand over Monjardo in P4.
Yeah, it was a tough start for Unai Aradre. Got him slipping back to about 3rd or 4th position. And as he just clicked on the power, trying to get the bike over to the left-hand side of the track for turn 3, the bike just lit up and down he went. I'm sure we'll see a replay later on in the race, but good to hear riders okay on the timing screen. But Fernandez battling away at the front of the field. And well, Alberto Sura in P1, what can he do? He has great experience. We were actually expecting him potentially to be on the front row here today, but clearly race pace, it seems to be where the 67 is shining.
Yeah, Sura perhaps a little bit disappointed to not be on the front row after qualifying yesterday, but made no mistake as he leapt to the front of the field on the opening lap and is pulling away from Fernandez and Fernandez at the head of the field on the run through turns 11, 12 and 13.
So Eric Fernandez now looking at the back of Alberto Fernandez. So it's going to be a tricky one to keep up with for the 54 and 4, especially now with the bikes looking so similar out on circuit. But nonetheless, the battle does continue. Francesco Monjardo sits in P4, Zurutuza as well in P5. Harrison Voigt, a good start for him, P6 as things stand. And more importantly for him, no positions lost. And now this is where he can really start to get to work and try and find his way inside the top 5 overall. Alberto Sura, fastest lap of the race, goes his way. As a move up the inside does come the way of Eric Fernandez. Down the inside he does go, and now slots himself into 2nd position, beginning to chase Alberto Sura in P1.
He'll need to start closing that gap quickly. It's around 3 tenths in favour of the number 67 as Fernandez makes the move into P2 ahead of Fernandez, as you said. Definitely going to get confusing. As we see a replay of start, Aradre did not get away well and then almost made contact with the riders heading into turn 1.
Yeah, and well, now we come towards turn 2, pushed ever so slightly wide by Fernandez, Eric Fernandez, and then he just lets up the rear with the bike in the middle of the circuit. There was nowhere for the unsighted riders to go, and luckily everyone okay from that one. A seriously scary accident, but you can just see luckily everyone avoiding the riders themselves out on circuit. Josh Watley as well, immediately up on his feet. Unai Aradre hands in the air, just making sure everyone's okay as he runs. But of course, it's too late. The number 10's machine was already destroyed. You can see at the bottom of that pile there, the 43 machine, that being Artigas, who was, his bike actually ended up on top of Vinaya Raja. But the marshals doing an impeccable job at getting that cleaned up nice and quick.
That was a big accident to clear up so quickly. The main thing is everyone walking away from that big one. As we see at the front, Fernandez has closed the gap massively to Surda through the final sector of that lap. Little to separate them across the line, just under 1/10 of a second. He doesn't make the move into turn 1, but we saw him move into turn 2 earlier, and he's going to repeat that. He moves into P1 at turn 2 ahead of Surda.
Eric Fernandez banishing the demons of yesterday, banishing that 6th place grid penalty, and showing that it doesn't matter because he's in P1 anyway. He's learned his lesson, and now it's time for hammer down at the front of the field for the number 4. Sura sitting in second. What response does he have? Or is it going to be the case of Alberto Fernandez in P3 to make a move? Monjardo has fallen back just ever so slightly. Shabby Zura 2 is actually looking back, but Eric Fernandez running wide and now dropping back down to P3. So from first to third, number 4 drops back and Sura retakes the advantage.
Just to note on lap times last time out, Fernandez was the only one in the top 4 to lap in the 1 minute 35. So he was around 3 tenths quicker than Sola. Obviously, he's just lost a big margin with that big mistake at turn 8, but it looks like he'll have the pace to close that gap up. We're just seeing a replay of it here.
Yeah, just a replay, just trying to get the bike stopped, feeling that he couldn't get turned in. When he did try to tip it in the rear, just came around violently and somehow stayed on, picking up that bike, running wide. And well, we've seen it time and time again, even the MotoGP just 1 week ago. That's how that Grand Prix was decided. And here in the Moto2 European Championship, turn 8, proven to be pivotal in this 17-lap dash. We come across the line in just a few moments' time, head on to lap 5. 13 laps now remain here at the Misano World Circuit. Sura continues to lead, nearly 2 tenths of an advantage, but look how aggressive Fernandez is able to be, and once again, turn 2 is where the moves are being made.
Fernandez obviously learned from Fernandez on the previous lap, going up the inside of turn 2 on Sola. Maybe a bit of a weaker point for the number 67. We see Unai Erladre in his box after that crash. Obviously very disappointed with how his race went.
Yeah, now trailing by 11 points in the championship as the 54 hits the front. It's a massive race in the title fight. Is this going to be the race we speak about as we head to Valencia? A massive moment though for Sura. Both riders down actually, and that is a crash both from Alberto Fernandez and Eric Fernandez. Both riders down at turn 8. And well, the 54, he tries to pick up his bike, and there's going to be no pickup for Eric Fernandez, that's for sure, because that number 4 machine is absolutely destroyed. And well, they're trying to get the bike started, and actually trying to give him a hand out on the gravel as an apology, if you will, if he can get that bike even restarted. But that's going to allow Alberto Sura, it's where all the drama started, a massive moment at turn 8, and suddenly everything unfolded in front of him.
Everything has changed. Both riders walking away from the crash at turn 8. But yeah, Alberto Sura now with an almost 2-second lead over Mongiardo in P2. So the Tusa completing the podium places as it stands, but he's in a fight with Harrison Voigt.
What more can this Moto2 European Championship race spring up? It's surprises from left, right and centre. Alberto Fernandez and Eric Fernandez crashing out here at Misano. Let's have a look, a massive moment for Sura. And well, Eric Fernandez just clipped the back of Alberto Fernandez, and that was that. That was all she wrote for the sole race of the weekend, and that's all she wrote at turn 8. Look how much damage was done to those machines. I'll be surprised if anyone can get the bike picked up and then if they can rejoin. It looked like Eric knew his race was done, but Alberto definitely trying to keep in the running, but you can see damage to the fairing there to try and pick out the gravel. The team watches on with disbelief.
Yeah, we have seen Alberto Fernandez has rejoined the race. He is down in 23rd place, and obviously with just 12 laps to go, he's not going to be fighting anywhere near the points, most likely. That does have the advantage for Sola, but that gap has come down from Mongiardo massively. Sola does not have the pace at the front of this field.
Yes, well, Sura, he does have the race pace, but a massive moment, it seemed, at turn 8, running wide again, it looked like, which has allowed Mongiardo just to catch up and reel in that gap yet again. Be interested to see if we can see exactly what went on there at turn 8 for Sura. But first, will a move be made from the 49? It's Alberto Sura versus Francesco Mongiardo. Xabi Zuratouza in the podium positions. Harrison Voigt up into P4 as well. Does a podium potentially await for the Australian? We'll keep an eye on the lap times of course, the 54 further down the order to see if there's any hope of a single point here today. It looks unlikely, but now we come across the line. 11 laps to go. A mistake, it seemed, last time around for Alberto Sura, and he comes to turn 1. Turn 2 is where the moves have been made, but Mongiardo looks a bit too far back. The incident at turn 8 currently under investigation. It'll be interesting to see what they think of that one, because it looked like Sura had the first mistake, if you will, and had a big moment in the braking zone.
It did, yeah. I wonder if that could just come down to a racing incident, getting caught out by someone else having a bit of a moment. Obviously, we'll wait to find out what the stewards decide of the outcome of that. It looks like Sura has pulled out a bit of a gap over Mongiardo over the first sector of lap 7, so he shouldn't come under threat at 10.8, but this is the corner where he lost the time last lap.
Yeah, tips in, no drama this time around, it seems. What's it going to be on the exit? All good, no moment from the rear either. Yambias up into P7 currently as well. Crusez just ahead of him. Pavlitz started from P10, now into P5. And I'm sure in Pavlitz's head, he's thinking he's not done a terrible amount of overtaking in this race, but that's thanks to all the drama that's unfolded in front of him. And luckily for the 44, he's, escaped at the front unscathed.
Yeah, when you're in the middle of the pack, it's easy to get caught up in someone else's drama, even if you're just running your own race. So he'll be very thankful that he has avoided, considering the amount of drama we've had ahead of him, that he's avoided all of that to run in P5. A good recovery job so far for the number 44.
Yeah, a solid ride. I don't think he's been too disappointed with the points from P5, especially of how much has happened in this race in terms of the championship runners. Francesco Mongiardo having a little look over his shoulder out at the final corner there, perhaps just hearing Xabi Zuratouza go on the throttle, just checking he wasn't too close for an attack at turn 1. But all things seem settled inside the top 3. Harrison Voigt trying to make up some inroads into the podium places, because how great would it be for the number 29 to enter the podium place? Now we see some battles further down the order into the brake zone. That's number 91 into the brake zone for him, as we await for the continuing to run. That is the 54. That is Alberto Ferrandez. You can see the left-hand side of his bike. The fairing is off. Still under investigation. He's running a 138.9. Still fast and some riders ahead, but that left-hand side of the fairing is well and truly hanging off. And if he isn't careful, he could be receiving a meatball flag by the end of this race.
Yeah, I think there is a chance of a meatball flag coming out for him. It looked like a bit of contact maybe between Sula and another rider. I can't work out which one of the Fernandez it was, and then that sort of triggered it all. But 3 riders going for the same piece of tarmac effectively, as we see when Fernandez rejoined the race.
Yeah, Fernandez was at the head of it all, with Eric, number 4, just behind. And, well, who knows? The stewards, of course, will have better angles than us. They'll have some CCTV footage as well of the incident, as there is a crash. Now it's Mongiardo. Mongiardo's crashed out. Francesco Mongiardo, the 49, has hit the deck. He was running in P2. That's going to promote Xabi Zuratouza to 2nd position and Harrison Voigt into the podium. Let's have a look at what happened. Very wide and nearly into the path of Harrison Voigt. Luckily, avoiding the Italian, but he was so wide, grabbing the front brake, continuing on the brakes, and he had so long to try and save it, but the bike just said no more.
Yeah, a typical slow speed crash. You just lose the bike and can't save it. Very disappointing for him to crash out from P2 on home soil as well.
Yeah, on home soil, not what he would be wanting. But this Moto2 European Championship, does anyone want to finish on the podium here today? 9 laps still remain. Sura from Zuratouza and Harrison Voigt in 3rd. Pavlitz now in P4, with Yambias a few laps ago in P7. Now he's inside the top 5. He's made his way through on Crusez as well. So every single lap, well, this championship, this race, not giving us a chance to catch our breaths. Very wide yet again. And that looks to be for Zuratouza. So that could play into the hands of Harrison Voigt in 3rd.
It did look like Zuratouza was wide heading into turn 10. He does have more than a second in hand over Voigt, or rather did at the start of this lap. So that will probably come down after that mistake, but still enough of a gap to avoid being passed on this lap.
Yeah, exactly. 9 laps remain. We're a few corners away from making it, just 8 to go. We head on to lap 10 of the action. Alberto Sura tips into the left now. We'll get on the power once more. And, well, 3.3 seconds it was at the last sector point. We'll wait to see what it is now. I wouldn't be surprised if that's risen ever so slightly over the line. Yeah, now it's 3.5. So risen by 0.2 of a second. Harrison Voigt, he can soon start putting Zurutuza under pressure. Zurutuza's almost at the stage now where he's not going to be necessarily looking ahead, but he's going to be looking at his pit board to see what that gap is to Harrison Voigt.
He will be. Voigt was obviously accounting for Zurutuza's mistake, was half a second quicker on that last lap. So closing up the gap. Obviously, if Zurutuza doesn't make a mistake, you would expect that gap to stabilise very quickly. Sulla now 3.8 seconds ahead at the end of Sector 1 on lap 10. So barring any drama, which we've had plenty of so far, looks to have this under control. Hopefully not the curse of the commentator there.
Yeah, hopefully no commentator's curse for Sura, who's doing a great job at the head of things. Looking at the lap times though, Harrison Voigt 0.8 of a second quicker. Now, that isn't necessarily race pace. That's thanks to a moment that Zurutuza had just 1 lap ago at this very corner. Again, a little bit wide, but I almost wonder if Zurutuza thinks the faster line for him is going to be slightly wider than, for example, what Harrison Voigt is, who takes a much more tighter conventional line at turn 10.
Yeah, we've discussed it already. There's 2 or 3 lines you can take through turns 9 and 10. A tighter one, which generally means you'll defend position but maybe lose out on exit, and a wider sweeping line, giving you probably a better exit on the run into turn 11 at Cavone.
Another 2.5 tenths now made for Harrison Voigt. This battle for second position is not over yet, and if they continue to fight over the next 8 laps or so, well, it's going to be Milan Pavelec who's going to be licking his lips in P4. A chance to the podium, not out the window yet. 7 laps remain in the Moto2 European Championship race. We tip into turn 1 now before, well, flip-flops to turn 2. Through the left and then back on the power. This is where Unai Oradri had his crash at the start of the race. The fast flow in turn 3 before turn 4. So tricky to get a move done over here. You have to basically be alongside in the braking zone or force your rival into a mistake. Having a look at the last couple of laps though, Voigt making inroads over the last 2.
Voigt, as we can see on the graphic, 2 tenths quicker. Zurutuza was in the 1:37s and it looked like a mostly mistake-free lap, apart from running a bit wide at turn 10, which, as we discussed, could just be his like a big moment under braking there. Does he hold? He runs slightly wide, seems to hold position. Voigt not able to take full advantage, but will be even closer now as he looks for the slipstream through turns 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah, the rear just stepping out in the braking zone as he tried to tip it in. But all good. He didn't actually lose too much time with that one. He was able just to carry the speed round the slightly wider line as maybe what he was hoping for. But a couple of attempts, you would say, were lost in that one. Half a second it was at the last intermediate point. Zurutuza and Voigt. Who's it going to be? Place your bets now, of course, because, well, it can go any direction. This race continues to spring on a surprise. We are close to being 6 laps to go here at Misano. And, well, Cruces and Yambias continuing to battle for the final spot inside the top 5. Cruces now ahead of that one. So they're having a good scrap as well. It's exactly what we expected to see in the Moto2 class. Maybe not as much drama at the front of the field, but still some awesome battles going on. None, not to mention this battle for the podium.
We expected plenty of drama, perhaps not in the way we had it in the opening stages of this race. We do see Voigt, the gap perhaps stabilising a little bit, half a second across the line as they approach turn 4 now. Pavelec running in P4 as well.
Yeah, around 30 thousandths of a second. Voigt was quicker last time around, so not much in it at all. And well, if Xabi Zurutuza can have a couple of good laps, that's exactly what he is going to have as a P2 finish. 5 seconds though is Sura's advantage at the head of the field. That has extended as well. That gap certainly has reduced once more with Zurutuza. And well, if Zurutuza and Voigt battle, that's going to play into Pavelec's hand even more. So can the Polish rider step onto the podium? But well, a lot to be decided in this race. The battle for second is on. Harrison Voigt on the exit of turn 10. He gets on the power. The tyre wear's going to start to come into play now, of course. On Pirelli rubber are these Moto2 European Championship riders as they come through turn 11. Come through Cavone. We've seen some awesome shots of them drifting their way around the circuit
throughout the weekend and last weekend in the Moto2 World Championship. But Harrison Voigt, no way through just yet, but it looks like he's going to try and force Xavi Zurutuza into a mistake.
It does. 3 attempts gained on this lap so far as Sola extends his lead now well over 5 seconds. He has built a massive gap, obviously taking advantage of drama behind him. Definitely has this under control as Zurutuza crosses the line to start his 14th lap in P2. Voigt not far behind him at all, just 3 attempts across the line.
Yeah, Harrison Voigt, this is an important lap. This is a crucial lap in the sole race of the weekend for the Moto2 European guys and girls, of course. But now the fight will continue on. They'll look for a way through. Right now, Harrison Voigt is just gathering almost some data inside his head, working out where he's faster, where perhaps he needs to work on his racecraft just a little bit, and just trying to work out where is best to make a move. Now, of course, if Xavi Zurutuza makes a mistake, that move's going to come pretty unexpectedly for Harrison Voigt. Now, we come into turn 8. This has been a key talking point of this race. Plenty of riders have ran wide, but no such troubles from Zurutuza as we come towards turn 9 and 10.
The bike is moving under him, under braking. It's happened a few times at turn 8, so perhaps Voigt is able to take advantage of that, because Voigt's bike looks a lot more stable under heavy braking, especially at La Quercia. But Zurutuza does have enough of an advantage at the moment that he won't have to defend into turn 14. He will keep P2 through that heavy braking zone, but Voigt will probably close up through the final sector.
It's also been super interesting to see how this race has played out with the strategy both riders have used. Zurutuza has essentially been going maximum 100% from start to finish. Harrison Voigt, he has let this race come to him, and now slowly he's building, and so is Pavlitz actually, because that gap is definitely looking closer in P4. He's there lurking and not too far behind, especially if these guys start to fight over the next 4 laps.
Yeah, Pavlitz definitely closing. He did a 1:36.5 last time out compared to a 1:36.9 for both Zurutuza and Voigt, so the times for P2 and P3 stabilising. Pavlek 4 attempts quicker though.
1.3 seconds was the gap between Voigt and Pavlitz over the line, but you can just see the gaps coming down. So it's half a second a lap. 4 attempts, just over 4 attempts last time around. Now, we are seeing on timing screens, there has been the meatball flag, the orange disc, with the black flag with the orange disc, meaning that you have a mechanical issue. Now, that is for Alberto Ferrandez, and that'll be for the fairing that is essentially hanging off on the left-hand side. An understandable decision from the stewards. It's safety for him and it's safety for others out on the track.
Exactly. You don't want a big piece of fairing coming off into the middle of the track and putting others at risk. So we just see he's ridden into pit lane. So he's seen the flag and come in at the first opportunity.
Yeah, and lucky for him, the first opportunity must have been the pit lane, which means he can get straight into the debrief and speak about what happened this weekend, although they will have plenty of time to mull over it before we head to Barcelona for the next round of the season. However, as we look, less than a second between Voigt and Pavlitz as well. Harrison Voigt, he was making inroads and he continues to, but I think it's fair to say it has slowed down. His momentum has slowed down over these last 2 or 3 laps.
Zurutuza did a good job of ensuring that Voigt couldn't pass, even when the 85 was making a couple of errors. And now Voigt is going to struggle because they are running very similar pace. We'll just see it as they cross the line. Big wheelie for Voigt off turn 16 there as well. Zurutuza did a 1:36.9. Voigt a 1:37.2. Pavelek fastest out of the top 4, a 1:36.5.
Yeah, simply impressive stuff from the 44. Perhaps just waiting for the tyre wear to come into things, waiting for their tyres to get slightly destroyed, and suddenly, well, Milan Pavlitz has all the tyre available to him. What a year it's been for the number 44. And if we look back at the season so far, of course, our last time out winner at Aragon, they had 2 races to enjoy at Aragon, but that was his first win of the season. He claimed the podium over in the tricky conditions at Magny Cours, and now, well, perhaps another podium awaits.
He's also been very consistent. He's been quick, but he's also been consistent. No finishes outside the top 8 this season. As you said, winner last time out. We'll be hoping he can make it 3 podiums in 2025, and he's closed in massively on Voigt again through the first half of lap 15.
And of course, a completely different strategy to Aragon, with them having 2 races there. This round, only 1 race, and then, of course, next round, they'll have 2 races yet again. So a slightly different approach to this weekend. But Pavlitz, 7/10 of a second he gained on Harrison Voigt last time around. simply incredible stuff from the Polish rider. He does take a slightly wider line. It seems like he can place his bike exactly where he wants to. Meanwhile, Harrison Voigt's bike is just beginning to run wide at places where he doesn't want to. He's not able to get stopped. He's not able to really get the tyre to bite and to turn when he needs it. But a little bit of chatter there through the final corner, but no issues as the 44 doesn't line up a move heading to turn 1. He is in the slipstream. Will he put it? He's too far back, but Milan Pavlec, a move is not too far away. As a massive moment there for Harrison Voigt, actually on the front end. He saves it. Coming towards turn 3 though, that's going to affect his drive. Milan Pavlec looks up the inside and he thinks better of it. Can he line up a move into turn 4 now? The bike's squirming about underneath him. And then again, wide goes Harrison Voigt, almost off the track onto the gravel. Is it an issue with his downshifts, I almost wonder? Because it looked like he was clicking back some gears before he got going again there. Whatever the case, if there is an issue, Harrison Voigt does not deserve this after the race he's had. And Milan Pavlec, well, he's into the podium.
Pavlec into the podium place is taking advantage of that. You would suspect perhaps an issue with downshifts, given that it was 2 very similar mistakes within 4 corners. A rider runs wide and someone will perhaps brake a little bit earlier at the next heavy braking zone to avoid that, but continue to run wide.
Yeah, so continuing to run out on circuit, and you can see a massive moment again, actually. It looks like a near high side for Harrison Voigt in the background. So having the moment onto the back straight, really struggling there with his rear tyre and getting the bike stopped. We see here, right, so he does run off the circuit as we've seen, but does he shift down? And he does. He clicks down another gear before he gets going again. So whether that be due to downshift issues or whether that be just him going a little bit slower and needing that lower gear. Whatever the case, he's not in the podium anymore, meaning that Milan Pavlec, well, what a race it's been for him into the podium, and what a race it's been for Alberto Sura. It's final lap time and over 5 seconds of an advantage.
Sura has had a relatively calm race after the opening few laps, taking advantage of the chaos behind to build that big gap. I'd say 5.5 seconds over Zuratuza in second. Pavlec was 2 tenths faster than Zuratuza with around a second separating them, so unlikely you would think Pavlec will challenge for P2, but you never know on this final lap.
Yeah, you never know. You never know anything, it seems, in the Moto2 European Championship. This race has changed everything in terms of the championship. We have plenty to talk about anyway after this one. Plenty for the people back in the lorry to put into the highlight reel for this one, because there's so much to fit in. But whatever the case, it's been such a good race for Alberto Sura. Of course, very, very busy rider to say the very least. Whatever the case, the business seems to be paying off. The extra track time seems to be paying off, and now he's moments away from winning the sole race of the day here at Misano.
He is on course for a win on home soil as well. This will probably mean so much to the number 67, a victory at Misano. As you say, he's 5.5 seconds clear of Zuratuza heading into the final 6. We've just had a notification that Urostegui has crashed out from P20.
A massive shame for Urostegui on this final lap as well. Alberto Sura is 1 corner away from victory. He first won back earlier in the year at Magny-Cours, and now he wins at Misano. Alberto Sura is your Moto2 European Championship race winner. The team are delighted with this one. Second position goes the way of Xabi Zuratuza, with Milan Pavlec in P3. Harrison Voigt does come home in P4. A tricky end to proceedings for him as Cruces gets the better of Yambias for the final spot inside the top 5. Gimbert and Fallon should be next up, but the flag awaits for celebrations for Sura. You can see how excited he is down there, just on the entry to turn 3. On the first lap, actually, that was the zone that everything changed for them. But celebrations beginning in pit lane. Another win to add to Alberto Sura's tally. He has the flag up in the air to celebrate, of course, here in Italy. What better way to do it than at Misano? I'm sure this was his aim heading into this weekend. We did speak about that he'd be disappointed with his qualifying result, but nonetheless, super impressive stuff. Xabi Zuratuza, second position for him. The 85 does cross the line in second. Milan Pavlec rounding off the podium. So
the podium celebrations in a few moments' time. Of course, Parc Fermé celebrations are going to be one to remember, that is for sure. But Harrison Voigt, well, looking at his dash after that one, I think he'd be disappointed with a P4. It was looking so good for him in the middle stages of the race, but nonetheless, a P4 is a great result, and a P4 is some real solid points to head into the final couple rounds of the season, not to mention it's Voigt's best finish of the year. Up to this point, it was a P10. Of course, that means scored last time out at Aragon. And actually, Sura, he's got the flag pole, but the flag, well, it's went a wander. He no longer has it, he's lost it. I don't think he's going to be too upset about that one. I don't think he's going to be crying about that one because, well, there'll be tears of joy, if anything, and that's after that ride. Over 5 seconds of an advantage, actually just under 5 seconds after his celebrations. To the line. You can see a massive burnout from Xabi Zuratuza. American racing, what a day it is for them. Milan Pavlic, happy with that one. P10 on the grid to P3 on the box. And still, we await for our winner. Sura soaking in every single moment, soaking in every last meter of this Misano World Circuit on this cooldown lap. He'll wave to the marshals, wave to the fans that have stayed this afternoon to watch their action. Of course, still plenty to come here on the Adriatic coast. And what better way to do it than in these scorching conditions. Track temp at the end of the race, nearing towards 40 degrees Celsius. So getting toasty for the riders and getting toasty for their tyres as well. And there goes the flagpole, finally gets rid of it as he pulls into the inside of the circuit. I'm sure it'll be a little burnout to the enjoyment of the fans. There's a grandstand just to the right that plenty of people are watching on trackside here today. And a little wheelie into the pit lane. He's took all the time he needed, that's for sure, on this cooldown lap. But Alberto Sura is your winner here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. And of course the Moto2 European Championship. They'll be back in action at Catalonia for more. The team await in Parc Fermé. Very soon we'll be here. We can hear his thoughts as he speaks to Jack down in Parc Fermé. Another burnout. That Triumph engine getting them beaten after what was an intense 17 laps of action. And well, just so good the celebration. You could hear the screams through his helmet. And now second place in the championship. He entered this weekend P4 in the standings. And now with Unai Aradre, Alberto Ferrandez crashing out ahead of him. It now promotes him up into second. Of course, all the reactions still to come. And all the full results and championship order. But well deserved. You can imagine the atmosphere in that pit box later on tonight. Xabi Zuratuza, I think he's as delighted for his teammate as what he was his own podium. You can just hear celebrations down there in Parc Fermé. As we look back at one of the key moments of the race, Alberto Sura, a little bit of contact with Eric Fernandez, it looked like, potentially. Whatever the case, Eric Fernandez got unsettled and hit the rear of Fernandez's machine. And well, the 54, he did get the bike restarted, actually got it restarted in the gravel. Alberto Sura did lead the field through, and look at that. Celebrations on the last lap, the leg out to the fans around the circuit. He knows how much this means to all the Italian fans that have made the trip here to Misano this weekend. Some of them, I'm sure, have stayed from last weekend's MotoGP action to make it into a true trip to remember. A Sura chance here out in Parc Fermé. He'll be down in just a moment's time and speaking to Jack to hear his thoughts after, well, the victory. You just see noticing that flag being lost there. But we're nearly ready for, first of all, to hear from him, and then for the Parc Fermi celebrations to begin. I'm sure he'll have a few words to say for his fans here in Italy, as he makes his way over and heads into position to have a word with Jack down after Moto2 European action here at Misano.
Alberto, win on home soil, 5.5 seconds clear in front of your fans here at Misano. How does that one feel?
Yes, a great feeling in this weekend, and I and my team very fast work, nothing. It's very happy. Thank you too.
And in Italian for your fans in Italy.
Sono veramente stanco anche in italiano. Niente, volevo ringraziare tutti quelli che mi seguono, tutti i miei amici che sono venuti qua, il team, tutto. È stato veramente un bel weekend. Eravamo in difficoltà, ma con il lavoro e con la testa si può fare tutto.
Alberto, congratulations.
Well, Alberto Sura is your winner, and this is how it all unfolded. It was a great start for Alberto Ferrandez, while Unai Aradri dropped back. He dropped back to P4, P5 at the start before this high side, losing the rear into the middle of the pack. It was a multi-bike collision, a chain reaction out on the track, but luckily everyone escaping unharmed. All riders okay from this scary incident on the opening lap. Xavi Artigas also involved in that one. The battle would continue at the front. It was Sura from Ferrandez, and then Eric Fernandez just behind, who battle their way through turn 8, a corner which would have so much drama later on. As Eric Fernandez hit the rear of the 54, both the riders went down, bringing an end to their hopes on Sunday. Alberto Ferrandez got the bike restarted, however, he'll be later be given the meatball flag, forced to retire to the pit lane with too much damage to race. Sura did head the field, the 67 lead the charge before Mangiardo had this moment trying to save a front end crash. And well, Xavi 02's done a great job at avoiding, as did Harrison Voigt. Harrison Voigt, though, wasn't over yet. He then settled in third, trying to close the gap to 02's behind. However, Voigt would run into a few issues as the race went on after spending a couple laps closing the gap before this moment here. Turn 4 proven to be pivotal in this race yet again. But what a ride it was for Sura. As you can see, running wide after running wide at turn 1, he did the same at turn 4. Harrison Voigt's race went from P3 to P4. Milan Pavelich was now in the podium positions. The fight continued. Pavelich continued to put on a good pace, but he couldn't do anything about it as Alberto Sura took victory in Italy. The celebrations began early. 4.6 second winning margin. He couldn't believe it. Delightment for the 67. Now we're on the podium. The podium celebrations just getting underway. Milan Pavelich first out in terms of our riders after a simply incredible ride. Zuratuza will be taking second position, with Sura in P1. So Zuratuza and Alberto Sura finishing an incredible day as the Italian national anthem will play in just a few moments' time here at Misano, and I'm sure the crowd are going to absolutely love this one. That's his chest protector certainly thrown off the podium as Pavelich receives his trophy. Kiss and point to the air, of course, an emotional season so far for the entire Junior GP paddock. Xavi Zuratuza now happy with that one. I'm sure that was a hot race, a warm race out on the bike. As Sura wins and the Italian national anthem prepares to ring out here. And that was a great rendition. I'm sure national anthem rendition that Sura will never forget. You can see how much it means for him as the Prosecco is sprayed down on the podium. After what was such an eventful race, Zurutuza, I'm sure he'll be delighted with a podium. Looks like potentially he thought he had a little bit more left in the closing stages, but a P2 finish, I don't think he'll be complaining about that one as he looks back at the results later on this evening. Sura as well, sharing the celebrations, sharing out the Prosecco. Well, I think Zurutuza is just trying to cool down ever so slightly, but the photos will be taken and they'll end up on social media later on, where of course you can see all the reaction. So as the riders line up for a photo, it is time to look back at the results from such a dramatic race. Where can we even begin? Because Alberto Sura is your winner by 4.6 seconds over Xavi Zurutuza, but that is not the story of the race. Sura took victory by 4.6 seconds with Milan Pavlik rounding out the podium. Harrison Voigt finished at P4 after a late move from Milan, with Adrian Cruces, Yambias, Gimbert, Fallon and Ruiz rounded out the top 9. Christian Lolly took P10 with Oscar Gutierrez finishing in P11. Kurskavan finished P12 in that one, with Palomera finishing P13. Rossi Moore and Mario Mayor took the final points in this race, with Alcobayese taking the final finishing spot. Urstanege, Ferrandez, Eisenkolb, Manjardo, Fernandez and Radre were your crashers. Plenty of followers in that one, plenty of drama and plenty to discuss. Morozio as well, not to mention Xavi Artigas and Josh Watley. And now, of course, after that race, we have a big change in our championship. Radri still holds on to the lead after all the falls throughout the field, but it's Alberto Sura who now sits second place in the standings. 7 points behind, with Milan Pavlik sitting P3. Alberto Ferrandez down to P4 in the championship. Zurutuza remain in P5. Yeri Ruiz in P6. Yambias rounds out the top 10 in our standings at the moment after another solid top 10 finish. Gimbert, Cruces, Tapia and Eric Fernandez, P14 in the standings, 30 points to his name. One opportunity it was today, but it just wasn't meant to be. Harrison Voigt also up into P17 in the standings after what was a good ride, potentially riding over a few issues in those closing laps. Mattia Volpe as well, he's just been demoted to P24. Borja Jimenez taking the final spot inside the top 25 in the standings. Now though, attention for the Moto2 European Championship will turn to Barcelona, the next round of the season for them. What's going to be round 6 of the year. 2 races in store for them, and I'm sure Alberto Sura is going to try and carry his momentum into Barcelona. The Italian wins in Italy. What a result at Misano. A great ride for the 67.
Well, for the final time here in Misano, the Junior GP riders are ready to do battle in race 2. After an incredible race 1 this morning, the stage is set for an even more dramatic afternoon. It's another 16-lap show in front of a passionate crowd as the field goes to battle on the famous 4.23km circuit, a track known for producing final lap fireworks. Rising temperatures will only add to the challenge with no respite on this technical layout. With 6 left-handers and 10 right-handers, there are plenty of opportunities for a dare and dive bomb. So get comfy as we're about to go racing, with all riders setting their sights firmly on those all-important 25 points here in Misano. Of course, race 1 winner Marco Morelli looks to do a second. Looking back at this morning's action, it was a great start for Brian Uriarte, who led the field through on the run to turn 1, keeping his powder dry in the opening stages of the race. However, we see some incidents in the early stages, with high side out the final corner for the AGR riders before a red flag came out, bringing a stop to proceedings, and that was after a crash and exit turn 6 for the number 21 rider. Conscious, which was good news, meaning we could go racing yet again. Brian Uriarte, a great start yet again for him. Rico Salmela on the 27 machine, trying to work his way into the order this time around, slotted himself into second position. Marco Morelli showed his form, showed what business he meant, beginning to battle for the race lead. There was a moment though, and this was the deciding moment for Rico Salmela at the entry to turn 5. It was the end of the race for him, the end of the road, as the battle for P1 was only beginning to heat up. Jesus Rios continued to battle away with what looked to be the number 9, and while Putama, he had a few moments throughout the race, somehow managing to stay on throughout all of them. Dojo Boggio though fell at turn 10, just by the long lap penalty. That was the end to his day as Putama looked down the inside on the number 9. There was some great moves being made in this great battle, with Joel Esteban fighting his way through the field after starting from the back of the grid. Brian Uriarte remained defensive at the front of the field, however, though, as the number 11 continued to get into the mix. Gonzalez looked strong and looking for any opportunity through. However, everything was decided on the run to the line, with Marco Morelli pipping Brian Uriarte. The 97, the Argentine rider, was absolutely elated with that one, and he'll celebrate that one heading into this evening. However, first, still race 2 to take place. The stage is beginning to be set for race 2 of the Junior GP World Championship. My name is Lewis Ray, and bringing you through race 2's action is going to be myself and Jack Amy. And well, Jack, it was an unexpected end to race 1. It looked like Brian Uriarte had it all sewn up, but then Marco Morelli had the perfect launch on the exit of turn 16, sprinting to victory in the 7-lap restart.
It was an incredible opening race of Junior GP this weekend. As you say, it looked like Uriarte had it under control, but Morelli said he saw the number 51 go defensive, so made sure he lined up the final corner to get the run, and it paid off. A first win in Junior GP for Morelli.
Yeah, a great ride for Morelli. Just shows how much he's using his head on board that machine, and yet still able to be so fast. Now, the starting grid for this one, Uriarte on pole from Morelli, and Jesus Rios on 3rd position. However, there's some changes. For example, Joel Esteban, he goes from P7 in this one, and he made his presence known, I think it's fair to say, in race 1. And we definitely not rule him out just yet for a podium here in race 2.
Absolutely not. He started from the back of the grid in race 1, and on the opening lap before the red flags were shown, he was in the points. He took the restart from P10 and battled up to P6, showing that he does have the race pace to fight at the front even when he's passing other riders. This time he goes from P7, the front of the 3rd row, so fully expect Esteban, who we know has good race pace at every track we visit, to be in the mix for a podium or even a victory.
Yeah, he's a real Sunday rider. We've seen it in the past with even some of the great stars of the show. For example, Brad Binder at the moment, always known as a Sunday rider. You always have those couple of riders in a field that are known for really getting their teeth into things as the lights go out, and not necessarily a rider who you would put for a pole position over 1 lap on a Saturday.
Exactly, and there's obviously nothing wrong with that. There's nothing right about that. It's just a different style. And obviously, points don't come in qualifying anyway. You need to pick up the points in the race. Obviously, if you have qualifying pace and race pace, it makes it a little bit easier to take those 25 points. But for Esteban, it's a bit trickier, normally fighting his way through, but it's working for him.
Jesus Rios now just pulling into the grid, and, well, he starts on what's going to be the front row of the grid in P3. However, it was a tricky race 1 for him, and that was thanks to Pratama pretty much, because those two were locked in a fight from start to finish. The 54 and the number 9 going to battle in race 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again in race 2. Rico Salmela as well, he's going to be looking for redemption in race 2 after, well, crashing out this morning. It was so disappointing to see for the 27.
You said it there, redemption will be what Salmela is looking for in race 2. Crashed out from a very good position, will be looking to bounce back in race 2, and I think everyone would fully expect the number 27 to be in the podium fight.
Yeah, and, well, we're not going to be too far away, actually, from getting going here this afternoon. Things coming through very quick this afternoon, as we see Pratama sitting on the grid. Number 9 looking focused once again. He goes from the second row. And, well, what a second row is, as we mentioned, Rico Salmela looking for redemption. He goes alongside him in P4. And Gonzalez, a real surpriser on the number 11 machine, showing some great pace in race 1 and able to really fight with the best at the front.
A bit of a surprise story, as you said, from Gonzalez, but he has been quick this weekend, going from the second row. He was in the early stages of the race in the podium fight, maybe dropped a little bit towards the end of it, but expect him to have learnt from that, improved the bike setup, improved his feeling to be in position to fight for that for the podium.
Yeah, exactly. Still on the podium last time out. His first podium of the season as well, nonetheless. Although we never had necessarily the late race pace that we've seen from Uriarte and Morelli, but I think very few people could actually run with that, because it seems like they were just trading blows at the front and almost trying to show whatever you can do, I can do better at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a thrilling race between those two for the victory. As we look at Joel Esteban, much higher up on the grid, as we've already discussed, for race 2, going from P7 and the third row. He'll be in the podium fight with his race pace.
Yeah, and of course already a win this season for Joel Esteban. Of course, different conditions to maybe what we have today, but now track temperature over 40 degrees Celsius. It continues to rise here at Misano, and certainly things are beginning to get very interesting. Now there's Casey O'Gorman. He had a slight error, I think it's fair to say, in race 1, but starting from P8, a very consistent podium finisher over the last couple of weekends of Junior GP action. Do not rule him out at all.
No, race 1 ended his streak of P2 finishes in Junior GP. Apologies. After a crash, going from the middle of the third row, he'll have the race pace to go with the podium finishers, and he'll expect, given his recent form, to be on that rostrum.
And Sullivan Mountsie, really impressive weekend so far for him, the CF Motor rider, perhaps just spending the weekend analysing all the data possible, maybe getting a little bit of tips from his teammates, and whatever the case, it seems to be working. Mountsie, of course, starting from P9, a third row start for him, and he'll be looking for his best result of the season, you would have. I think it was a good race 1, and if he could pick up a few more places in race 2, he could be on for that.
He will, yeah. He'll be hoping to go a little bit better than he did in race 1, just to get a top 10, perhaps, starting from P9.
Dodo Boggio as well, another rider, another Australia rider that's going to be looking for redemption, and that's after he crashed at turn 10 as well. So it was Salmela at turn 5 and Boggio over at turn 10. So yeah, both of them with some work to do. As we see Zen Matane on the screen, and well, Matane is always a cheery rider, I think it's fair to say. Always has a smile on his face, and he's at P10 in the championship at the moment. No podiums to his name just yet, but still a really solid rider.
Still a solid rider, looking for that first podium. It is Junior GP, anything can happen. He does have good pace, so maybe he can be in the fight at least in race 2.
Yeah, it seems like at the moment he's just that one last step away, that one last little step to be able to fight with the likes of Morelli and Uriarte. Who knows? Has he found it between race 1 and 2? That's the magic of 2 races in one weekend. I'm sure Zani as well is going to be hoping to have found that magic, because it was a tough race 1 for the Italian. Maybe not what he'd be hoping for going into this weekend, or maybe not what he would even have expected going into this weekend.
No, he would have hoped for a bit more, especially racing at home in front of the passionate Italian fans. P12, he's got a chance to move forward. That's the thing he'll be thinking of. He'll be hoping a top 10 perhaps. Maybe a podium is a bit too much from 12th, but we saw how close it was throughout the early stages of race 1. If he can make early gains, there is a chance.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be an opportunity here in race 2. They've had a few hours to settle and to go really in depth in the data. Evan Belford, MLav racing. And, well, he's looking nice and focused on the grid. He was cheery after the race as well, not to mention that he made his way down to Parc Ferme to celebrate with his teammate Marco Morelli. There was a nice moment exchange between the two of those. But, of course, Belford, this time around, he's going to be starting back on row 5. So a little bit of work to do as... well, Nicholas. Now, Nicholas did have a fault earlier on, if my memory serves me correctly. So, a shame for him. You can see some scuffs actually on his levers. But whatever the case, now is a new race. Now is a new opportunity. And just put it to the back of your mind.
Exactly. 2 races in a day does give you the chance to instantly put that error or crash or whatever out of your mind ahead of the next round. Whereas if you only have 1 race, perhaps it lingers a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly, and you can see the amount of fans that have stayed to watch the action here at Misano. Plenty of people watching the track side and plenty of people watching above the pit lane as well. Some nice viewing opportunities up there. We've seen the final corner, the first corner, and even a lovely view of turn 8, where we've seen so much drama so far today. Here we are, though, your starting grid for race 2 of Junior GP. Brian Uriarte starts on pole position alongside Marco Morelli and Jesus Rioth. Rico Salmela, Pratama and Gonzalez starts from our second row of the grid. So Joel Esteban, Casey O'Gorman and Sylvan Mountsie on row 3. Dodo Boggio starts ahead of Zembantani and Leonardo Zani on row 4. With Evan Belford, Nicholas and Pugliese in row 5. Singapong, Hakim Danish and Famara starts from row 6. Ballon heads row 7 alongside Farkas and Ramistoffer, as Agostinelli, Abruzzo and Moliani goes from row 8. Row 9 features Van Tricht, Lucas Brown and Tietse, as we await for our final couple of rows of Uchimi Serpa, Schrom Rock round out our top 30, and the final spot on row 11 being taken by Rousseau. So, we are ready to go on our warm-up lap. Uriarte on pole position. What can the 51 do this time around? You have to say he's going to want to try and get the win this time. Although Marco Morelli, I'm sure, after tasting the winning feeling in race 1, he's going to want to relive that here this afternoon. It's not going to be too much longer now, though, until we find out.
No, Morelli will definitely be hoping to make it 2 from 2 today. Uriarte will be out for revenge after losing out on the final meters of this race. Plus, we have Joel Esteban going from the 3rd row. He'll be in contention. And a whole host of other names. We saw how close it can be in Junior GP in race 1. Even in the restarted race where there was a bit more of a gap, it was still very close.
Yeah, it was very, very close at the head of the field. This is due to be 16 laps of action. Of course, the race 1 was originally scheduled to be 16 laps, but after the red flag, it was a 7-lap sprint after the 4 laps that have been completed. Uriarte now, this is how things look heading into race 2. Salmela, after his crash, it brings the 51's lead up to 37 points. Casey O'Gorman as well, after a tough race 1, he's now down 47 points on your championship leader. So that's top 3 in the championship as we head towards the end of our warm-up lap. And of course, the final chance just to check everything is 100% with the machines, especially if you're the likes of Rico Salmela, who's had a crash earlier on.
Yeah, Salmela will be looking just to bounce back from that crash to start with. Obviously, he'll be hoping for a podium, a win. He could go with the leaders this morning until his full, Whether he'll be able to do that again in race 2 remains to be seen, because he doesn't have the data from the full races. Obviously, no one has 16 laps worth of data, but riders who finish the race have, for example, the data of how the tyres felt at the end of the 7-lap race.
Yeah, exactly. It's all going to come down to what sort of running they managed to do in practice earlier on in the weekend. So hopefully, for the sake of the likes of Rico Simoncelli, they did some long runs on the Thursday or the Friday. But if not, it's going to be a journey into the unknown. Wherever the case, it's time for all the talking to stop, and it's time for the lights to go on here at Misano. The red lights will appear on the starting gantry in just a few moments' time. As we go racing for Junior GP Race 2, a lift in the front wheel actually from Simoncelli off the line there, so dropping the clutch quickly, but at the head of the field, Brian Uriarte does lead the way and lead the field through and slots in to P1. Marco Morelli instantly on the attack. Rico Salmela looking round the outside, and now as we head towards turn 3, he's going to look for an opportunity through. Now turn 4, where races have been won and decided on the final lap and also on the first lap, because it's a great place to make a move. You see there, it looked like it was the number 11 just barging his way through the field. There is Gonzalez just behind Pratama as we head towards turn 7 now, and then towards the heavy braking zone of turn 8 for the first time.
Uriarte got the perfect start from his view, holding the lead through turns 1, 2 and 3 before building up enough of a gap to avoid a challenge heading into turn 8 ahead of Morelli. A good start for Salmela as well, had the pace and was fighting for P2 in the 8, although he's about to drop to P4 as Rios comes through at turn 10.
A great ride there from Jesus Rios as he gets up into the podium positions. This is exactly what he needed to do in these early stages. But what Morelli needs to do, or what Salmela even needs to do, is catch up to the back of these top 2 runners and just begin to disturb their rhythm and try not let them break away, because in the closing stages of race 1, even in the shortened 7-lap race, they were still able just to begin to edge away into the distance, into the horizon as well. Jesus Rios now dropping back down P4, almost P5, because Pratama is also on the attack.
Pratama on the attack, Rios just holding position in P4 as we see Gonzalez up the inside of Pratama at turn 16. It's an unusual overtaking spot, but moves can be made there if you're virtually alongside heading into the braking zone. Uriarte again, no threat from behind at this stage, building up enough of a gap to be able to manage in the early stages of the 16-lap race.
And we do see there a rider down. That's the number 2. That's Shromrock down on the deck, and well, Levi Rousseau also showing his crash. So both of them have gone down as we await to see how that one unfolded. So perhaps just coming together at turn 14. Both of them just getting on with things and trying to get on the bikes as soon as possible. It seems like Levi Rousseau did get the bike starting quicker perhaps, because we didn't see him down there. But Shromrock on the number 2. Disappointment as well for both riders.
Both riders would be disappointed. They would have been hoping to move forward from their starting positions. But yeah, Uriarte, again, he's just have enough of a gap to avoid being challenged at this stage of race. It's good riding from the number 51, managing the gap to Morelli.
Yeah, he's just managing the gap as things stand. You have his eye on the pit boards, of course, as Gonzalez now gets through on Pratama. And now, well, Joel Esteban looks to follow through. So Joel Esteban looking to get involved in the mix here. Perhaps at the start that we were expecting, maybe we were expecting a little bit more of an explosive start for Joel Esteban, get himself within that top 5 instantly. But now, the top 4 of this race begin to edge away, because this battle for P5, as entertaining as it is, it's really affecting their times.
It is allowing the top 4 to escape. Esteban probably would have expected more when lights went out as well, given how many places he gained in the start earlier. Obviously, he wasn't going to gain as many, that was literally impossible, but would have been hoping that he could at least gain 1 or 2 positions. Instead, still running, as we see someone run very wide out of turn 15. Couldn't quite make out who
I want to say that
was.
was Evan Belford. So Evan Belford potentially running away there, although we'll wait for them to cross the line and see. Fast lap of the race being Brian Uriarte, and that was Evan Belford who's dropped all the way down. So is Boggio, but Belford down to P14. As well, Brian Uriarte, fastest lap of the race. And now you'd have to say putting down the hammer nice and early out here at Misano.
Misano is a track where you can build a gap to your rivals, especially if they're squabbling behind you. At the moment, they're not really fighting, but it looks like Uriarte just has the pace advantage. He was 2 turns quicker than the 3 riders directly behind him on lap 2.
And now, well, beginning to lose a little bit of time is Morelli. What he doesn't need is for Rico Salmella's front wheel or front tyre to be coming up the inside at any point during the next couple of laps. Otherwise, well, they can say goodbye to number 51 and then leave themselves for a lot of work to do in this closing stages, because we've seen it time and time again this year. It's so impressive to watch, though, out on track. This is the battle with Pratama just ahead of Esteban and O'Gorman at the back of that one, and then just a little gap between themselves and Zen Matani and Salvamanzi, who currently rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Moretti can't afford to come under pressure in his early stages of the race. He needs to go with Urarte as much as possible. At the moment, looking at the gaps, he's lost another 2 attempts on this lap, and he is under huge pressure from Finnish rider Rico Salmela.
Yeah, Rico Salmela, a talent that has been in many teams' watch lists, shall we say, over the last couple of years. He's so impressive to watch out on track, and always quite a consistent rider, actually. It was rare we see him make the mistakes, as we see a massive, massive wide moment for Marco Morelli. A few riders behind, I think the likes of Salmela and Jesus Rios perhaps gauging the braking mark on Marco Morelli ahead, so whenever he runs wide, they're running a little bit wide too. Probably,
and we know Morelli will be pushing very hard to try and go with Urarte, but we see again the number 51, a 1 minute 41.2 last time around. Morelli 141.5, as were Salmela and Rios, so another 3 tenths gained.
This looks to be a statement ride so far for Brian Uriarte after getting pipped on the final lap of the race, and that is the 47 now coming into the pits. Dojo Boggio now, that's going to be into things. So no points scored here in Italy. So disappointing. A crash at turn 10 in race 1, or a retirement in race 2. Whatever can be helped, it's now time to reset and get going again at Barcelona for him as the battle does continue. But Brian Uriarte, perhaps after getting pipped on that final straight in race 1, now just trying to show everyone exactly what pace he well and truly has.
Uriarte looks like he is on a mission in race 2. He is building up a gap every sector. Now 7 tenths across the end of sector 2, which is just before turn 9, and visibly the gap is growing. Salmela once again close to Morelli as we head into turns 13 and 14. Is he going to be close enough to send it up the inside under braking? Not this time.
Yeah, not this time around at turn 14. Lines can sometimes merge in there as well. It's so tricky to get moved on. You have to show your front wheel nice and early so the rider knows you're there. But Marco Morelli on the green, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one, because if he does that a couple more times, he could be looking at a track limits warning. We've seen actually earlier on in some of the other classes that, well, they're not afraid to hand out 3-second time penalties for exceeding the track limits too many times.
No, going on the green will give you track limits warnings, and that will lead to a penalty if you continue to use the green. Going on the blue is not a track limits offence, and of course on the last lap, going on the green, regardless of whether you're fighting, you will be demoted 1 position in the classification.
Yeah, exactly. If you're within that half a second to the rider behind you, will be demoted. As well, Marco Morelli at the moment, he's going to be pushing. You can see him heading onto the blue there. That's okay. That won't be counted towards his track limit tally. As well, looking on the outside is Rico Salmela, not able to make a move work this time around, though. Of course, racing for the Estrella Galicia team, and one of the best teams in the paddock, always producing talent for many years now, as of course Jesus Rios just follows behind. In the 54, you have to wonder at the moment if perhaps he's just keeping his powder dry, just trying to keep things nice and calm while he watches all the action in P4 and watching them burn up rubber ahead.
It would be a good strategy from the number 54 is if he is doing that, especially knowing the pace of Morelli and Salmela. You would think would be a bit quicker. That is Salmanzi down at turn 10 on the exit of the long lap loop there. You can just see it right behind him.
Yeah, Salvamanzi down at turn 10. Disappointment for the CF Moto Aspar squad. But, of course, he'll go back to the drawing board in Barcelona. Perhaps it looks like he got that bike going again, so hopefully he can get that running and at least make it to the end of the race and see the checkered flag for the sake of gathering some extra data. Meanwhile, his teammate out on circuit, Joel Esteban, remains in P8. No inroads as of yet, but are we going to see a move now from Jesus Rios on the run to turn 1? He sets it up, he looks up the inside,
but just a little bit too far back. We've not seen too many moves actually made over at turn 2 so far in this race. And we've seen some excellent moves in race 1 made at turn 2. So perhaps waiting until the closing laps, because there still is 11 laps to go. So still a nice distance to be ran here at Misano.
Still a long way to go in this race. Another look at the times though, and Uriarte at 1:41.4. Morelli and Salmela 1:41.9. The gap now 1.6 seconds as Uriarte has bolted at the front of the field.
Yeah, he's sprinted away at the front. He's charging away. And he's, well, got the bull by the reins as, well, this battle does continue for second place. 3 of them scrapping away, and now turn 9 comes back into picture. It's really line of stern as things stand. Marco Morelli, he's not a rider known for cracking under pressure, and it doesn't look like he's going to be doing that this time around, although very, very close once again to the green. He's going to have to start being careful with that. Rico Salmela using the slipstream, pulls alongside, heading into turn 11. Through Carbone we go. All the way on the inside curve was Rico Salmela, and that is a move done. Second place now for the 27. He's looking for a good result after crashing out in race 1. He's looking to try and stop in the 51 to extending his championship lead even more, because if it stayed as was, it would only be 5 points lost, 5 further points lost as what it was earlier on this morning. So an important race for Salmela in terms of his championship and keeping those hopes alive.
It is absolutely important for Salmela to see if he can limit the damage effectively at this point, looking at the gap. More than 2 seconds across the line in favour of Uriarte. Now we see Rios up the inside of Morelli at turn 1. So Morelli dropping 2 positions in just a few corners. Now we'll see whether Salmela and Rios have the pace to challenge Uriarte, but they do have a big gap to bridge before they even think about overtaking him.
Rios clearly doing his research here at Misano, because that was a textbook move on the run to turn 1. Now he continues his fight. He sets sights on second position on Rico Salmela, who sits in P2. The 54 will enter the slipstream now, making the way towards turn 8. Heavy on the brakes. The amount of drama we've seen here today, well, we don't have enough fingers on our hands to be able to count it. As well, next time around we'll be entering less than 10 laps remaining. We mentioned how short race 1 was for these guys, but race 2 in itself, well, it's continuing to spring up a surprise, and with more race distance, it's meaning a slightly different style of race.
It is meaning a slightly different style of race, and definitely a surprise as well, because I don't think anyone would have predicted Uriarte to have this much pace in hand, especially over Morelli, given their fight in race 1. But also Salmela and Rios, they are pulling away from Morelli, it's visible to see, but whether they're catching Uriarte at this stage, it doesn't look like it with the eye test.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what the timing screen says next time around. A 1:42.4 last time around from Marco Morelli. That was 2 tenths slower than the likes of Rios ahead of him. But now we exit the final corner and they'll break the timing beam yet again. It's another opportunity just to have a little glance over the lap times. A 1:41.5 for Brian Uriarte, a 1:41.9 for Rico Salmela, a 1:41.8 for Rios. And well, Morelli, he's inside the 1:42 bracket, and well, that's not going to be enough to be able to keep up in this podium fight.
Morelli does not have the pace at this stage of the race, and if he drops much more time, he's not going to have any chance of catching him. It looks like we have the answer to the question about whether Salmela and Rios have the pace to go with Uriarte, and the answer is a comfortable no. Uriarte is in fine form this afternoon. He is flying out in P1.
Yeah, a couple of tenths quicker last time around, but only 2.7 ahead. That's 1 or 2 mistakes away from everything changing around. As well, Salmela now still sits P2. He's not cracked under pressure just yet, and I'm sure he's had a chat about his engineers about his feeling on the front tyre, which of course caused that crash earlier on this morning. But Brian Uriarte, he's looked in fine form all weekend long. You heard what he said after qualifying. He was so happy with his lap as well. He was just hoping for a good race, and well, it certainly was a good race. But by his standards, I don't think he would appreciate getting pips on the final lap. This time, it's his attempt at pure domination track side. Further down the order, Zani now enters the top 10 as we look at the live championship standings. So that will rise to 42 points if the checker
checkered flag was brought out right now, but of course still 9 laps to go, so plenty of opportunity. Casey O'Gorman still sits P3 in the championship. Now Casey up into P6 in the race, so it doesn't seem like he'll stand on the podium again, and now it'll be his first weekend without a podium in quite some time. But after what happened in race 1, Casey O'Gorman, he'll still be pretty pleased to think if he even could get a top 5 finish, because he's right on the back at the moment of number 11, right on the back of Gonzalez.
He is right on the back of Gonzalez. As you say, after the crash earlier, you would think a P5, P6 finish is a good comeback given the circumstances of race 1, but the number 67 will always have been hoping for a podium finish. But it looks like no one has the pace to go with Uriarte, and then Saumela and Rios are quicker than Morelli behind them as well. So it looks like it will be a battle for second. Saumela and Rios almost side by side on the run into turn 8. Is Rios going to make the move? No, he thinks better of it at turn 8, settling for P3 right now.
Yeah, settling for the time being, but perhaps working out a plan for the closing stages of this race. It's Junior GP Race 2 here at Misano. You're watching the battle for second position out on circuit. Saumela, second place in the championship, second place out on track, currently defending his way from Jesus Rios in third. Marco Morelli's continuing to drop back over the line last time around. He was 4.1 seconds adrift from the leader, Marco Morelli, well, Brian Uriarte, as Marco Morelli has just received a track limits warning. Now, the 97 has to be very, very careful here, because if he does it one more time, he could be facing a 3-second time penalty, which is not on the cards, I don't think, ahead of this race. That's not what his plan was, and he does go on the green yet again. So, a look at timing screens and seeing if Marco Morelli is going to be receiving a penalty, because, well, frankly, at the moment, he's running wide at multiple points.
If Morelli does receive a penalty, at this point it would likely be a long lap penalty, as we just seen Saumela defending from Rios into turn 1. If Morelli at this point gets a long lap, it will cost him around 3 seconds, which on the timing would drop him, I believe, down to around 8th, around where Pratama is. Obviously he would not have to necessarily take it straight away, he would have a certain amount of time to do that, so that could change, but he is dropping well out of contention, even without a penalty for track limits.
Yeah, of course, even without penalty of track limits, Dojo Boggio has rejoined in this race, perhaps just gathering some data after a tough race too. So whatever was damaged earlier on this morning hasn't been fixed, and now it's time just to double check things before they arrive at the next round of the championship. But of course, yeah, as we said, if Morelli did receive penalties, he would have 3 laps to complete any long lap, unless it was caused in the last 3 laps. Then if he didn't take it, it would be then converted to a 3-second time penalty. But more on that if we have to deal with it, because hopefully for Marco Morelli's sake, he's going to be okay in this one. But we'll just keep an eye on things, because still 7 laps to go, so still plenty of opportunities to make a slight mistake. That's all it is. These Junior GP riders on the absolute limit. And Marco Morelli, although he's lost some time over the last couple of laps, he's had a good 1 or 2 laps now where he's beginning just to keep tabs on them, I think it's fair to say. But he can't push any harder, otherwise he'll be down the road. That's how hard you're having to push.
Absolutely. He has stabilised the gap to the riders in front of him, but he is some way back, around 8 tenths at the start of lap 10. We'll just see what it is at the start of lap 11 as they cross the line. It's 6 tenths between Saumela and Morelli. Just to note though, only 1 rider in the top 8 last lap was in the 1:41, and that was Uriarte. He was half a second quicker than Saumela once again.
Yeah, exactly, and well, it proves how hard he's having to push, even at the head of the field. He doesn't necessarily have to, but I think in his head he feels like he has to. Although, when you're in this situation where you've got such a lead, a 4.2 second advantage, almost the best thing you can do is to continue to push this hard. It's the moments where maybe you back off slightly, that's when you can have a lapse of concentration, and suddenly all that work is for nothing. As well, Rico Saumela has to work for this P2 still, because these 3 riders are getting bunched up once more, and I think it's fair to say Jesus Rios is going to have all the data. He's going to know exactly where that move could potentially be made in these closing laps. Even if it came down to the final lap, I wouldn't be shocked if we see Rios going up the inside.
No, I don't think anyone would be shocked. He is learning so much about where Saumela is quicker than him, where Saumela is slower than him, and it will all be a calculation he's making in his head, where to make the move and when.
Yeah, and where is that going to arrive? We await to see. We'll keep an eye on exactly where he's able to make some ground, because he's quite quick through this final sector, but it's tricky to make the move at turn 40. He would have to be much, much closer than what he currently is. And the good thing, at least for Salmela, he can still see Brian Iriarte in the distance just about. If that gap got any bigger, then he would as well. Once again, having some issues trying to keep the bike on the circuit, it seems, and things begin to heat up. Of course, this is at the point where your tyres are starting to get more and more worn, and perhaps they're not wanting to do the job that they were doing at the start of the race. You need to ride the bike ever so slightly different, as Pratama goes down the inside of Casey O'Gorman. Can O'Gorman respond at turn 2? The answer is no. Joel Esteban now looking to attack.
Just on Morelli, he was on the green on the exit of turn 15 on the previous lap, so he has been given that track limits warning already. So just something to keep an eye on with 5 laps to go, because, well, at the moment he would drop to around P7, P8 with that penalty, but there is a big gap, a big group, sorry, that are 2.7 behind. So if he has the pace to go with Rios and Salmela to bridge that gap, he might actually not be penalised even with a long lap or a 3-second penalty. It's just come up on timing. Morelli has a long lap penalty.
Marco Morelli, a long lap penalty, race 1 winner to P4 runner, and you would have to say that's going to drop even further down the list, as he'll see the long lap come up at the start-finish line next time around. So disappointing for Marco Morelli, but to top 5 finish still isn't off the cards here, I think it's fair to say. If he can rejoin into that group or near that group like Casey O'Gorman and Pratama and Esteban are fighting in, perhaps he can get himself a top 5 finish still.
If he can use the slipstream of Salmela and Rios just to bridge that gap a little bit more, because he's around 2.7 ahead of them at the moment, 3 seconds for a long lap roughly. There's a chance he might even take the long lap and come out ahead of them, given that they are also squabbling over P5.
Yeah, he's going to need the perfect lap ahead, and the real question is, how long does he wait? How long does he want to wait to take the penalty? You can see the yellow boards held out by the marshals there on the start-finish straight. That is a penalty board, and that will have all the information that the number 97 needs to know. And this is the exact moment that he was given it. He ran wide at the exit of turn 15, rejoined just ahead of turn 16 after previously receiving a warning. That's been given a long lap penalty, and now it's going to be, when will he take it? Will he take it straight away or wait a few laps?
It's a tricky one at this stage of the race, because he can't leave it too long, because then if he does need to pass riders, he won't have the time to do it. At the same time, you don't want to drop behind 2, 3 or 4 riders when you know you've got the pace to stay ahead. So it's a tricky one. Perhaps looking at the gap, what is it now, 2.4? It looks like it's come down a little bit, so maybe he needs to take it now and then have the chance to pass on track.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see what he does. We arrive at turn 10 now. He's not going to take it this time around, so perhaps just waiting another lap or 2. We'll keep our eyes peeled for Marco Morelli. What a change of fortunes. Sadly for him, though, not the way he would have hoped for. This means, though, Rico Salmela and Jesus Rios, perhaps they've had a look at the pit wall as well and seen that Morelli behind them have a penalty. And no, it's pretty much just them two battle away for the podium positions, while Brian Iriarte now is ahead of the field. We'll wait to see what the gap is. It was just over 5 seconds. That's 5.2.
Iriarte has this under control. He's still in the 1 minute 41. It's incredible race pace from the number 51. Just to correct myself, the gap between Morelli and Pratama is actually closer to 4 seconds. So if he does take the long lap on this lap, which he should, he will come out in P4 ahead of the number 9.
Yeah, exactly. It will come out just ahead, and there are the boards that we were speaking about. So long lap, 97, and you'll have a good eye on that one. But Joel Esteban now ahead of Casey O'Gorman. Joel Esteban nearly actually running into the back of Gonzalez there, also having a moment. So continue to fight away. Rico Salmela looking up the inside now because he's dropped back a position. So Rico Salmela down into 3rd, Jesus Rios into 2nd, and well, O'Gorman and Pratama getting very, very close together on circuit. So is likes of Esteban in that group behind. So if you're Marco Morelli, I don't know where you would want to be on circuit, because it seems like no matter where you are, you're going to be getting yourself involved in the dog fighting. Unless if he takes it now, gets a gap from himself and the guys ahead, and then also can hopefully, for his sake, get ahead of the likes of Pratama, Esteban, Gonzalez and O'Gorman. And he does take it now. We arrive at turn 9 and 10, and he gets on the brakes. He'll have to take this one pretty speedy if he does want to get ahead. As he comes out now, rejoins the circuit, nice and safe on the curb, and he is ahead of the field. So Pratama now sees the 97 into the closer distance as what they had previously. But Esteban, O'Gorman and Gonzalez are going to be chasing them down over the next couple of laps.
They are, and he's just gone on the green again through turn 11 and 12. It looked like Salmela and Rios switched positions at turn 2 on that lap. It was just out of shot, but I could just see the move happening. And then Rios and Salmela still fighting over P2, but it's between those two for the final 2 place on the podium. Salmela just touching the green on the exit at turn 15 there.
Yeah, he needs to be careful of that one. Track limit's been the talking point of this race. Jesus Rios in third at the moment is brewing to be an all-out fight in the final couple of laps. We enter the penultimate lap of action. Next time around, it will be the fastest lap. It will be the last lap of the race. But some good sector times coming in as well from the field as we head towards turn 4. Heavy on the anchors. Well, Rico Samel, that Honda underneath him is making some shapes, but he's able to get his stops running slightly wide if I had to critique it. But nonetheless, Rios not getting through.
Rios not getting through just yet, but it looks like he might have had a good exit out of turn 6. Turn 7, just a flat-out kink in these bikes all the way to the inside curb. Now under braking at turn 8. Salmela holding position for now. It will come down to the run out of turn 10 on this lap potentially, as they both use the blue part of the paint, not a track limits offence.
Yeah, both of them allowed out there, extending the track, using all the track, and then some. However, the 27 has been given the track limits warning, meaning we really need to keep an eye if he goes on to the green. As well, there's confirmation of the track limits warning from race direction. Towards Corvoni now we go. Turn 11, using all the inside curb that they dare and trying not to fall off the outside of the circuit onto the green paint. It's so easy to do before, of course, now turn 12, 13, and now on the brakes for turn 14. A moment on the front. Can he keep it from running wide? Yes, he does, ever so slightly wide, but still no issues at the moment for Rico Salmela. Joel Esteban up into P5 now, so he's got ahead of Veda Pratama, and Pratama, after battling away earlier on in this race, he's dropped to P6.
He has Esteban around a second behind Morelli, so unlikely he will catch him on this final lap. Heading into turn 1, Rios fighting all over the back of Salmela, unable to make the move into turn 2. Salmela just keeping second position for now. This fight is going to go to the final corner.
Grab your seat, folks. It looks to be a blockbuster finish here in race 2 for Junior GP in the battle for second position. Brian Uriarte is continuing to lead this race, nearly 7 seconds at the line last time around, and there he is, storming his way towards turn 8. Someone flapping off the back of his seat unit, but looks to be no bother for him, perhaps just a sensor or his rain light. Whatever the case, he doesn't need it at the moment, quite clearly, because his lap times are looking astonishing out on track. Rico Salmela is still second position as well. Jesus Rios, where's the move going to come? You would have to say he's building for the back straight. He's building towards Corvoni.
Turn 14, perhaps under braking. Corvoni will be the first opportunity to dive up the inside. Although Salmela, you would think, would go defensive, although he's not going that defensive on the run into turn 11. Therefore, you would think Rios, perhaps, if he can get a little bit closer through 12 and 13, will try under braking at 14. He's very close to the back of the number 27.
A couple corners left, a couple corners separate Brian Uriarte from victory. And well, this podium fight too, they make their way out of turn 14 now as Brian Uriarte comes to the final corner. The 51 will win. It's around 7 seconds of a margin. He wheelies across the line. Domination from Brian Uriarte. The number 51 does win as Jesus Rios has got ahead of Rico Salmela on that final lap. It's a position change for second position. And well, after crashing out of race 1, Rico Salmela does salvage a P3 here today. Marco Morelli, after serving a long lap penalty, comes home in P4. No podium, no win this time around as Joel Esteban, Veda Pratama and Gonzalez round out your top 7. Casey O'Gorman finishes in P8 as Matani and Leonardo Zani round out the top 10 finishers currently. Of course, we'll wait for the results to be officially declared. But a nice little stoppie for Brian Uriarte. Handshake as well with the marshals celebrating away. I am sure he's going to enjoy this one a lot more in Parc Ferme. He was so close earlier on. And what wonders this is going to do for his championship, especially with Rico Salmela finishing down in P3. You would have to say it's a big day here in Misano, and something that we're going to be talking about at the final round of the season when champions will be crowned. A lovely wheelie as well for Jesus Rios out of turn 10. And, well, no move made at Curvone, of course, but he did build up a move into the final couple of corners, perhaps able to pip him towards turn 15, or at least set up a move through turn 15 into the final corner. We've seen time and time again, if riders are able just to get alongside, then they're able to get through and get past, and perhaps that's what Rios has done. Hopefully, we can see a replay of that move. Vida Pratama, though, a top 10 finish for him. So number 9 finishes in P6 with Gonzalez. Once again, maybe not the pace that we've seen in race 1, but definitely up in his race craft. He was in a scrap from start to finish. A few hairy moments with Gonzalez and O'Gorman, not to mention Pratama and Joel Esteban as well. But that's exactly what you expect here at Junior GP, their final race of the weekend. Still plenty of action coming here at Misano, but you can see already in Parc Ferme as Jesus Rios, he just gets himself checked on the scales, making sure everything is up to code as well. Now in Parc Ferme arrives your winner, Brian Uriarte. So the 72 Art Box Racing team, a great day for them. Clinch of the fist for Uriarte. Knew that was a good race. And I'm sure on board that bike, it would have felt like 16 qualifying laps in a row. A 143.288 on that final lap. Of course, that's with a wheelie across the line. And with that wheelie, he was still able to finish 6 seconds in front of the rest of the field. Some celebrations as well with Rico Salmela, as I'm sure now he gets to celebrate with the team. A nice jump over Parc Ferme wall. And, well, yeah, Brian Uriarte back on the top step of the podium. Winner in Aragon, winner in Jerez, winner in Estoril. The only round this year so far that he's not took at least one win across the weekend was Magny-Cours. And here is how he done it. A nice wheelie across the line. Celebrations on point, you have to say, for the 51. As this is the move that we've been waiting to see. Jesus Rios just getting alongside in the braking zone, and that was able to see Rico Salmela claim P3. So celebrations over the line, as now the celebrations begin in Parc Ferme and can begin into the evening as well after an incredible weekend of action for the Junior GP category. They were first on track this morning in terms of our full-length races. And luckily this one, for everyone at home, went the distance and went the full 16 laps. And we got to see the conclusion of that battle. A few selfies getting taken down in Parc Ferme for the fith Network racing team. Obviously, one of the best teams that we have here in the paddock. Definitely one of the most professionally laid out teams in the paddock. Actually, I think his helmets took a little tumble there, but luckily he wasn't on the bike when the tumble happened. Rios and Salmela talking about that battle. A lot of movement, it seems, from the rear of the bikes. And I think both their tyres were pretty much done after 16 laps of battle. I mean, it is very, very warm, over 40 degrees track temperature currently. Well, that's thanks to the sun that's been beaten down on the circuit pretty much all day long. But we're not too far away now from the podium celebrations to begin here in Italy for the final time this weekend. But first, before all of that, we will hear from Brian Uriarte, who's making his way now to speak to Jack down in Parc Fermé. As it's celebrations all round and a Sunday to remember here in Italy. And I'm sure the podium celebrations they'll be able to get fully into it this time around. With Salmela, sure, it's been a weekend of ups and downs, but nonetheless, he's been able to show himself as once again a threat for the podium. But now we can hear from Brian Uriarte, who's made his way to Parc Fermé to speak to Jack.
Brian, that was a statement win. What a way to bounce back from disappointment in race 1 earlier. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect to go away, but I knew that I was having some pace to do it. But yeah, I tried to push as much as I could in the first lap at the beginning, and yeah, finally I took a bit of advantage. Yesterday in the qualifying, I knew I was super fast. And yeah, in the morning I had some problems in the front and in the rear, so yeah, we fixed it for the afternoon, and yeah, finally we are here. So happy. Yeah, grateful to all the team. They've been working super hard this weekend, and yeah, stay tuned for tomorrow. There will be big news, so yeah, hope to see you tomorrow in Instagram.
And just in Spanish for your fans back in Spain?
Sí, la verdad es que no me esperaba escaparme. He apretado muy fuerte al principio. Quería hacer eso para romper el grupo, pero bueno, no me esperaba escaparme en solitario. Ha sido una carrera muy difícil, ya que juegas contra ti mismo. Pero bueno, hemos logrado hacer una muy buena temporada. Estamos ahora mismo a falta de 2 carreras, así que nada, muy contento. Sabía que tenía buen ritmo, pero bueno, a ver qué tal se da la próxima, y nada, estar atentos mañana al Instagram, que habrá grandes noticias.
Brian, congratulations.
Well, Brian Uriarte hinting at some news on Monday, but well, right now the headlines are made in race 2. It was an incredible start from the 51, who of course is the championship leader at the moment. He was put under pressure in the early stages from Marco Morelli, as we did see this crash involving Rousseau and Drumrock. The battle would continue. Gonzalez getting involved with Pratama, running the number 9 wide ever so slightly out on circuit. Rico Samela got himself involved in the mix as his teammate Dodo Boggio retired into the pit lane. He would return later on in the race just to complete some laps and gather some extra data. Jesus Rios, we would keep an eye on him throughout the race, making sure that he would not lose tabs on the podium positions. And well, it would be a fight that would last all the way till the checkered flag. Salvan Mountsie, a crash at turn 10 for him. That was the end to race 2 on Sunday. Jesus Rios, a nice move at turn 1. He would get through and into 3rd position. Marco Morelli struggled to keep tabs on them with the 97, eventually receiving a long lap penalty, and that's due to that moment right there, running on the green and receiving that time penalty. He would eventually take his long lap at turn 10 as Pratama got through on Casey O'Gorman. Things got awfully tight in this group in the later stages of the race as Ria tried that move at turn 1 yet again. There is Morelli taking that long lap. He was still managed to stay ahead of the group that was behind him, chasing away with the likes of Esteban involved in that one. Everything went down to the final corner in the battle for 2nd position. It would be Rios who lined up the move and lined himself up in the braking zone. As Uriarte celebrated, hinting at some 2026 news. It is Jesus Rios who took 2nd. Rico Samela in 3rd. And the celebrations continue here at Misano. What a ride it was from Brian Uriarte. Marco Morelli not able to convert it this time around. No podium for him. And of course, the 72 Archbox Racing team now make their way on to the podium, followed by Rico Samela. Shaking the hands, mutual respect between rival teams, of course, but it's such a great paddock. It's the Junior GP World Championship. But your winner here in race 2, Brian Uriarte, and what a day it is. It's going to be interesting to see. I think the whole paddock will have their eyes on his social media feed tomorrow on Monday. And well, leading the Junior GP World Championship, already ramped up Rebel rookies. You'd have to say it's going to be a bright future for the number 51. But the trophies now begin to be handed out. Rico Samela happy with that one. An emotional podium, of course. As the managing director of the Misano World Circuit hands out second place for Jesus Rios. A little wave down to his team that are watching below the podium as well. Your winner, Brian Uriarte, as the national anthem once again of Spain begins to ring out here at Misano.
Un grande applauso al podio. Abbiamo dei giovani sul podio, minorenni, per cui si brinda.
Well, a great podium yet again, and now celebrations do start.
Bene, a questo punto è chiaro la
some fizzy juice up there, some fizzy water anyway, for them to enjoy. And I think a drink of water in general is actually what they're needing after that one.
testimonianza di questo atto finale delle Junior GP.
Track temperatures continue to rise throughout the day, but if anything, I think it's plays into Uriarte's hands. Now they'll stand up on the podium for the photo, as usual. Pose for social media as we take a look at the results after race 2 for the Junior GP class. Brian Uriarte was your winner. Just over 6 seconds he won over Jesus Rios, who just managed to pit Rico Salmela at the final corner on the final lap. Marco Morelli took P4, serving his long lap penalty. Joel Esteban, Veda Pachama, David Gonzalez and Casey O'Gorman rounded out the top 8, with Zen Montani claiming P9. Leonardo Zani, a top 10 finish for the Italian, taking some solid points after what was a tricky weekend. Linux Fermara in P11, Hakim Dinesh and Giulio Pugliese in P13. Ramestoffer and Monoyane takes out the top P15 spots, and the final spot inside the points. Evan Belford dropped back down to P18 at the flag. You'll be a little bit disappointed with that one, I'm sure, but still another opportunity in Barcelona in around 1 month's time. Of course, there was a few incidents during that race, and well, Dojo Boggio did end up retiring yet again. So some technical issues playing havoc with Agostinelli, Mountsy also crashing out. Stromrock and Rousseau were involved in that incident at turn 14. Now, for what everyone's been waiting for, the championship standings. Brian Uriarte leads the way, 46 points now over Rico Salmela. Casey O'Gorman sits P3 in the championship as Joel Esteban and Marco Morelli sit P4 and P5. Zani now sits P6 with no changes in terms of the order inside the top 9 following race 2. Zen Matani rounds out the top 10 in the standings as Veda Pratama gets up to P11, just 3 points ahead of Pugliese, who drops down to P12. Evan Belford remains P14, just ahead of Bennett Fernandez. As further down the order, Lennox Fermara picking up a few positions, Singapong losing a couple as well, and that's after Singapong, of course, had his back of the grid penalty to serve earlier on this morning. Unable to pick up any big points here at Misano. But that will bring an end to the Junior GP World Championship action here at Misano. An incredible weekend for everyone involved, an incredible weekend to Brian Uriarte's season. He picks off another win to add to his tally, a P2, then a P1. What a season we're having, and what a year it's been so far for the Spaniards. Of course, they'll be back in Barcelona in just a month's time, where Brian Uriarte will continue to go for glory in 2025.
For the final time this weekend, the European Talent Cup are preparing to put on a show for the Misano fans. Another 15 laps of drama are in store, and with race 1 right in another unpredictable twist in this 2025 tale, you don't want to miss anything, whether you're watching at home or trackside. The championship remains extremely close as the riders head back out onto the iconic 4.2 3km circuit, which hosted MotoGP just 1 week ago. However, now it's time for our feature Grand Prix stars to step into the spotlight, and with a hot pace expected over the next 15 laps, it's building to be one of the highlights of our weekend. And with the riders fighting for another 25 championship points, we're ready to find out who's going to come out on top. Looking back at this morning's action for the ETC field, Carlos Cano started on pole position, but it was a great start from Fernando Barrosa with the number 69 making his presence known in the opening laps. However, number 7 of Borelli soon hit the front. It was a race of high-speed chess. There was a big moment at turn 10 for some of the field as Alvaro Lucas tried to get himself involved in this podium fight, just following behind as Carlos Cano began to regain his composure following dropping back to P4. Cano worked his way forward, entering third and then setting his sights on Barrosa and Borelli as well. Pratelli, another one of our Italian stars, worked his way through the order. Not to mention the number 45, an incredible ride from Longarella, joining the front fight after starting outside of the top 20. He's got all that to do here in race 2 as well, but a big moment from Ramadipa. Somehow he stayed on at turn 5, on the entrance to turn 5 for that one. Borelli looked up the inside of Carlos Cano as we had a few followers further down the order, just on the exit of turn 6. Everyone looking okay after that one. Another fall though there this time for the number 9. He would soon be up on his feet and trying to get the bike restarted. Now side by side, Longarella and Pratelli soon getting involved as Carlos Cano showed how brave he could be over at turn 12. Around the outside before at turn 14, he went up the inside, back into P1. He did the number 1 go. Of course, defending his title this year and looking to convert it into another win. It would go down to the final lap, but Carlos Cano would be celebrating over the line. A stand-up win for a stand-up performance for Carlos Cano. He took the win and celebrated on the podium, with Pratelli and Barrosa joining him. Now the conditions continue to heat up here at Misano, and we're almost ready for the ETC's final appearance of the day. Carlos Cano starts from P1, and well, we've seen so much action here this weekend, and it's time for the ETC riders to be put into the spotlight yet again. My name's Lewis Ray, and joining me in the commentary box is Jack Amy. And well, Jack, it was a great race one, to say the very least. It was action from start to finish, and moves pretty much made it every single corner on the circuit. And I think at race 2, we're going to see much of the same.
I think as well, Lewis, we're going to see much more of the same in race 2. 15 laps await ETC. If race 1 is anything to go by, you're not going to be able to take your eyes off any part of the field, because there will be action throughout.
Yeah, there's going to be action from start to finish, and what a beautiful setting to have our 5th round of the season. Still 2 more rounds coming up this year in Barcelona and Valencia, but before all of that, we've still got 15 laps of action, as we mentioned, coming up here today. Now, on the grid, as it just starts to form, we are going to have Carlos Cano once again on pole position, Fernando Barrosa alongside, and Christian Borelli yet again is starting from 3rd. And well, Borelli, he was showing how quick he could be in that first race, and number 7 really wasn't afraid to get his elbows out.
He wasn't. He had an incredible race 1, fighting for the podium positions, and he'll hope for more of the same after in race 2 coming up shortly.
Yeah, it will do, as well, now you can see your pole sitter getting pushed into the grid slot. 31 already in place and ready to go. That's Savino after his difficult race 1 earlier on. But Carlos Cano, well,
it was a difficult race one, I think it's fair to say, for him. He slots into position, and one of the main storylines, apart from obviously Carlos Cano taking the win in race 1, but another one was in the form of Alex Longarella. And we spoke about it a little bit while we were casting our minds back to race 1 just a minute ago, looking at the highlights. But Longarella has got it all to do again. P25 on the grid. And well, we've seen he can get in the front group. He finished in P10 in the finish-up after he received a 3-second time penalty for track limits. But Longarella has got the pace, but P25, it's a risky business on the first couple of laps. If you can make it out unscathed, it could be a similar story to race 1.
Yeah, it will be all about the first couple of laps and just making sure you don't get caught up in someone else's incident. For Longarella, he actually starts 2 places further back than he did in race 1 because there were riders who were penalised ahead of him on the race 1 grid with back of the grid starts, which is why he's dropped to row 9 from row 8. We know he can very quickly move into the points and into the lead group. A little bit trickier with 2 extra riders in front of him to pass, but he will have the pace to go with the lead group once he gets there.
Yeah, exactly. He's shown the pace pretty much all the way throughout the weekend. You can see Christian Borelli there on the grid, 1 podium to his name so far this season, as he looks nice and focused and waiting to go as a few selfies are exchanged down there with the fans that are making sure that they will remember this weekend here at Misano. Plenty of people watching on track side, watching all the action that has unfolded since this morning. The ETC field actually was the first class on track today with the last chance race. And well, that was dramatic in itself. That was another race that went down to the final lap. And it was Perez and Ruz that ended up getting through as the reserve riders. So good for them, and of course they'll take the start in race 2 yet again, and a packed field as we expected with around 30 riders or so taking the start.
30 riders taking the start. Yeah, Perez, as he was the first reserve rider, and he is on the grid for race 2. Boxberger and Diva already came through that last chance race in first and second, so Perez does get an opportunity to race this afternoon. We just saw Lorenzo Pratelli on screen. He is doing the last few rounds. Sorry, he did Aragon as well. He is coming through in the last part of the season and did very well at Aragon. Sorry, no, it is his first round. My notes are in the wrong place. He got a podium this morning, and him and his team were celebrating that like it was a win. They really enjoyed that race. They were so happy with that result. And you would think a race of experience under his belt in ETC, a bit more refinement or with the bike, there's a chance he could win race 2.
Yeah, there definitely is a chance, and well, it's fair to say he's made some headlines, has Lorenzo Pratelli. Of course, he had a great year racing in Italy in the CIB Championship, but now, well, he's been spotted by some big names, to say the very least. Of course, part of the VR46 Academy, and well, Pratelli, you can see why, because here at Junior GP Paddock, here in the European Talent Cup, straight away on the pace, second row qualifying start, and already standing on the podium. I mean, you are going to celebrate that like a win, because it is such a big occasion for him.
It is. It's not an easy championship to come into and be that quick straight away. You can be quick, but racecraft in this championship is something completely different to what he would have known. So to be able to show that and fight for the podium so quickly, it bodes well for the rest of the season, and you would think next year as well.
Yeah, you definitely would, as we're just running through some of the riders on the grid. Carlos Cano, visor down almost completely and looking nice and confident, not chatting with anyone at all. Things looking maybe a little bit more relaxed, if you will, over at the hoses side, as there is Ramadipa. That is certainly focused, to say the very least, getting in the zone with just a few minutes to go before it is going to be lights out for ETC Race 2. But, well, Ramadipa, it was a dramatic race 1 for him. Somehow he stayed on 2 wheels. I'm unsure how, but whatever the case, he's not going to be complaining about that one as he starts from row 3.
Yeah, I feel like if you asked him how, he also wouldn't know. Some huge moments for Ramadipa throughout the race, but just about keeping it upright to finish the race. Yeah, as you said, goes from row 3, from P9, has pace. We know he has pace. He'll be in that lead group. Whether he can get on the podium, it will be tricky from row 3. Sorry.
Gabarini on screen at the moment, just getting his gloves on, getting things ready. He'll go alongside Tassini and Savino in
this one. So a packed grid yet again. The ETC always oversubscribed as well. Always a class that you need to either set a good time on Saturday, or if you've had a few hiccups, a few issues throughout the weekend, you need to have a good last chance race, because it is such a short race. It's all about getting a good start, as we see Tassini on the screen, number 4, P14 Championship currently. He's going to be hoping for a good result, of course. San Marino rider, he's going to really hoping for a good result at Misano.
Yeah, it's as close to a home race for him as it can be. Obviously, San Marino literally just round the corner. You can pretty much see it from here. He'll be hoping he can get into the top 10 from 11th on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. And well, yeah, as you mentioned, just a stone's throw away. But a few last-minute rituals, shall we say, for Savino. And, well, yeah, he's definitely looking nice and relaxed as the umbrellas go down. I mean, we're around 3 minutes away from getting going, and then we can run you through the grid for the final ETC race of the weekend. Of course, mixed end to the season, I think it's fair to say, because over at Barcelona and Valencia, it will just be one race for the ETC field, meaning a completely different challenge to what they've had this weekend, where you can almost have a slight redemption, shall we say, as we see Travis Borg getting ready.
Yeah, it makes it a different approach going into Barcelona and Valencia, but also this race as well, because you won't want to lose points to your rivals because of how late in the season it is. Only 2 races remain after this one, and we know how tight that championship is. Even if you drop 10 points compared to your rival, that can make a big difference come Barcelona, come Valencia.
Yeah, as David da Costa, now all focus. It's really at the point of the day, or the point of the grid procedure, that everyone is in the zone. Everyone's got their mind set on things and understands exactly what they need to do as the marshals prepare the starting boards, just to inform everyone how long they actually have left. And a few of the teams using tyre blankets over their tyre warmers, just trying to keep any wind from getting to their tyres. Although, I think it's fair to say, it's not too windy today, and the temperatures are great. So with great racing and great temperatures, it's time to get going for ETC Race 2. Carlos Cano starts ahead of Fernando Bajosa, and Borelli taking up the final spot on the front row. Pratelli, Gutierrez and Karpushin take up row 2, while Alvaro Lucas, Marilanda and Ramadipa are on row 3. Gabarini rounds out our top 10. He goes alongside Tassini and Savino as Travis Borg. Da Costa and Michael Sanchez starts on row 5. Galan, Almeida and Tineth go from the 6th row of our grid as Dakagan, Rodriguez, Osorio and they take up P21. With Garcia, San Juan and Rodriguez on row 8. Alex Longarello, we've mentioned him. He goes alongside Tamburini and Miroslav. Of course, as we mentioned, 9th row of the grid start for him. P25 on the grid as Boxberger takes up our heads our final row with Ferroli and Perez joining him on row 10. Now, we head out on our green flag lap. It's the penultimate race of action in terms of Junior GP action here at Misano. But it's the final race of the weekend for the ETC field. Everything's going to be decided here today, and everything for the ETC field. This is the race that you're going to remember going into Barcelona in 1 month's time. It's the race that you really want to have a good result and go in with that extra confidence as we arrive back in Spain.
It is, yeah. For those who had a disappointing race 1, this is the time to get it out of your head. You can forget about it if you make up for it in this race. For those who had a good race 1, they'll want to repeat that. So fresh in their mind is a good result, good form, the momentum heading into the final 2 rounds of the season.
Yes, just 2 more rounds remain after this weekend, and well, 2 more races actually remain after this weekend, as we mentioned. But now making their way towards turn 8, you can see 25 degrees air temperature and, well, 38 degrees track temperature. Definitely, well, hot, and it's been hot pretty much all the way throughout the day here at Misano. It's great to see as well, after the riders have had a little bit of everything this year. They've had Estoril, where it was mixed conditions for them. They've had great weekends like Jerez, where it's been sunny for them, and this weekend. And as well, they've had the tricky conditions at Magny Cours, where it was wet the whole weekend. So the ETC field's usually the least experienced riders in terms of our Junior GP paddock, getting a good wide range of track conditions this season.
They have, yeah. Now that will put them in good stead for their careers, having
early experience across all forms of conditions.
As we look at the championship standings, 10 points separate Fernando Barrosa and Alex Longarella, with Carlos Cano leaping into P3. He entered this weekend P4 in the standings, and well, now he's been slowly clawing it back, and it looks like this time around he's going to try and take some further points away from Barrosa and Longarella at the head of the field. But to do that, the number one needs to take victory. And well, Jack, ahead of this race, if you had to pick a rider, if it's possible to even pick a rider, who is your eyes on?
You would think Carlos Cano, given his form across the weekend, but Barrosa has been quick, and Longarella from P25 will be in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be another group fight, that's for certain, after what we've seen earlier on. The 81 now just peeling into position, and that means everyone is set. Everyone's in their positions. We can have the green flag wave at the back. The point to the lights has been made, and the red lights are due to appear on as we go racing for ETC Race 2. A great start for Carlos Cano, but the inside line is going to be held by Fernando Barrosa, and he is already actually going to take the lead heading to turn 1. So the 69 leads the field from the number 1, and this you're getting away from one of the riders further down the order. He's lost a couple of seconds from the start, so hopefully everything's okay with him. Alvaro Lucas running wide, dropping down to 7th or 8th place, I think it's fair to say, after that turn 3. Now tipping it into turn 4 now for the first time of asking. Alex Carlos Cano has ran very, very wide on this opening lap. So Carlos Cano has dropped down to P4 and he's up the track. And Alvaro Lucas has high-sided out of turn 6. So drama here at the start of the ETC race. Carlos Cano first to blank. He ran wide and then he ran wide again at turn 6. Followed by Alvaro Lucas high-siding out. So the 46 is out of contention on this opening lap. But what a start it's been, Jack. I mean, drama, I think it's fair to say, and Carlos Cano not getting the start he would have wanted. As, well, a crash also from Andres Garcia of the 48.
It has been a very dramatic start. The Alvaro Lucas high side has just allowed the top 4 to put out a big gap over the chasing pack. They will have a lot of work to do to bridge that. It is a long race, however, so there's still time. Barrosa leading from Gutierrez, Carpuchin and Cano. I'd say ran wide a couple of times on that final lap. Good to see Lucas was able to walk away very quickly from that high side.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was good to see the riders taking avoiding action as well, and did a great job at avoiding that. But at the head of the field, as things begin to settle down, Fernando Barrosa does lead the field from Gutierrez, with Carlos Cano in 3rd. Now, Cano running wide at turn 4. Not what he would have wanted, not what he'd be hoping for at all. But we've seen it in race 1, that in the first couple of laps, he wasn't really settled down. He was losing a few places, he was making a few mistakes. Then as the race progressed, that's where he got into his rhythm and really got his teeth stuck into the battle at the head of the field.
It looks like it will be a similar story, just slowly building his way into the zone when we're racing.
As well, there we see Iker Rodriguez, his bike will get pushed to safety at trackside. We do see a replay. This is going to be Alvaro Lucas. Look out. See a couple of riders going wide. And actually, Alvaro Lucas, he went so wide to the edge of that curb that it was almost in between the curb and the outside of the circuit, and it seemed like the tyre just lost grip, regripped, and away he went. And there you see Iker losing the front, and that was a crash. And well, his airbag went off, but rider okay. Carlos Cano at the head of the field. So a good lap while we're watching those replays. A good couple of positions made for Cano. I would suspect turn 8 doing most of the business.
Turn 8 is the prime overtaking opportunity in this class. It's not the only one. There are plenty of good ones, but turn 8 under heavy braking is one of them. It looks like Gutierrez around the outside heading into turn 12 and 13. Well, Barrosa on the inside there now side by side. Cano holding it through turn 13. Under braking is Barrosa going to send it? Not this time. He stays in P2. The number 1 stays at the head of the field.
Yeah, they slot back into position and wait for their next chance to attack. I'm sure in the closing laps the John music will start for Carlos Cano if it stays as is. but you can just see the gap that they've formed after that incident earlier on the opening lap. Ramadipa involved in that fight in the second group, but look at Karpushin. Karpushin looking up the inside. Can he get 2 places? No, he cannot, but he does pick up 1. He enters 3rd place, so number 70 ahead of Gutierrez, with Bahosa still sitting in P2, and Cano setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1:45.751. Number 1 means business yet again.
Yeah, not many riders were in the 1:45s. Karpushin was, but he was 2 tenths slower than Cano. Just to do a check on Alex Longarella, 18th place. Didn't make the progress that perhaps we expected or the number 45 expected. Or now in P16, we've just got notification that Remy San Juan has crashed at turn 2, but rider is okay.
Yeah, San Juan going down, and there's confirmation on your screens that he has crashed out. But turn 2, always so tricky. Just as you're changing direction, it can be quite easy to lose the front there, especially as you pick up the throttle, just taking off the weight of the front tyre. But you can just see Gutierrez launching the move down the inside over by turn 10, as there is San Juan walking away, and good to see him up on his feet. Thumbs up to the marshal as well. So let's see what happens here. Is it at the point where he picked up the throttle? No, it's not. It was actually colliding with what looked to be one of the Australia Lithia riders further down the order. But good to see him up on his feet, as Fernando Bahosa had to look up the inside, but thought better of it. Still 13 laps to go, so perhaps just waiting, just have a little look for later on.
Just have a look, see where Carlos Cano is quicker than him, see where he's slower, see where the prime opportunity will be to not lose time when you're setting your lap, but be able to stop momentum and build out a bit of a gap over your rival when making the pass.
Yeah, it's all about building momentum and trying to build any sort of a gap you can in the ETC class, especially if Gutierrez and Karpushin fight for 3rd place. It could just be a 2-bike battle at the head of things, but Pratelli now setting the fastest lap of the race. But as we say that, he now drops back 1 position, and that's thanks to the number 4 of Tassini getting ahead of him. So Tassini and Pratelli battling out for the final spot inside the top 5, and no wonder, because we're here at Misano, and this is exactly what they're going to want. They're going to want at least a top 5 finish in race 2. Although Pratelli stood on the podium, a top 5 finish would be the perfect way to round off the weekend.
It would be a good weekend for him, a solid debut first round in ETC. Looks like he's just on 6 on the timings now. That's from when Tassini passed him. We just see Karpushin on the inside at turn 8, getting ahead of Gutierrez, responding to the move. Alapko using all of the blue paint on the outsides, and he is able to keep it on the exit of turn 8. Can he keep it through turns 9 and 10?
Yeah, really smart stuff there for Karpushin. Just running off the track ever so slightly, and it still meant, although he ran wide, he still had the inside line for the next corner. So number 70 held on to that one. Carlos Cano, though, under a lot of pressure now for Fernando Bahosa. It looks like it's a matter of time before we at least see a move made from the number 69. He looks up the inside now through turn 12, as no moves made there. Into turn 13, it looks like too far back yet again at turn 14. Although Bahosa, a slightly tighter line, I think it's fair to say. And actually, Gutierrez telling Karpushin to stay on his rear wheel, not to overtake, so they can try and catch the top 2. That never works.
It never does, because no rider wants to be told to sit behind your rivals. Just a quick note, on lap 4, both Cano and Bahosa set a 1:45.895. This lap, they were separated by just 0.02 of a second, as Karpushin back into P3 ahead of Gutierrez at turn 1 under braking.
Well, that lasted long. Karpushin is now ahead yet again into 3rd position, and a real good pass at turn 1. Quite aggressive, but nice and clean. No contact between the two of them as they head into turn 4 now, and nearly running into the back actually was Tassini. So looking for that fight as, Gutierrez, I should say. Tassini still battling for that spot in P5. Borelli now up into 7th. Now, maybe not the race we expected from Borelli, but still solid points going into his book here in race 2. Now, Bahosa is looking up the inside at turn 8. I think at the moment, still, if we're going to see a move at any point this early, it's going to be in the fast point circuit. It's going to be over by turns 11, 12, 13.
It's going to be to try and catch Cano by surprise. But we saw in race 1 that even if Bahosa had the inside line at turn 8, Cano was able to hold it around the outside under braking. It's not easy to pass the number 1 at La Quercia.
Yeah, it's really not. It's such a quick complex just after it as well. So it's all about your exit speed and the line that you hold. As we see now heading through Corvone, both of them nice and clean as the 69 once again looks up the inside, but he's too far back. The camera angle can be a little bit deceiving for how close he actually is. But he's definitely building. He definitely will have a good chunk of a slipstream as well. Right now, Carlos Cano is just breaking the air for the number 69 in second. And going down these straights, going down even between corners, they're tucking in absolutely everything. Their toes, their arms, their elbows, everything they can manage to the chin right on the tank. It's incredible stuff to see. And actually, pretty physical bikes to ride because you're not allowed to take a rest. If you take any rest in the ETC class, that's when you start to lose time.
Absolutely, yeah, you can't take rest. And also when you're fighting as fiercely as you are at the front, you wouldn't want to take a rest because you'll lose so much time. Cano and Barbosa separated by less than a tenth, just over a tenth across the line. A lot closer through the end of the first sector. Same for Karpushin and Gutierrez in P3 and P4.
Yeah, Karpushin at the moment has stretched about a bike or two length ahead, and it seems like at the moment number 70 made the right choice of getting through rather than sticking behind. But later on in the race, of course, I'm sure we'll see if it truly was the right decision. But also, as we said, not looking at much opportunities this time around at turn 8. A wider line yet again from Carlos Cano, but he's not going to lose any time from that. A lot of riders do it. We've even seen it in Moto 3. If you remember, it was Jose Antonio Rueda, previous Junior GP champion, took a slightly wider line. It seems like everyone is enjoying it, certainly at the head of the field. Now, slipstream time here in ETC. Is it going to be a move for Fernando Barbosa? We head through turn 11 now. Building. Carlos Cano. He's going to be able to hear the exhaust pipes, and now he's going to be able to see the front tyre of Fernando Barbosa ever so slightly before, well, once again, sweeping round the outside to hold on to P1.
Absolutely. Another tighter line through turn 14 for Cano. It seems to be his preference there. It is another corner where you can take multiple lines, so it's not going to cost him. But Barbosa might sniff an opportunity if the door is slightly ajar as they go neck and neck through turn 16.
Yeah, they come out with the final corner now, and not only does the door have to be ajar, I think in the final couple of laps, if he still cannot find a way through, he's going to have to get very, very inventive. Now, we did see how strong he can be at turn 2, but as the fastest laps continue to tick in, changing hands actually, it was Cano, then Barbosa, now it's Pratelli down in P8. So just going to show how fast this field is pushing on, whether you're in P1 or you're in the latter stages of the top 10, as there's riders pretty much all over the place on the circuit. As down the inside goes to Sine, and actually that is on Karpushin. So they have been caught, well, Karpushin's now been caught up by this field, and so has Gutierrez. So now this battle between two riders has soon turned into 5, 6, 7 riders.
It has. Just having a look at lap times, Karpushin was a 1:46.0 last time out. Gutierrez a 1:45.7. Most other riders are in the low to mid 1:45s. So they lost a lot of time on that last lap. I wonder if they were just scrapping somewhere and cost themselves a huge amount of time.
Yeah, plenty of time lost, no matter what, that's for sure. Borelli now looking up the inside on the number 7. Can he make it work? He still has the inside line now. However, Karpushin is so brave. He leant on the Italian's machine all the way throughout turn 10, and following through is Ramadipa. Look at the slingshot that 32 is getting. Coming through turn 11 now. He is through on Karpushin, and now looking for another opportunity through this fight. It's going to get so interesting into the closing stages, because so far, nice and clean from everyone as this battle for P1 continues to brew away.
It is brewing nicely as we enter the second half of the race. Just to do another Longarella check, we haven't seen much from him in this race. He's up to 12th. He's fighting with Gabarini at the head of the third group, but they've got 3 seconds to make up to the riders ahead. That is a big gap to bridge, especially with 8 laps to go.
Yeah, 8 laps now remain. We head on to lap 8 actually. So half race distance pretty much for this field, and where things start to get interesting. Ramadipa ever so slightly wide there. Karpushin trying to make up a few positions. Made up 1. He tries to make up 2 through turn 3, but I think he's fought better off that one, and rightly so. 92 as well at the back of this one. That's Travis Borg. Can he get his way into the top 5, or even towards the top 5? Because right now he's on the back of this group, but going to show how easy it is to lose some positions. Because I mean, Karpushin, he was pretty much starting to edge away into no man's land, and now look at the battle he's involved in, as it's now Tassini with that gap.
He was sort of
building up for a race on his own in P3 almost. He was starting to edge out a gap over Gutierrez. But yeah, he's completely lost it. He's been swamped by the chasing group, as has Gutierrez. Borelli up into P4, up the inside of Gutierrez at turn 10 to move into a top 4 position.
And now telling to follow once more. Now Borelli telling Gutierrez to follow. And so Gutierrez pretty much getting his own treatment this time though from Borelli, and you'll get to see how much that actually works from the number 14's perspective as Ramadipa looks up the inside. The thing is, in these battles it's either pass or be passed. It's no time to be sitting behind any riders, otherwise you're going to soon find yourself into a position that the likes of Bertelli's found himself in, where he's dropped all the way back down to P9.
As you said, it's pass or be passed. You can't hesitate, you can't make a half-hearted move. You have to send it with full commitment. Make sure it pays off to gain, otherwise you will drop down the order. As you said, Bertelli, a great example of that.
Over the line we come. 7 laps now remain. We tip into turn 1 yet again. 2.4 seconds separates Bahosa and Ticini in second and third. As well, Carlos Cano, he's looked unstoppable so far. We've actually yet to see a mistake after, of course, the opening lap blunder that we've seen. But once he got to the head of the field, he's looked unstoppable. Ramadipa trying to line up a move is down the inside. This is 67, so Bertelli through. He goes on Savino. Savino now drops back down to P9. Bertelli now P8. Setting his sights on Karpushin in 7th.
Just at the front of the field. Again, Cano and Bahusa's last lap times, just 6,000th between them. There is literally nothing you can choose between them as they fight it out for victory at the front of the field. Ticini looks to be that someone was very wide on the exit of turn 8 there. Ticini running in the podium places is looking to build a bit of a gap over Borelli. The number 7 going with him at the moment.
Alex Longarella, P13 as things stand. Well, this fight continues for the final couple of spots on the podium. Currently first and second still trying to be decided by Carlos Cano and Fernando Bahosa, but it's an incredible show that the Misano fans are being brought to as we head into the braking zone through turn 13, now turn 13 now, through turn 14, heavy on the brakes. Hairpin corner, we've seen quite a few crashes. Now Bertelli, P5, he's really got to move on for things, perhaps realise what was happening, seeing some gaps forming, certainly between Ticini and Borelli to the likes of the rest of the group.
He had to make the move very quickly in order to not make it 3 groups at the front of the field. He now has to try and close them down while facing immense pressure. He's got Ramadipa and Karpushin behind him heading into turn 1. Just holds on from the number 32.
The fastest lap of the race going the way of Bertelli as well. Will he drag the likes of Ramadipa all the way into this podium fight? We're going to have to wait and see. This is the fight for 3rd position between number 4 and the number 7. Meanwhile, Bertelli runs in P5. Ramadipa had a sneaky little look up the inside at turn 4. Nothing get made this time around though, as Ticini does lose a little bit of time. But what a race we're having, and you can just see Karpushin at the back of this small little group. And down the inside goes the 67. Ramadipa looking around the outside, but he's going to struggle to get that one stopped, and he somehow has got the tighter line on the exit. However, the inside line is going to go the way of the 67, but the corner speed has allowed Ramadipa through. So turn 10 yet again. Karpushin now trying his luck on the outside. It seems like we're at the point in the race where everyone's just trying to invent some move, and perhaps a little bit of panic and get settling in after watching even that Ramadipa now beginning to edge into the distance.
Perhaps a little bit of panic setting in. Also, we are approaching 2/3 race distance, which is a crucial part of the race for in case there is a red flag shown after that, there wouldn't be a restarted race. So now is the time you want to start getting in the positions that you need. However, riders are losing out. This group has splintered. It is now 3 distinct groups at the front of the field.
Yeah, 2/3 race distance being lap 10 of 15, as we now head on to lap 11 of the action at the head of the field to make it. There's a few more laps to go. It's going to be an interesting duel with 5 laps remaining here on the Adriatic coast. What a weekend it's been for the European Talent Cup. And well, number 4 now just extending his margin ever so slightly. He's up into 3rd position is Ticini. So Ticini and Borelli, both of them want this. Both of them think they deserve this. And I think the Italian crowd watching on here at Misano is going to struggle to decide exactly who they want to stand on that podium.
You would think Ticini probably has a few friends and family from San Marino as well, given its close proximity to Misano. I'd say both will want to be on the podium at their home round, and it's going to be a fierce fight for P3 between these two. Little to separate them on their lap times, just half a tenth in favour of Ticini last time out.
Side by side they were at turn 8, and well, Borelli now through. So that is a change of position yet again. As well, Carlos Cano, he's looked impeccable so far. I'm running out of words to describe his performance because he's not cracked at all. He's not made another mistake since he hit the front of the field in the second lap. But Carlos Cano continuing to push on and push on the pace. Last time around a 145.764, a 145.6 though for Fernando Bajosa. So when's the move going to arrive? Every single time he looks up the inside over at turn 12, but he's yet to make it work. He's yet to actually show the front wheel fully. It's building for an incredible finale to this race. Ramadipa as well now dropping. So P6 as he stands, but losing a little bit of time to the group ahead. Over the line, we prepared to come. So we got 4 laps to go. We enter lap 12 of the action here in the European Talent Cup Race 2. We lost a few riders earlier on in Race 2, but whatever the case, the battle does continue at the front. Now, Travis Borg does make up a few more places. Gutierrez has dropped back down to P9, so Gutierrez losing a little bit of ground as well as this final podium fight continues to fight it out. Borelli got ahead a few corners ago and now still continues to lead Ticini, so 7 and the 4 continue to fight. It's the battle of the single digits for the final spot on the podium.
It is an incredible fight over this podium place. Just to do a quick update on Longarella again, he hasn't been able to make the progress. He's running in P13 in what is now the 4th group, but then 9 seconds behind the 3rd group on this track. There is a huge amount of work. Well, he's not going to be able to make up that time. The best he can hope for is a P11. We're just seeing a replay of how Borelli got up the inside of Ticini at turn 1 under braking. A solid move from the number 7 to claim a provisional podium spot.
Yeah, great stuff there. And now, well, Borelli heads to Ticini, heading towards Corvone now, one of the fastest corners that we have on the ETC calendar. Looking around the outside ever so slightly, briefly. Is he going to try to carry the corner speed? Yes, he is. Ticini elbows out all the way at turn 12. We head into turn 13, and I do not believe it. He's made it work from the outside. Ticini inventing moves with just 4 laps remaining.
That is one of the best moves you will see in motorsport as a whole. That was just ridiculous from Ticini to hold it around the outside through Corvone and turn 12 to take back that provisional podium spot. An incredible overtake.
Yeah, great stuff as we arrive at turn 1 again. The scene of the overtake just 1 lap ago. No moves though made this time around from Borelli as he looked for a chunk into Ticini's armour this time around. He looks this way, he looks that way, he looks for any sniff of an opportunity. Heading to turn 4 now, heavy on the brakes, he's asking a lot from the front end there. And well, Ticini cutting off his front end, closing the door, shut in his face as well. Ramadipa follow this group behind, and I'm sure he's going to be watching this battle and enjoying it as much as we are, because he knows if anything happens, he's going to be there to pick up the pieces side by side. Heading into turn 8, who's it going to be? It is going to be Ticini ahead of Borelli, but now these two really beginning to dice.
They are. Not much to separate them in terms of their pace. That move somehow didn't cost them a huge amount of time. They were a couple of attempts slower than Ramadipa behind, but somehow they kept their pace and their speed up despite what was an incredible move. But is Borelli about to get his revenge? He's right on the inside. He's almost on the grass on the run into Corvone.
Using the white line as he head towards Corvone yet again. Is it going to be Borelli's chance to strike? Is it going to get payback for the move just 1 lap ago through turn 12? Now turn 13. Is he going to set up a block pass at turn 14? Down the inside. The number 4 looks and very, very close. So, wow, how did it make contact there? Borelli thinking better of it, backing out of it at the very, very last moment. That's as close as it gets without it ending in tears.
You wouldn't want to be any closer if you're one of these two riders. That was so, so close. You could barely separate them. It looks like Borelli has a good run out of the final corner, but Tassini has the inside line. Is that going to work, or is Borelli going to go around the outside? Tassini just holds on through turn 1 and defends nicely into turn 2.
Borelli trying to get the drive towards turn 4 now. He's setting up a move, he's building, he's getting closer. He's going to have to look round the inside very, very soon. Can he make it work? He's too far back. So Borelli thinking better of it. We're on the penultimate lap of action. It's still Carlos Cano who leads Fernando Bajosa at the head of the field. But this battle for the final spot on the podium is really heating up. Both of them, gloves off time, no point saving tyres, side by side onto the curb for Borelli on the inside towards turn 8. Inside he goes. Will it be a good drive for Tassini? Can he get his payback before we even arrive at turns 9 and turns 10? And then, of course, it's the run towards Curvone yet again.
What do you do if you're Borelli here? Because you know Tassini will try it around the outside, and you can't leave him free on the inside either.
Yeah, exactly. He's really got to find an inventive move, or perhaps just go super defensive towards the likes of turn 13, or take a wider line himself and force him to go up on the inside. Now, still no moves being made at the front of this field, but we're heading towards the last lap now. Fernando Bajosa is not going to finish this race without one opportunity. He sat there comfortably in second position. You would think, with 25 points being that close, he's going to release the brake and at least try something, even if it means running wide, because they've got a nice gap to third position behind.
You would think so. He has the advantage over the riders behind to try and move. He was very wide out on the green as well. If he does that on the final lap, he would have to drop one position. So something to keep an eye on as you go into turn 1. There's nothing to choose between them, but Cano holds it into turn 2. No more famous Bajosa turn 2 moves today.
Yeah, no more turn 2 moves in this race, because it's the final lap, it's the final duel of the European Talent Cup here at Misano. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Carlos Cano, who can take yet another stunning result, or is it going to be Fernando Bajosa, the number 69, who sat comfortably in second position this whole race? He's been looking for a sniff, he's been looking for an opportunity this whole time. Has it all been sandbagging? Does his moment arrive now at turn 8? He looks up the inside, but Carlos Cano once again shuts the door, slams it in his face. The number 1 is not going down without a fight here. Turns 9 and turns 10 before it's time for Curvone, where slipstream is going to matter now. As we build up, it's going to be an all-out duel. They're going to use all the circuit, and Fernando Bajosa, what's he going to be able to do in the slipstream now? He looks up the inside, too far back. He's going to be turn 11. No, it's not. Turn 12 now, maybe. We've seen him look up the inside 1 or 2 times. Not this time around. Turn 14, block pass. If not, we're going to go down to the final corner. And well, this final corner, it's so tricky to make a move. It's so tricky to make it work. He's had a big, big look behind him, just checking nobody's there. Does that mean he's just succumbed to the fact that second place is the best he's going to get? Carlos Cano does take victory. An incredible race, unstoppable after hitting the front. Fernando Bajosa comes home in P2. He realised after turn 14 there was no realistic opportunity of getting through. Carlos Cano, the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, showing how hard they had to push. Tassini does finish ahead of Borelli, and great sportsmanship. They both enjoyed that. And well, hats off to you is what Fernando Bajosa is telling Carlos Cano after that one. 15 laps of drama, all decided in the final lap. What a great battle it was for P1, although it might have not been the all-out dogfight that we've seen in race 1. It's incredible to see 2 riders go head-to-head like that. 2 riders push each other to the absolute limit here at Misano. Savino now, a little thumbs up as well to Carlos, congratulating him with his results. Of course, the European Talent Cup just have 2 more races this season in Barcelona before the final round in Valencia. But P1 in the standings, Fernando Bajosa, he entered the weekend tied on points and he leaves the weekend still P1. To me, that's a solid weekend of work. Perhaps on that final lap, just thinking of the championship battle.
Tassini and Borelli, though, separated by just 1/10 of a second. Nothing separating them in the battle for the final spot on the podium, but Tassini getting the better of Borelli. That was a fight we kept tabs on pretty much the entire race. Once they were able to break free, Pratama also being promoted a position there on the timing screen. So P6 showing for Pratama. But of course, I'll bring you through all the results very, very soon after the Parc Fermé celebrations have concluded. But you can just see how much it means for Tassini. Pure delight here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. And now just a few more corners for him to round before he'll see Parc Fermé and before he can celebrate an incredible, incredible day of race. And he showed himself, he's proved himself. And I'm sure leaving this weekend, there'll be a lot more confidence on his racecraft. As there will be for Carlos Cano. He enters Parc Fermé now. Some celebrations will begin with the team, of course. The proceedings first with the weigh checks, and then it will be full-on celebrations because there's no more racing for Carlos to compete in here today. I mean, he can't just enjoy himself, and it's so good to see how well they get along, both Cano and Bahosa, especially after how hard they push each other on the circuit. A 1:45.171 from Carlos Cano on the final lap. Simply astonishing. Of course, we'll get to hear from him very, very soon as he's down in Parc Fermé speaking to Jack. But first, he'll have a few moments of celebrations and then they'll head up onto the podium. Now, Karpushin has been given a drop 1 position, and that's thanks to track limits on that last lap. So Karpushin touching the green on that final lap, and he's going to finish down the order. And up into the air, Carlos Cano goes, rising through the ranks very, very soon, you would think, and rising his name closer to the top of the championship. Hugs, high fives, and handshakes all around. Plenty of people watching above the pit lane, just looking down on Parc Fermé, getting to watch all the celebrations firsthand. As now Tassini finally gets his opportunity to celebrate, jumping up and down with the team. You can tell the head into this weekend, it was only a dream, and now, well, it's a reality. So the team photos will soon begin. What a day it is for the AC Racing team, as they'll get some great shots now for their social media, you have to say. Well, some of the fans wait around, because of course there's still more action coming up here at Misano. The action never stops in the Junior GP World Championship paddock. A great photo being taken there of Carlos Cano. I'm sure an even better shot in the podium, on the podium very, very soon. But this is the race winning overtake. This was quite early on into the race, but Carlos Cano just getting through on the run to turn 8, and we've seen for the rest of the race and race 1 how strong he was able to be there. He was able to swoop around the outside line all the way just to defend from Fernando Bahosa on every single opportunity. And look at that. He's just saying to himself, well, that was pretty good. As the hugs and celebrations begin. That's between Tassini and Borelli. Tassini continuing his celebrations all the way to Parc Fermé. Always a joyous occasion.
Carlos, pole here at Misano, 2 wins, an incredible race with Fernando in race 2 here. Just talk us through it.
Yes, happy, super happy this weekend. I do my best. Happy to stay here again in the 5th position in Misano. Crazy, my everything helped me this weekend. The bike, the feeling with the bike was amazing. I do my best this weekend, and the race was super hard with this hot hard, and well, in the last lap I pushed a lot, and I think my best lap in the last lap. And well, I am amazing this weekend, and I thank people who support me, my team, my family, my train. And yes, in the summer break, I do my best this time, and well, I'm ready for the next round, and I do my best the same. Thank you.
And in Spanish for your fans back home?
Estoy muy contento este fin de semana de haber conseguido el doblete aquí en Misano. Me siento increíble que todo mi equipo me ha ayudado con la moto este fin de semana aquí en Misano. Y bueno, este parón veraniego he entrenado al máximo en mi casa con todo mi entrenador porque sabía que era difícil y me estoy preparando al máximo para lo que venga, estas 2 carreras que me quedan, y a dar el máximo lo que queda del campeonato, y se lo quiero dedicar a toda mi familia, a todo mi equipo, y esto va por ellos.
Carlos, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, whether he was out of breath from the action on the track or the celebrations, I'm unsure. But Carlos Cano, what a ride it was. He made a tricky start with Alvaro Lucas high siding out, but Cano also running wide. Lucas luckily would be up on his feet very, very soon. There'd be another crash further down the order. A massive shame for them, but the battle would continue out on circuit. Fernando Bajosa did lead the way before this move, which would end up being one of the deciding passes of the race. Carlos Cano hit the front and he continued to lead the charge, dominating the way as this quite a significant incident happened with, of course, the number 99 crashing out of things, luckily walking away after such a heavy hit onto the ground. The race would brew at the head of the field, with Ticini dropping back towards this massive group of riders. Karpushin as well was involved in this one, making some brave overtakes throughout the order. Christian Borelli as well made his way towards the head of the field. Ramadipa in the middle of it before Christian Borelli launched this attack over at turn 9 and 10. Heading towards Curvone, everything remained close, everything remained tight as we brewed towards an incredible final podium battle. Ticini and Borelli went head to head towards turn 1. They went side by side on multiple occasions, with Borelli being very, very brave. However, the overtake of the race, the overtake of the weekend, would arrive from Ticini, who continued to be very, very brave, going all the way around the outside through turns 12 and 13, claiming the position. Meanwhile, Carlos Cano claimed victory, remaining unstoppable here at Misano. A handshake to celebrate as the celebrations begin on the podium. First of all, of course, we have celebrations with the team members. The 72 Art Box Racing team will be out. Gabriel Ticini celebrating there onto the podium. Excitement very, very clear. Fernando Bajosa does claim P2. Well, the final spot on the podium, the top step of the podium, goes the way of Carlos Cano. It is P1. It is 25 championship points here in race 2. And well, as the trophies begin to be handed out, he's going to need to make sure he packs some extra room in his luggage to go back to Spain, because those trophies will be coming home. Hopefully, they also have a room in the trophy cabinet. But Ticini now also receiving his trophy. So happy. It's great to see a rider show how much a podium means to them. It was also great to see the scenes between him and Borelli at the end of the race, celebrating their battle. As Carlos Cano takes P1, and once again we're going to hear the Spanish national anthem here. So as the national anthem concludes, it's time for the Fizzy to come out. And well, a little short celebration there, but what a day it has been for Carlos. As now they head up onto the podium for a quick photo to round off this weekend. All of them managing to squeeze up onto the top steps. Some massive trophies for them this weekend. Always good though. don't think he'll be complaining about that one. As we look at the race results here in ETC Race 2, Carlos Cano does take the win. Just over half a second, he took victory over Fernando Bajosa, with Tassini, Borelli and Pratelli rounding out the top 5. A great battle for that final spot on the podium between Tassini and Borelli. Ramadipa took P6 ahead of Karpushin and Travis Borg, with Savino claiming P9. Taking the final spot inside the top 10, Eduardo Gutierrez took P10, with Matteo Gabrini, Galan, Dakagan and Almeida rounded out the top 14. Alex Longarella did finish in P15. He started from P25 and he will pick up just 1 point from the second outing of the weekend. Evan Boxberger rounded out the top 10, while Tamburini rounded out our finishers. Ising Rodriguez, we lost 10 or so laps ago, so that was the end to his day here at Misano. We also had a couple incidents further back with David Da Costa, Remy San Juan, Alvaro Lucas on that first lap as well. Now, this is the screen that Fernando Bajosa will have his eyes on. 9 points between Bajosa and Carlos Cano. Cano now up into second position in the championship, with Alex Longarella dropping to P3 following his 1 point finish. Alvaro Lucas remains in P4 with Ramadipa P5. Gabriel Tassini flies up to P8 in the championship order. 6 championship places made up for him, as Christian Borelli P10 in the championship as well, as Lorenzo Pratelli up into P14 after a very 2 successful outings here at San Marino. Isam Rodriguez dropping down to P16 in the championship, as a few more different position changes. Eduardo Savino as well entering the top 25 in the standings, and he'll chase Ethan Sparks, who wasn't here this weekend. He's on BTC duties over in the Netherlands. Just looking through our order, the championship is close at the top, and it's even closer further down the field. Dakagan up a position, P26 in the championship. But heading into Barcelona, all eyes are going to be on Bajosa. What can he do? And can he be the star of the show once more? The ETC has delivered 2 phenomenal races here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. And well, we can't wait to do it all again in around a month's time over in Barcelona. From Aragon to Misano, it's time for the Stock European Championship, with the stock group preparing for the sole race of the weekend. It's set to be an important race in the championship as Iker Garcia heads into Misano with a 7-point advantage over Crotaro. There are 15 laps of action coming up in our final race of the day for the Junior GP paddock, and what better way to cap it off than with one of our closest title fights. The 4.23 kilometre circuit always springs a surprise, and with a mix of fast and slow corners, the highlight being the legendary turn 11 Corvoni. Final moves are to be expected with tension in the air. All talking stops now as the European Championship turns to battle, this time on the Adriatic coast. Now, looking back at Aragon, the European Championship put on a great display, but it was a crash from Archie McDonald in the early stages. However, his hopes of victory came to an abrupt end. Moves would continue to be made. Santos as well, crashing out. An intense fight would eventually form at the head of the field, with Romero putting on a charge as Fuertes and Tibor Varga got involved in the fight for victory. It was nail-biting racing from start to finish, and his stunning moves continued to be made further down the order. Quintaro would eventually sneak through, looking to take his first victory of the season. With moves continuing to be made, it was intense action all the way through as he went through at the final corner with the 73 storming to the line. Quintaro was P1 in Aragon. Here we are though, here in Misano. What a setting it is for the Stock European Championship. Quintaro starts on pole position, winner in Aragon and pole sitter here in Misano. Could things really be any better for him at the moment?
Right now, no, he is in fine form. Back-to-back front rows, as you said. Aragon third on the grid, Misano pole on home soil, and a win last time out in Spain. Now he's looking to make it back-to-back victories.
He certainly is. Track temperature around 40 degrees Celsius. And my name is Lewis Trey. Joining me for this weekend is going to be Jack Amy. And well, Jack, it's set to be a great day of, well, a great final day of racing for the Junior GP paddock. 15 laps ahead of us here. Quintaro ahead of Garcia and Fuertes. And well, the stock class, it's so close in terms of the championship at the moment. Just a couple of points separating the top of the standings.
It is so close. I was just shaking my head at the temperature graphic because I was just outside for the Parc Ferme interviews and it feels so much hotter than 25 degrees. So, yeah, no, it's going to be a phenomenal race here to round out the weekend's action. We've got not a shaken up grid as such, but perhaps riders will feel they're a bit out of position and they'll be looking to fight their way through it. And you say 15 laps to make it happen.
Yeah, 15 laps, and this is what happened yesterday in qualifying.
Feeling is really nice. In make pole position at home is always nice. For sure, the most important is tomorrow on the race. So we need to keep working, but we have a solid setup for tomorrow. So it will be a nice race.
Happy Saturday scenes, I think it's fair to say. Quintaro starts on pole position, a 1:38.76, and well, I think it's fair to say as well, with just 15 laps, this race is going to come away just as quick as what it started. I mean, it's not going to be a long race for these guys on the 600cc machines.
It's not at all. It's going to be 15 all-action laps. They won't have much chance to break. Even the high-speed section at the back of the circuit, you can't rest because you have one small straight and then you're into Corvoni and then you're into turn 12 and it's turn 13 and then it's turn 14, which is crucial. There's very little time to rest at this circuit.
And this race could be a crucial race in the championship. Now, of course, Quintaro sits P2 in the standings, 47 points to his name. Iker Garcia sits 54 points. Now, if, of course, Quintaro was to win and Garcia was to finish second, there wouldn't be a championship change, but just 2 points would separate them then, as Alberto Garcia starts from P2. So Alberto Garcia, he'll be looking for a good result here at Misano, and well, as we said, it's going to be all-out action over these next laps. And Quintaro in qualifying, it seemed like he was happy enough to do a lot of the running himself, so he clearly is confident over his pace.
He is, yeah. We've said it before about other Italian riders, but they've probably done thousands of laps here across their career, so it's a good chance to use that knowledge to full advantage. Quintaro did that in qualifying, now he needs to do that in the race.
Yeah, he needs to piece it all together, and of course just one opportunity for him to piece it together. The Stock European Championship always treated to one race across the weekend, and it just means those 25 points are ever so important. Everything they've built for in free practice, everything they've built for in qualifying, all comes down to this. And if you're not able to perform in the race, or you have any technical issues, or you make an error, all of it's for nothing.
Especially when you're at this stage of the season, you only have 2 races left after this. 25 points is a huge margin to make up when you only have 2 races left. So you will not want to lose any points at this stage to your rivals, especially when the fight at the front is so close.
Yeah, 1/3 of the season's points that are remaining anyway up for grabs will be handed out in this race. You can just see there the Tamoil Yamaha rider, that being Iker Garcia, of course your championship leader as things stand, and 55 points, 1 win, 2 podiums and 2 poles so far. So Garcia, what can he do? Second row of the grid, so slightly trickier, but at the end of the day, technically he's going to be starting just behind Quintaro's championship rival at the start of things.
Just behind him, and if he can get a good launch and move up to 3rd or 2nd by turn 1, turn 2, he'll be in a great position to attack Quintaro.
Now continuing our way down the grid, Felinghi, of course, another one of our Italian riders. He was leading all the way back at Magny-Cours, but a crash in the tricky wet conditions saw him DNF from the race. But time and time again, he has shown real signs of race winning potential this season. It just hasn't quite got that final piece of the puzzle yet.
Yeah, it almost hasn't clicked, the final bit that he needs to be on the top step or even on the podium. Best finish of the season last time out at Aragon with P7. Obviously was leading at Magny-Cours in the race. We'll be hoping he can fight for a podium from P5.
Yeah, and well, Tibor Eric Varga, such an impressive rider so far this season. 2 podiums in a row. He comes into this weekend pretty confident, you would say.
He is in form. He's made a step up in the last couple of rounds. 6 on the grid, perhaps a bit lower than we've become used to at Magny-Cours and Aragon. He was 2nd and 4th. But a good chance of a podium from the 2nd row.
Yeah, of course, starting from the 2nd row of the grid. And now we'll continue with that theme. Here is Venturini. Now he heads 3rd row, of course, 1 win so far this season, 13.5 points to his name. And that's, of course, with the Magny-Cours race not going the entire distance. But we do have a pretty packed field, I think it's fair to say, here today. 26 riders preparing to take the start, and it's certainly going to be one that you don't want to miss.
You won't want to miss this at all. 26 riders, 15 laps, lots on the line, especially at the head of the field fighting for the championship.
Fram Ruiz now starting P8 in the middle of the 3rd row, and well, just alongside Venturini and Keskes, who of course we'll get to in just a moment's time, because Keskes starts from P9. But with 15 laps to decide everything, and track temps are just beginning to tip over 40 degrees Celsius. It's going to be tricky stuff on these 600s. Of course, a lot of power going through these rear tyres. Our 2nd most powerful class, if you will, really, with the likes of the Moto2 Championship as well during the Junior GP weekend. So it does mean you are able to burn up your tyres quicker, and certainly in 15 laps, if you try to treat each lap like a qualifying lap, you're going to have no rear tyre by the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. 40-degree track temperature at the moment. Not as hot as we had yesterday, to be fair, in qualifying, but then it's only 1 lap, so you're looking for ultimate pace. It doesn't matter if the tyre wears out. However, managing them in this race with those track temperatures, air temperature, according to our timing, is 27 degrees, which felt a bit more like it outside. Yeah, it will be hard to manage tyres, but it will be crucial too.
And now the marshals just preparing things for the start of this one. We're not too far away from being able to get going. It's just tipping towards 4 here at Misano. So later in the race day. They've had all day to think about this. Of course, no morning warm-up or anything like that. It's straight into the race in action, just showing how crucial, first of all, the sighting lap is, and now how crucial this warm-up lap is, which is coming in around 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, the 2 laps that they've had, well, the 1 lap they've had, the 1 lap they're about to have before they go racing is pretty much all they have to evaluate conditions. Obviously, some will have teammates from other classes that they can speak to, or friends, or riders that are friends that they're probably getting information from. But in terms of how it actually feels, the sighting lap and the warm-up lap are the only ones where they will actually feel it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in this type of situation, the more friends you have in the paddock, the better. So the more opinions that you can get. Certainly, some of the riders that have been out on track more recently, or certainly the riders that have put more laps on a tyre so far today. But now, well, the teams start to make their way off the grid, meaning we're not too far to getting going. A couple of the riders now putting on their helmet, getting ready for things to get going. And, well, that is one of our face racing riders, and that's Adrian Rodriguez, starting from P13 on the grid. Now, he's going to be going alongside Emmanuel Brinton and Passanese in P14 and 15. So, no matter where you look, it's a stacked grid. It's a stacked rows of the grid anyway.
Talented up and down this field. That there's, as I said earlier, perhaps not out of position as such, but will feel like they could be maybe a row higher up. That it's a bit jumbled up, this grid, and we'll see how it plays out over the 15-lap race.
Yeah, and exactly. At the end of it, we'll see how the championship order actually looks, because we're speaking about how well the likes of Quintaro can do, but if there is a mistake, it could well and truly be the end to a realistic championship bid for some riders here today, as we're not too far away from getting going. So the Stock European Championship for the sole race of the weekend. Quintaro, Garcia and Fuertes starts on the front row of the grid. Quintaro on pole position on the 73 machine. Garcia, Felingi and Varga start from row 2, with Venturini, Ruiz and Keskes on the third row of the grid. Diaz, Romero and Trieth starts in P10, 11th and 12th. Rodriguez, Emmanuel Brinton and Passanese on row 5. Santos, Jimenez and Bevilacqua starts from row 6, with Del Olmo and Van Roosmalen alongside Capote in row 7. Darliano Milani heads up the penultimate grid spot, with Aparice, Lee and Pilipenko rounding out our grid. 9 rows of riders here in the Stock European Championship, and now, well, it's time to go racing after a quick warm-up lap, which of course will be led away by Quintaro, your pole sitter. So they head out now on their green flag lap, and well, Jack, I think it's fair to say there's plenty of names that you can list for this one.
Yeah, pick a name out of a hat and they've probably got a chance of being on the podium or fighting for the win. It's going to be very close throughout this race. It'll be interesting to see who gets a good start. If they're able to build a gap on that opening lap, that could be crucial, because then they won't have to work the tyres so hard over the next couple. They might lose a bit of time, but they'll have more tyre at the end of the race. Yeah,
I think the opening lap strategy is going to pay dividends near the end of the race. A couple of riders actually choosing to go slow in this warm-up lap, including Quintaro. So he's going to drop back right to the back of the field. He'll be probably one of the last riders to pull into their grid slots, but you know, it gives him a bit less time to wait on the grid, gives him a bit less time as well to get in his own head. Of course, this being our final race of the day for the Junior GP paddock. My name is Lewis Ray, joining me, of course, being Jack Amy. And well, we've got an exciting 15 laps ahead of us. We've just looked at the temperatures. They certainly feel higher while you're out and about in the paddock with the sun beating down on you. I don't think there's been an inch of cloud cover across this circuit for the entire day, which isn't a bad thing, certainly, if you're just watching on as a fan. But for these riders in leather suits and helmets, it's going to be so warm.
Yeah, you can see when riders get into Parc Fermé after their races that they just want to down a lot of water, cool down very quickly, get rid of the sweat that's built up on their heads. It is very warm out there, even if you're not riding. So on a physical bike, it's going to be even harder.
As now we look at the championship standings, less than 10 points separating Garcia and Quintaro. Gomez sitting in P3. But what a day we have had so far, and what better way to cap it off than the Stock European Championship. Testing his brakes, I think it's fair to say, was Krataro there, making sure everything is working. Doing a little stop here too, as now it'll peel into his grid slots, and now we're not too far away from getting going. Of course, the start marshals will make sure everyone's in the right positions, and then the tension will rise before the revs scream to their maximum. They bounce off the rev limiter, and then we can go racing. Tension high on the grid. You could cut it with a knife, as the officials wanting to check everything's okay with the number 44, and it looks like we are good to go. So the green flag does wave at the back of the field, and the red lights will now appear on for us to get going. The red lights are on now. A good start there for Krataro, although the front wheel is up in the air. Hopefully that hasn't affected his drive too much, and it certainly hasn't. Number 73 leads the way into turn 1. Fellaini trying to get his way through the order as well. So is the number 10 up into P4, up into P5 is a big moment from your leader, from your pole sitter. Krataro drops down the order, P4 now after a moment on the rear. Towards turn 3, he slots in, and now it's time to regain his composure for turns 4 and turn 5. Battles going on behind him, as it looks like it's been a great start for the likes of Garcia at the front of the field. Now we power out down the back straight. Garcia sits in P2. Fuertes leads the way.
Krataro got back into P3 ahead of Venturini at turn 6, so instantly responding after his big moment, but has lost the lead of the race. A little bit of a gap to bridge, but not too much to worry about at this stage for the number 73.
Yeah, after that mistake, it's essentially just like making a bad start off the line. It's not lost him too much time, but it was very lucky he was able to keep that Yamaha on 2 wheels, as now he comes out of turn 10. Towards turn 11 we come now, and on these stock European machines, it is incredible to watch them through Carvoni, drifting it all the way around towards turn 12, and then heavy on the anchors for turn 13, carrying as much corner space what you dare, and now breaking on the curves. Attacking though is Garcia at turn 14. He's got it stopped, and can he make it stick? Yes he can is the answer for turn 15 now.
Yeah, Garcia ahead of Fuertes at the end of this opening lap. Krataro at turn 16, that would be an impressive move. He almost looked for 2 for 1 there, but gains 1 place in P2. Now has to run on Garcia into turn 1. Is he going to outbrake the number 31? Not this time, and actually ends up defending P2 more than attacking P1.
Nearly 2 riders in 2 corners. Krataro means business. Now he sets 2nd position in the Stock European Championship race. Of course, lap 2 of 15 currently, the first of our flying laps. This is really where we get to see and gauge the lap times from the riders, but some great moves being made further back as well, as we see Iker Garcia now entering the podium places. So number 11 starting from row 2, he's now in 3rd place. Krataro though hitting the front of the field. Will it be a response from Garcia? Yes it will, very briefly through turn 8, because Krataro is going to have the better drive out of the corner. So 73 holds on to the advantage through turn 9 that we come now, and it is an instant response yet again, and trying to get the undercut. It is Krataro who somehow holds on to it after 3-4 corners of battling.
Krataro, yeah, not sure how he held on to P1 there, but he did just about, and he's got a bit of a gap over Garcia after the move at turns 9. In fact, it looks like Garcia is under pressure from Iker Garcia heading through turns 12 and 13, but Krataro is going defensive through 13. That should give him P1 at 14, as Iker Garcia looks to make a move on Alberto Garcia, not able to make it stick. It's Krataro and heading to Garcia's.
Yeah, it's a great ride so far. The fact he was able to stay on after that opening lap drama was simply impressive, but Alberto Garcia and Iker Garcia continuing to battle away out on circuit. Meanwhile, though, the teammates will continue to fight and try not to allow Krataro to steam away with things. Now, Fellaini trying to get through, battle away with Varga further down the order. So that's for P5. He's trying his best to defend from the 47, but looking around the outside through turn 3. He'll be on the outside again for turn 4, but how brave will Varga be on the brakes? Not brave enough is the answer to that one. Emmanuel Brinton just a few places behind that one, with Venturini as well now up into P7.
Sensible from Varga to back out once he realised he only had the outside line at turn 4. That's a move that is never going to come off, especially not on the opening lap. gives him a chance to settle in behind Fellini, see how he goes, see where he might be stronger to make a potential move.
Now, let's keep an eye on this gap, because this gap is rising and rising rapidly. Perhaps that's why we've seen a little bit of urgency from Iker Garcia. Perhaps he knew the pace that Quintaro had and how quick he could go in these early stages of the race. 13 laps now remain, 12.5 in reality. As, well, the number 18's been given two long lap penalties for a jump start. So the number 18, a very, very disappointing end to his race. That's Passanisi, who has to take those long lap penalties. We've also had a retirement for Rodriguez on the 44. Now, we've seen the officials having a quick chat with him on the grid, but he retired at turn 5 just a few laps ago. On the green briefly there was Quintaro. He needs to be careful about that one, because we have seen penalties handed out so far today.
He does need to be careful. He'll get a track limits warning at this stage if he keeps using the green part of the runoff. Going on the blue is not an offence. Going on the green consistently is. It was just a quick look from Varga on Fellini there. Doesn't make it stick at turn 1 and settles in behind him at turn 2. Just to go back to the track limits, and if you go on the green on the final lap, you will be demoted 1 place.
Venturini running through the gravel. He's managed to rejoin though over at turn 13. Now that's a quick corner for him to go into the gravel at, so good to see that he's able to rejoin in this race, albeit pretty much at the back of the field. P24 he currently runs. Now, the 31 of Garcia against, of course, Iker Garcia in the number 11. They're continuing to fight, but Fuertes in P4. He's just been sitting comfortably at the back of this field. Perhaps a podium he feels is confidently on the cards, because it doesn't seem like he's panicking too much. It doesn't seem like he's in too much of a rush.
No, and just looking at his lap time, he did a 1 minute 39.5 last time out, which is the same as Clotaro did at the front. Only Iker Garcia was quicker throughout the whole field with a 1:39.2. He was 3 tenths quicker than Clotaro as he looks to close up that gap.
Of course, Alberto Garcia, his first round this year. I don't know how much he's going to want to play with Iker Garcia, considering Garcia's leading the championship and they are teammates. 50 points up for grabs after this weekend is a big, big ask. Although when you're on board the bike, when you're seeing a chance of victory being able within reach, you wouldn't blame Alberto Garcia if he had a look. Now, they round out the final corner and they make their way towards the line yet again to head on to lap 5 of 15. It continues to be Quintaro that leads the way by nearly half a second.
He does, and he's extended his lead on that lap by around a tenth. He set a 1 minute 39.4. That was faster than anyone else on that lap. Just putting the foot down, as you say, just trying to build that gap over the Iker and Alberto Garcia, with Fuertes still running P4.
Yeah, he's certainly beginning to push on, certainly getting his elbows out after those first couple of laps, and now, well, Quintaro looking at him, a 1:39.4 last time around. So a solid lap. As we say, the top 4 actually within the 1:39 bracket, everyone running pretty similar pace. And you can see that on the circuit, because although we mentioned Quintaro beginning just to get away ever so slightly, over the last lap or so, that has definitely stabilised. And the likes of Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia have able to keep tabs. So it's going to be an interesting next couple of laps. Of course, the stock European Championship bike of choice at the moment seems to be the Yamaha R6. And well, you can't really blame them for that, because looking at the front of the field, it is such a competitive machine.
It is, yeah. Obviously, the Yamaha R6 recently, until this year, used in World Supersport quite a lot. The stock version available, and obviously a very good machine for racing in the European Stock Championship as well. That gap has visibly come down over the last couple of sections, now just 2 tenths, which means Iker Garcia has halved it over the second half of lap 5. But it seems to be in the slower corners. Perhaps Quintaro is able just to build up enough of a gap to manage this race at this point.
Yeah, now a little bit of a moment there on the curb. Just a twitch of the rear. You can see how much it means to the teams on pit wall. Powering on their riders as they power on to the 6th lap of this race. Quintaro, that gap sits pretty much identical to what it was just 1 lap ago. Meanwhile, in the battle for the fan spot inside the top 5, Fellini continues to lead Varga. So Tibor Eric Varga, if anything, has actually dropped back by the looks of it at the back of the shot. But this battle for 2nd position, no one really wanted to make any real moves. And I almost wonder if Alberto Garcia right now is just playing wingman, so that the likes of Fuertes, who of course is also in the championship fight, or also in the race fight this year, doesn't get in front of his teammate.
It wouldn't be the worst option for the team if they have sent Alberto Garcia out there as a wingman for Iker Garcia. We're just seeing on the timing, Clotaro open up the gap in Sector 1. It's come down by a tenth in Sector 2. It's around half a second at this point. Again, very similar lap times, just 1/10 between the top four. So they're all running very similar pace, which is a problem for both Garcias because they're not fast enough at this point to close the gap to use the slipstream to full advantage because there is such a minimal difference in their lap times.
Yeah, they're not really bridging the gap that quickly. And the real question is, how much tyre are they having to use to run at this pace? Is this their maximum? Is this perhaps 95%? We're not going to know for another 5 laps or so of how the tyre wear begins to play out, because tyre wear will become a factor with temperatures being so hot in this 15-lap race.
They will become a factor. Tyre wear will become a factor. You would think at this point everyone is probably managing them a little bit. Maybe some more than others, but I don't think you would have anyone pushing necessarily at 100%. Just on that last lap though, Clotaro extended the lead by half a second. He's now 1 second clear of the Garcias.
A 1:39.3 for Clotaro. Further back, everyone else a 1:39.8. So yeah, as we said, around half a second and continuing to look super comfortable while doing that. It doesn't look like Clotaro's machine's making much shapes neither, as it's looking pretty planted out on circuit, and it looks like you can run this pace at well. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the positions and the standings as we continue to race on. We're on lap 7 of 15. And that is going to be a crash, and that is your race leader. That is Clotaro down on the deck. So your race leader has crashed out. A 1 second advantage. He held a 1 second lead, and now it is nil. It is nothing as we await to see what happened. He's lost the front at turn 8, down on the deck. Too much brake pressure and instantly picking up. Luckily, it doesn't look like many issues at least with that machine. Perhaps a bent handlebar, and hopefully his foot pegs are still intact and his gear shifter's intact. Whatever the case, he has got going again. So his peg's still in place, perhaps just a bent handlebar and some scuff fairings and loss of championship points. Clotaro was chasing heading into this weekend, and now it's his title rival, Iker Garcia, who hits the front, heading on to lap 8.
That was a big moment in this year's championship race. Garcia now gaining huge points. As it stands, 25 points over Clotaro with 2 races to go after this one. So Iker Garcia in prime position now, especially if Alberto Garcia is going to act as his wingman behind Fuertes.
Now that's dropped him back down to P21, just ahead of him on circuit with Darliano, Venturini and Polopenko out on track, and well, that rounds out top 18 out on the circuit. So from P21, now P20, just picked up another position. A lot of ground to make up for Clotaro, especially if he wants to even score some points in this race. It took quite a little while to get that bike restarted and get going again. Of course, this now means Fuertes is now in the podium positions, and now, of course, this battle is for the lead. So you would think the number 16 is going to want to make that pass just a little bit more.
You would think so, yeah. Just on Clotaro, he is around 10 seconds away from P15. With 8 laps to go, that is a big ask for the Italian to make up all that ground to score a point. So perhaps it will be a non-score on home soil for the number 73.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this race develops. Of course, there still can be a few crashers in this one as the Yamahas continue to lead the way. Top 3 all R6s, as we said, now replaced in the likes of the World Super Sport Championship by the newer and bigger brother, the Yamaha R9. But the R6, a staple of motorcycle racing, produced so many champions over the years. And well, who's going to become champion in 2025 here in the Stock European Championship? We come across the line yet again. And well, the number 18 has now been given a ride-through penalty. So Passanese has been given a ride-through. So a big shame for him. His race is definitely done and dusted, you would say, running down in P12. And well, that will be, once again, another position which Clotaro should be able to pick up.
Clotaro will definitely pick up that position. He's 12 seconds behind Passanese. It will be 30 seconds to go through the ride-through. I suspect that will be because he didn't take his double long lap for the jump start.
Yeah, and well, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to see, especially in the heat of the battle. as we head down into turn 8 yet. Again, of course, this will be where Quintaro's race all unfolded. And the thing for these riders, they've all seen him crash right in front of their eyes. They know how tricky it is at turn 8, and they know maybe that's just a point on the circuit that you just need to be calm, you need to be careful and not make any silly moves or maneuvers out on track.
We just saw Alberto Garcia had a good look behind him to see where Fuertes was. It looks like the Garcias have pulled the pin together. Iker leading Alberto at this point. Little to separate the two Garcias, but Fuertes appearing to lose ground simply with the eye test at the very least.
Yeah, the Yamaha GV Racing, always a top team in the Stock European Championship, and always preparing a great outfit each weekend. Now, live championship standings, Garcia now would lead the way by 22 points over Varga. Now, that just shows how close this championship battle has been this year. Quintaro, now, he sits all the way down outside the points, still P19, and that drops him down to 3rd in the order in the championship. 33 points back with just 50 points left after this weekend.
It would be a massive ask to regain those 33 points over Iker Garcia and Varga over 2 races. It would take a lot of things to go Quintaro's way. As it stands, as you said, P19, 2 seconds behind Venturini, in front of him, and 8 seconds away from the point. So he has gained some time on P15. We know he's going to gain a position when Passanisi takes his ride-through penalty.
Alberto Garcia beginning to look racy, I think it's fair to say. Had a look up the inside there, but he had to end up running wide. And now it's going to allow Iker Garcia just to stretch out that margin ever so slightly. It was sitting at around 1/10. We'll wait till the next intermediate point to update you on that one. But Fuertes now still in 3rd, a little bit shapes out of turn 10, but no dramas as of yet. That ride for penalty for number 18 still showing up on our timing screen, so hopefully he does take that, because obviously if you don't take a ride through, your next penalty will be a straight up disqualification.
It will be, yeah, and then it wouldn't matter if he finished the race or not, he would just be out of the classification. Obviously, you can't ignore any penalties you've been given. So we just see Alberto Garcia running on the green there with 6 laps to go, in danger of getting a track limits warning, I suspect, but we'll have to wait and see. And we see number 76 has been on the gravel at turn 8. So perhaps it is a bit of a tricky area. That was Capote this time, so maybe it is a bit of a trickier area at this time with these conditions.
Yeah, obviously, no matter what time of day it is, it's always one of the trickiest corners that we have on the circuit at turn 8. And, well, running through the gravel and not throwing it on the deck is almost best case scenario at that type of corner. And I think that's just having the mindset to maybe set the bike up and release the brakes rather than trying to tip it in and risk losing the front. But if you're leading the race, it's easier said than done. There's a lot going through your head, and right now there's a lot going through Iker Garcia's head as he looks to control this race. Alberto Garcia, will he make a move? I think that's going to be the most interesting part. How much of a role of a teammate does he want to play in this championship? Because at the moment, Iker Garcia will lead whether he finishes 1st or 2nd. So if you're Alberto Garcia, almost think about getting your elbows out and trying to get some moves made.
I'm sure Alberto Garcia, as a racer, is thinking about a race win. Perhaps a bit of him will contemplate the team game, knowing he's not in the championship fight. Iker Garcia is. Yes, it is effectively only a 5-point swing if Garcia is 1st or 2nd, as they close really right up at turn 14. But yeah, it would be a 5-point swing if Garcia finishes 2nd compared to Alberto Garcia in 1st. But those 5 points could be crucial at the end of the season.
Yeah, Varga closing up there, P4 in this race so far. We power out the final corner. No moves have been made over the last couple of laps in this front group. And I think right now they're all just waiting to see what Fuertes is going to do, and perhaps waiting until the last laps. If they could have escaped away into the distance from the number 16 from Fuertes in P3, and it was just teammate versus teammate out on circuit, we could have seen a completely different scenario, because of course then they could keep it clean, they could afford to lose a little bit of time to each other. But Fuertes, he's an unknown element, I think it's fair to say, for the entire Yamaha GV racing squad.
He is, and last time out actually Iker Garcia was the slowest of the top 3. He dipped into the 1 minute 40s. Alberto Garcia
looking to defend by the looks of it. He doesn't make a move into P1, keeps P2. Yeah, last time out, Iker Garcia was the slowest with a 1:40. The other, Alberto Garcia and Fuertes, 1:39, so not much in it. But perhaps Iker Garcia's pace just starting to drop off a little bit.
Fuertes having a little look up the inside at turn 8 there. He couldn't get that one working. Now it is going to be a black flag for Passanisi, so clearly he hasn't listened to the long laps, he hasn't listened to the ride through, or simply he hasn't seen them over the past couple of laps. Whatever the case, whatever the facts are, he's been given a black flag for it. Very, very wide for the number 16 Fuertes. Very wide there, and that could be a costly, costly mistake as it leads Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia to fight for the lead with a nice comfortable margin to third position as they head on to make it 3 laps remaining here in the Stock European Championship.
I wonder if that bit of a gap now that they have to Fuertes will just give Alberto Garcia a bit more of a reason to make a move. They've got a little bit in hand over the number 16, so perhaps Alberto Garcia will try and make a move on his teammate.
Yeah, everything is brewing towards the final couple of laps. Alberto Garcia waiting for the perfect moment to strike if he's going to make it at all. One thing's for sure, if he does make a pass, it's going to be one of the cleanest passes I think that we've seen all day long. He's not going to do a half manoeuvre, he's only going to do the cleanest move possible. If it's alongside in the braking zone at turn 8, nice and comfortable using the slipstream, that's the type of move we can expect.
Yeah, it will definitely be a clean move. He won't want to be risking anything with his teammate, especially given the championship situation as it stands. Just an update, Passanisi has brought his bike into pit, so he has seen that black flag. That means Cretaro is now 16th, and he's only a second away from Venturini. Well, he was a second away from Venturini in P15, but the number 33's just got ahead of Bevilacqua. So, Cretaro around a second away from the points.
Now a change of possession. It is going to be Varga who's now in chase, and this is the move. So, flinging it down the inside at turn 8, using the rear brake. You could just see the rear end of his RSIT squirming around in the braking zone. Got it comfortably stopped and powered his way out. So, Tibor Eric Varga now is the chasing rider. P5 out on circuit, looking to reclaim that 4th position from the number 10 as we head on to the penultimate lap of action in the Stock European Championship race.
2 laps to go as they cross the line, and both Garcias are still neck and neck heading into turn 1. Iker leading Alberto. No move coming from the number 31 on this lap so far. Perhaps into turn 8 will be the next opportunity.
Yeah, now it looks like too far away for turn 4, so it's all about building up momentum towards turn 8. If he wants to make a move at turn 8, that is, of course, he might just sit behind, and even if he wants to take the race win, the last lap might be his best opportunity to spring a nice surprise to his teammate on this final lap and show exactly what the 31 is made of. So into the braking zone they go now, the Doctor's Tangle, left, right and centre, I think it's fair to say. Of course, we're here at Misano, why not? Now powering out towards 9 and 10. We've not had too many incidents here today. Everyone has respected the circuit. I think it's fair to say nobody's tried to really take too many inroads, make up too many grounds on the braking zone at turn 9 and 10, because that's where we've seen so many crashes in the past.
It's so easy to lose the front under braking there with the trail braking, even if you're on your own. So it's good to see that even in racing situations, we see Alberto Garcia closing right up on Iker Garcia through turns 12 and 13. Is he lining up a move at 14? There's nothing to separate them. They stay as they were for now. It's going to be close through turn 15. Turn 16 is a possibility, although very unlikely, I would suspect.
As now we head to the final corner, the final lap of action awaits. It's going to be Iker Garcia versus Alberto Garcia. Who is it going to be after this last lap? We're not going to have to wait too much longer to find out. Well, as we said, so many tricky corners here at the Misano World Circuit. and so many corners where you're having to trail brake, where you're having to stay on the brakes for as long as possible, right to the apex. And that's why some of these corners are so hard to get a move done. Certainly get a move done nice and clean, which we all agree if Alberto Garcia is going to make a move, that's where he's going to do it. But now we are approaching a back marker. Quintaro now into P14. That's going to be some extra points in his tally here today. It's the number 19 that they're coming upon. Hopefully doesn't hold them up too much. That is going to be Lee. So the number 19 that they'll be able to get through in just a moment's time. Certainly Iker Garcia line up a move over at turn 9 and actually getting comfortably out the way. So the top two through nice and safe, just showing the experience of all the riders involved there, both of course, Lee and both the Garcias. But a gap has now formed between Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia. It's all going to go down to this final sector, but it's going to be tricky.
It is going to be tricky. It looks like Alberto Garcia has too much to do heading into Sector 4. He's not going to be able to make the move at turn 14, sorry. And at turn 16, you would need to be a lot closer to even think about an overtake. So unless something goes wrong at turn 15, I suspect Iker Garcia will cross the line as winner here at Misano.
Well, it looks like he's been practicing his sewing. It's all sewed up here at Misano. Iker Garcia comes to the line to win here in the sole stock European Championship race of the weekend. 0.4 of a second is his winning margin. Alberto Garcia finishes behind in second as Fuertes takes third, rounding off our podium. Great stuff, great sportsmanship between the two of them, and the celebrations are only just beginning as now Quintaro comes towards the line. What position will he pick up? He's just ahead of the 33, so that is going to be P14 across the line. 2 points for Quintaro, who of course led the way in the early stages but crashed over at turn 8. But the celebrations continuing on for Iker and Alberto. And I think it's going to be one of these very, very long cool-down laps because they're going to enjoy and savour every single moment. Certainly for Iker Garcia. Now, he's P1 in the championship, 80 points to his name, his second victory of the season. It's going to be the third time this year that he stood on the podium, 2 times, of course, now at the top step. And with just 2 rounds remaining in 2025, and Quintaro finishing down in P14, it looks like this race is going to be one of those races that are spoken about at the end of the year. Quintaro's mistake at turn 8 could be absolutely pivotal in his championship charge. He was less than 10 points adrift from the championship. But of course, after we bring you into Parc Fermé and all the celebrations, not only will you hear from Iker Garcia, but we'll bring you through the full results and how the championship looks ahead of Barcelona. Alvaro Fuertes now finishing in P3. He comes across into Parc Fermé in just a few moments' time, and I'm sure, although he struggled to keep with the pace of both Garcias on that final couple of laps, I'm sure he'll be absolutely pleased with that one. He'll be buzzing, to be honest. I mean, a podium is certainly something to always celebrate in the Stock European Championship, one of our closest classes that we had going into this weekend. And now, well, the championship has just took an unexpected twist here on the Adriatic coast. And there is Quintaro, started from P1, finished in P14. It's a day to forget. As we look at the start of things, he was able to get away nice and steady. There was a moment at turn 3, just next at turn 2, him heading towards turn 3, and then he regains his composure, soon hitting the front of the field, getting past, of course, 31 before this mistake at turn 8, crashing out, losing the front, and down he went. It was nearly no points scored, but P14 in the finish up. I'm sure he's going to have to just take what he can from today's race. Celebrations begin, and certainly the Yamaha GV racing team, they are going to be celebrating all the way into the evening. Both riders enjoying that one. Hugs all round. And a big pat on the back, I think it's fair to say, from the teams. And straight away, they can begin their celebrations. And nearly over the Parc Ferme barrier, but not quite for Alberto. And of course, we will get to hear from Iker Garcia as he'll be down in Parc Ferme with Jack to talk about all things that happened during that race and hopefully discuss that moment that he saw one of his championship rivals in 2025, Quintaro, crash out. The Pirelli podium hat is on, a big P1 on the side of that one too. And it's nearly time for him to receive his trophies. Of course, the pack-up operation does begin here in Misano, the Stock European Championship, closing out the Junior GP action before everything kicks off again in 1 month's time. It's a weekend not to be missed, especially for this Stock European Championship. Alberto Garcia now up into P9 in the standings, 31 points to his name so far this year. As the photos are taken down in Parc Ferme, that'll go on the team's social media pages later on with the race reports. As it's nearly time for us to head for interviews before they head to the podium. But you can just see how tough that race was for some of the riders. Over 27 degrees air temperature, and well, Fuertes, he had to work hard for that one. He has some water down with him in Parc Ferme, but just seeking some shade. I mean, 15 laps on a 600cc machine in these temperatures is something that's definitely a challenge to do for most. As I think a few more photos will be taken before we head to the interviews. But we look at the replay. Heading out of the final corner now, Iker Garcia, over the line he comes, and look at the team on the pit wall. They could not believe it. A 1-2 here at Misano. Don't think the riders could either. A big handshake, a big embrace as well. And we'll simply point in that he is #1 here in Misano. And of course now he will be making his way to the other side of the Parc Ferme to have a nice chat with Jack.
Iker, you resisted pressure from your teammate throughout that race. You gained 23 points on your championship rival. How was that for you?
Well, today I know it was a very important race, because if I continue like this in Barcelona, I can win the championship. That is the main goal. And yeah, I make a bad start, but in the first 2 laps I push a lot to catch the first riders, and then I only put my pace, and yeah, very happy with this race. Thanks to my team and my family for all their work.
And just in Spanish for your fans back home.
Bueno, la verdad ha sido una carrera muy dura, difícil porque no esperaba tenerla, no la había planeado así, pero bueno, después de un fin de duro hemos conseguido ganar, así que muy contento. Dar las gracias a mi equipo que siempre confía en mí, a mi manager, a mi familia y a mis amigos.
Iker, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Iker Garcia was your winner, and this is how he was able to do it. It was a great start initially for Quintaro, who had a massive moment on the rear heading towards turn 3. He was able to settle back in though into P4. The two Garcias continuing to battle their way at the front as 73 regained composure, slowly carving his way through the order. It was R6 galore at the head of things. As well, up into P2 came Quintaro, and then down the back straight we came into the lead. But everything would soon unfold for your race leader. He was looking comfortable at the front, he was looking confident, but perhaps a little bit too confident. Some moves though continue to be made between the two Garcias. That was a theme that would continue throughout the whole race. Varga and Felingi would battle away as well for the final spot inside the top 5. Quintaro crashed out at turn 8, bringing an end to his hopes for victory. Would rejoin and would score some points this afternoon. P14 he would cross the line in the finish up. This led to an intense final battle. Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia continuing to fight their way through. An incredible move made from the number 10 with Varga following in behind. He would have to follow through and just watch as the number 10 continued to charge away. It was an incredible pace running the way through. Gervoni off the field now, making their way to the line. It was a punch of the air, punch of the light, as Iker Garcia took victory. And as he said, he could potentially wrap up the championship next time out in Barcelona. Well, now it's time for our podium celebrations, the final podium celebrations for the Junior GP paddock this weekend. First of all, on the podium, as always, we have one of our team members for the Yamaha GV Racing before Alvaro Fuertes makes his way onto the podium. Third position for him, and a solid ride and some solid points as well. Second place, though, goes the way of Alberto Garcia. Pointing at Yamaha, and of course an emotional year for the Stock European Championship and the entire Junior GP paddock, as well, it's going to be some emotional celebrations, you would have to say, for Iker Garcia. He knows how important this is for his championship in 2025. He moves one step closer to the title, and now we're just moments away from the celebrations to begin and for the trophies to be handed out. GV Racing Yamaha, great weekend for them, a weekend that they're not going to forget for a long time. But Fuertes now P3, points to the sky as well. Well, second position will go the way, of course, of Alberto Garcia. Of course, came in this weekend and he's certainly shown how impressive he can be. And finally, the final trophy is handed to your winner. It is handed to Iker Garcia with the Spanish national anthem ready to ring out here in Italy. Now the Prosecco can be opened, and whether they want to save that for later or use it now is up to them, and certainly for both the Garcias, definitely wanted to use it. But what a weekend of action we have had. What a race we also had in the Stock European Championship. The Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli delivering once more. They'll head up onto the top step of the podium, where they'll get their final photos taken just to celebrate their achievement this weekend. And I think Iker Garcia is going to be feeling very, very good for the next month ahead of the next round. And well, this is why. 4/10 of a second Iker Garcia won by. It was a race win for him, his second race win of the season. He extends his championship lead with Alvaro Fuertes taking the final spot on the podium. Fellini, Verga and Romero taking up the top 6. Trias, Santos and Emmanuel Brenton round out our top 9 finishers, with Joan Diaz in P10, Fran Ruiz in P11, with Jimenez in P12. Van Rosmalen finishing in 13th, with Quintaro finishing down in P14. That's the main story from today, as we lost a couple of riders. Passanisi receiving the black flag, Capote as well having a crash, of Keskes an early end to his day too. Adrian Rodriguez as well we would lose, but as we said, a P14 finish would cause a big shift in the championship. This is how things look. Leaving Misano, Iker Garcia now leads the way, 24 points over Tibur Eric Varga, with Quintaro in P3. And well, 31 points back now. It's a big task at hand, as the Stock European Championship continues to race in memory of Borja Gomez. Iker Garcia sits on 80 points. He could potentially wrap up the title next time out at Barcelona. I'm sure he would love to do it before the final round. However, it's all going to depend on what the likes of Quintaro can do. 31 points is a big margin to make up over 2 weekends. Just 50 points are left up for grabs in 2025. As we look at the final couple of positions in the championship order, Marco Gaggi losing a couple of positions in the championship as well. Not here this weekend, racing for Henry Capote as well. 3.5 points scored so far this year. He loses a position, and that's thanks to Fran Ruiz making their way inside the top 20 in the championship. So good ride for the Spaniard. But that brings an end to the action here in Misano. What a days of racing we've had. Iker Garcia is on top in the Stock European Championship. And well, that's all we have to offer. Until next time, we head to Barcelona. My name's Lewis Ray, and big thanks to Jack Amy for this weekend's company. Until next time, it is goodbye.